Hello, everybody, and welcome to the One Nation of Gamers and Geico event from PAX South. I am Sottle, and here with me is a man a few of you may recognize. Say hello, Trump.
Hey guys.
Anyway, we have a very special event for you today. This is an open tournament on the floor of the PAX event itself. So the way it's going to work is that on each day, up to 48 players will be able to sign up for 4 separate 12-man brackets. And then the winners of each of those brackets will play off in a 4-man elimination heat at the end of the day. The winner of that tournament will be crowned as the champion of each day. So that will happen on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And on the final day on Sunday, those 3 individual day champions will play off for the ultimate champion title. So a bit of a complex format, but hope you are able to follow that. But this is Geico's, this is Onog's first entry in a circuit that they hope to push, which will give the average everyday player the chance to experience what professional Hearthstone players like Trump himself over there get to experience on a day-to-day basis.
And you yourself as well, Sottle.
I mean, I think you're in a different bracket from me at this stage, Trump. Maybe one day I'll get on your level, but for now. So this will be an interesting tournament, Trump, because there's going to be a few surprises, I think, because it's not just the standard everyday pro players that we expect. I think there'll be 1 or 2 twists, maybe some different decks. Anything you're particularly excited maybe to see today? Any new twists?
I'm just looking forward to some good old-fashioned games of Hearthstone being played. I can't wait to see what these newer players have to bring. I mean, when you see all the pro players play, they do tend to gravitate towards things. So when you see other players play, it's cool to see their youth and excitement show in their decks.
Sure. So we are just about ready to go with our first game. This is a game in the round of 8 in the first 12-man heat. These are the players who got the bye through the first round, so they've started in the round of 8. So already fortune working in their favor a little bit, but we'll see which one of them is going to come out on top here. And the 2 players are, I believe, DS Dio, who is bringing Shaman and Priest, and the Cactuar, who is bringing Warrior and Priest. This is a best of 3 conquest format. Trump, you have anything to say about those lineups?
Well, if the Shaman is super aggressive and Cactuar has brought like aggression killer control decks, then he'll be in a pretty good spot. In Conquest, it's all about your weakest deck, so it is possible that those 2 decks happen to be really good against aggro Shaman.
Absolutely. If it is a face shaman, as you say, then it can get preyed on very easily by the warrior and priest. But like we said, you know, these we could see some decks coming out of left field here. We could see a revival of mid-range shaman. But anyway, I believe we are ready to get started any minute now. So hopefully we can move on over to the games very shortly and get started with our first round of 8 match.
That would indeed be the dream, but until then, I'm looking forward to every deck running Death Lords to kill this Shaman scum.
You're not a fan of the face shaman deck, Trump?
Well, you know what? I'm actually a fan of every deck.
Okay.
It's just I'm really a fan of decks that kill other decks really in a big way. And right now that tends to be control decks geared towards beating face decks.
Sure.
So I'm a real fan of when someone brings lineups which just hard counter the others. It's my personal favorite to have a beautiful victory like that.
Something like putting a hungry crab in your deck because you're expecting playing Murlocs? Something along
Yes,
those lines? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, okay.
Precisely.
So while we've got a little minute, let's just take a moment to talk about some of the players who you might see today. Because like we said, this is an open tournament, so it will mainly be some new faces. But there is an ongoing Tesper event at the same tournament, at the same event at PAX. And some names that are involved in casting that are Frodan, TJ, and Admirable, 3 very, very well-known casters, 3 big players, and I believe they are trying to be cajoled into entering this tournament as well. But it looks like the players are ready to go. And we have the Cactuar leading on Priest, and it looks like it is very much a face shaman from DS Dio. So, like you said, it may be difficult for this face shaman to pick up a win here.
That's true. Priest off to a good start with a zombie chow. Boy, his hand is really big though, with art for Fom and in 2.
Right. Yeah, if DSDO is able to take the board here and deal with this Zombie Chow and the Nausea Cleric that comes afterwards, which he is in a very solid position to do using that Tunnel Trog and the couple of removal spells that he has, the Priest is not going to be doing a great deal for a little while yet.
Oh, but
never
hey,
mind.
there's that Death Lord. Death Lord stops people flat. Dita though has that Earth Shock.
Indeed, but Trump is a happy boy right now because he is seeing the Death Lord come out, but Nauseous Cleric is going to be... Oh no! He's going to get greedy and go face here. He's going to allow the Cactuar to draw a card here if he would like to, and since he's chosen not to, he maybe be rewarded for that, especially since he has the Earth Shock to knock out the Death Lord anyway, so it's not like the Cleric is successfully hidden behind the Taunt minion.
That's true. I of course would have favored trading and sounding from your surprised expression. You weren't a fan of the face there.
I definitely would have defaulted to a trade there. I hadn't thought about the relative merits from going face, but it appears that DSDO has taken the name Face Shaman quite literally here, and he thinks the face is the place at all times. So we'll see how that works out for him in the long term here.
It's okay. I know hundreds, thousands of people will be in favor of that play.
Yeah, it's a very good chance. Second Tunnel Trog comes into hand, which would go very, very nicely with that Lava Burst, but unfortunately the Overload means he only has 3 mana this turn, so he's going to have to do a little bit of a suboptimal play this turn.
Yeah, it's between Tunnel Trog and Totem, and Tunnel Trog and Lava Shock.
Right, there's nothing quite perfect here. The good news is that there's only 2 power on his opponent's side of the board, meaning he might feel relatively safe in playing his Tunnel Trog here. Looks like he's going to opt for the Totem first. Maybe looking for a Taunt Totem, which will make him feel a little bit more confident about exposing that Tunnel Trog to the board. It looks like he's just going to hold on to it for now, try and get some more value out of it later. Wow.
Seems like the Priest has a very control-focused outlook with both Rafam and now Sarad. Two very exotic cards.
Exotic is a good word for them, yeah. Very, very greedy looking deck, to be honest. Definitely the sort of deck that can actually be punished by something like Face Shaman, whereas, you know, we spent the intro talking about how Priest can punish the Shaman here, but actually the Priest deck is looking like it might just be a little bit too greedy, and the Shaman is just going to overrun it. He does have the emergency kill switch here with the Orkanai Circle if he'd like to use it at any point then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. He seems to have a deck that's geared towards both against aggro decks as well as against control decks. Maybe the mid-range is the weakness with the Pyromancer and a lot of AoE to deal with the aggro, and summon Tombs in Rafam and Sarad for the late.
Right. Does get the Taunt Totem this time to protect his minions from removal a little bit, but we do see there's plenty more AoE and removal to come in the Cactuar's hand here. He's starting to ramp up his mana now to the point where those greedy cards we saw him opening the game with could actually have some sort of effect. But it looks like he's just going to go for the Orkanai here. Would you play the Circle with it, or is shooting down the Totem Golem enough here?
Yeah, I think that's good. I also considered the line of something like Pyromancer, Injured Blade Master, Circle. That kills the Trog, it heals the... it kills the Leper Gnome, but it heals the Totem Golem.
Right. It does get you a very, very imposing board presence, but honestly, board presence is not really what the Priest needs to be worried about at this point. That health total is getting worryingly low, but that Cabal Shadow Priest is a fantastic pickup. Not only does it absolutely dominate the board for him, but he's healed himself by 2 by avoiding the Leper Gnome Death Rattle.
That's right. One of the concerns about the Priest right now is that he has the Akanai Soul Priest out. It would have been really good to be able to heal yourself for 2 there. Start getting yourself out of range. But with that Akanai Soul Priest on the board, that's impossible. So DSDO right now is only 4 damage off with just the weapon and the Lava Shock.
Very, very close. He would have loved to have drawn into a Doomhammer by now, obviously, especially with that Rockbiter in hand. But he's going to see if he can push through enough with his last few minions and these minor burn spells that he has in hand. But this board is going to go bye-bye here. The Wild Pyromancer Thoughtsteel is going to take care of the board. And wow, the Cactuar actually picks up a Doomhammer before DSDO is able to get one.
Yeah, right here it's Doomhammer or Bust. Well, not just Doomhammer or Bust. There's Lava Burst as well.
Lava
that
Burst,
one's not
Crackle, that is not going to do it though. Wow. So the Priest is able to take it, and we just see Archthief Rafam just sat in the hand there. Sat in the hand since turn 1, doesn't get to see play. Unfortunately, this is just going to be the game. Fortunately for the Cactuar, this is going to be the game for him. Unfortunately for DSDO, he is going to go 1-0 down here, and he's going to have to try and find a way to get a win with this Shaman deck, which, like you said, is coming into a Warrior now as one of the decks it has to beat. So it's going to be tough.
The good news with Shaman is I found that it's able to beat most everything. If not everything. Of course, it has its unfavored matchups as well, but you hit the face enough and they'll die.
Yeah, it's one of those decks that just with the right draw can blow people out, right? It's very similar to Tempo Mage in a sense, where like if you're playing Tempo Mage and you draw Mana Worm turn 1, you feel really good in just about any matchup. It's the same thing with Tunnel Trog in Phase Shaman, especially if you can back it up with that Doom Hammer on 5. So definitely has a huge chance, even against a very, very anti-aggro proficient deck, such as Control Warrior, if that's what it is. But it could also be Patron Warrior, it could be some complete out-of-field Mech Warrior, for all we know, so we'll just have to wait and see.
Oh my gosh. You see what I'm seeing here?
I'm seeing a Faceless Manipulator and another Archthief for a farm in the Warrior deck.
Alright, well, when I saw the Faceless Manipulator, I was definitely thinking about Worgen combo. Raging Worgen, Charge, Faceless, but with Archthief Rafam, it appears that the Faceless Manipulator is there to copy big legendaries.
Right. There's also the possibility of the Frost Giant Charge deck as well that uses Faceless and Manipulator. Frost Giant, Charge, Faceless, etc. Massive damage. But like you said, it looks like Faceless is just in the deck as a way to get additional copies of high value cards like Rafam. But also worth talking about, that's a Questing Adventurer in a priest deck. Interesting.
That is really cool. So, if that were allowed to be on the board for one turn, that Questing Adventurer could have become very big with Powered Shield into Valen's Chosen. Right now, though, the priest hand has nothing.
Yeah, there aren't going to be too many Armor Smiths or Acolytes of Pain sticking to the board for a while, but in terms of proactive things to put into play, we're a bit lacking right now. And Ysera doesn't really help.
Yeah, but hey, if this goes to turn 9 and 10, DSDO is set.
Sure.
It seems like it will.
Yeah, there's a Ysera on the other side now as well, so it could come down to two Yseras being in play, and of course we do see the Mind Control in DSDO's hand, which is something that's fallen out of favour in a lot of priests, but it is an excellent answer to Ysera.
It's one of the best, if not the best.
Yeah, there's some niche 2-card combos which answer it even more efficiently, but for the most part, as a clean 1-for-1, Mind Control is pretty much the king.
Interestingly enough, DSDO is playing a bit of a dragon version as well. Top deck's 2 dragons.
Back to work.
It's like a nice, clean Cruel Taskmaster Execute is going to come down here. That Emperor Thaurissan has already ticked once, is now reducing his hand even further. That Ysera is going to go down to 7 mana this turn and will be able to be played next turn. Which is one way to beat Mind Control, right? You play your huge 9-drop on turn 7 instead.
Yeah, man, both these players are really favoring the greedy late-game cards here. Nefarians, Yseras, Faceless Manipulators. Man, Faceless Manipulator is going to be really good also in this matchup.
Right. So yeah, it's interesting to me because coming into this with just regular members of the public entering the tournament, I was expecting to see lots of Zoos and Secret Paladins, but the first game we've got here, it seems like both people have embraced the greed and tried to out late game each other here. Apart from that Face Shaman that we saw get resoundingly defeated in the last game.
Yeah, I mean, Face Shaman, it seems like would be good against either of these decks, which might get out of the gates just a little bit too slowly.
Right. So he plays the Cleric here, probably just to cycle his Powered Shield, yeah. And picks up a Fairy Dragon. Interesting inclusion, even in a Dragon Priest deck. Very rare to see Fairy Dragons. Usually people just rock with the Wormrest Agent, and then they use like a utility 2-drop, like either Shrinkmeister or Museum Curator, depending on their preference.
Right, almost as rare to see as Nefarian in a priest deck.
That's very true, actually, yeah. I hadn't even noticed the Nefarian, if I'm honest. Shadow of Pain comes down again. That's one of the many removal spells he's had in his hand for the entire turn, and he just has had no answer to these big minions despite having a handful of removal. It was all small target removal like Shadow of Pain, etc. And it looks like there is no source of 1 damage in his opponent's hand, which is slightly frustrating.
Yep.
Let the
He's used those showered pains pretty liberally on an armor smith, which isn't really a big threat, as well as on a taskmaster, which allows this acolyte of pain to get some value. However, just dealing with this board is too tough here. Didn't draw any of his area of effect. Just the hand is burdened with all these high cost cards and spells.
Absolutely, and there is just no. He's going to draw with his cleric here, but I don't see any card he can pull off the top here that's going to give him any hope. Ooh,
Well, that's an interesting one.
it is, yeah. It doesn't help right now, but this deck looks like it has a bit of the old Divine Spirit Inner Fire action rocking Trump. What do you think of that inclusion?
That's a spicy card.
minions
Perhaps
Wow.
with Dragonkin Sorcerer, you use the Divine Spirit, you get the extra buff, maybe the Inner Fire. It might even be there without Inner Fire.
Sure, makes a lot of sense. So the Cactuar is now going to tie it up at 1-1. Both players have won with their priest deck, if I'm remembering this correctly. So we have Warrior against Shaman to come.
I
I believe that's correct, right? Yes, right? We've seen Priest win twice, so we have Warrior versus Shaman left over. That has to be right.
Wait, no, Priest just lost there.
Oh, right, yeah, you're right. Okay, I'm dumb. Yes, okay, fine. Never mind. Thank you, Trump. At least one of us is on the ball.
Alright, so that must mean it's Shaman again. Wait, no, I think that guy's won twice.
Has he?
I was kind of confused. I thought it was 2-0 already, but if the score is 1-1, that must mean it's Let's see. If a priest has won, and the last one was Warrior versus Priest, and Warrior won.
There's no way that DSDO is 2-0. The Cactuar might be 2-0, but the
It's
Shaman
2-0!
definitely not.
Yeah.
It's 2-0 the Cactuar? Okay, cool. That's fine.
Congratulations, Cactuar, on making
Yeah,
it to
congratulations. My
top
apologies
four.
for screwing that up. I think I messed you up there as well, Trump. You had it right the whole time. We should just trust you.
Yeah, I mean, the screen also had it slightly off, so I was like, oh, am I wrong? Am I the crazy one?
So anyway, how do you feel about our first adventure into this tournament? What do
Well,
you
those
think
are
of
some
what we've
spicy
seen?
decks. I'm liking it already. The spicier, the better, I say.
Fair enough.
And
It's a shame
I,
we didn't,
as the mayor of Valley Town, have greatly enjoyed the showing of value from the Cactuar. He's playing Faceless, he's playing Sarah, he's playing huge cards, which, if the game goes on to the late game and he can stabilize, then he's going to win those games.
Right. It's just a shame from my perspective that we didn't get to see the Divine Spirit craziness happen, because that's always something when you play against a priest, particularly at lower ranks. I don't know if you've been climbing in early season or something, or climbing on a region that you haven't played on for a while. Divine Spirit Inner Fire Priest is a deck that's fairly popular in the middling regions of the ladder. So it's always something that comes out of left field, and suddenly you just get hit in the face for 24 by a Death Lord or something. So shame we didn't get to see any of that crazy action. But like you said, lots of interesting cards, lots of Archthief for farm, Faceless Manipulator, etc. So very, very interesting first game. But we are just awaiting info on what our next game will be now. In the meantime, I'll just take a moment to thank our primary sponsor, which is Geico, who is the sponsor not only for this event, but for the entire circuit that One Nation of Gamers will be putting on over the coming weeks. The details of that being, there will be 10 open tournaments, each with a $1,000 prize pool, 5 feature tournaments with invited players and the winners of the open qualifiers with $6,000 prize pools, and then a grand finals at PAX Prime with a $250,000 prize pool.
Wow, that escalated quickly.
Yeah, it really did, right? So this does all come together into a really big deal. This is very much a foot in the water event for Geico and One Nation of Gamers, to really test the waters. And as I mentioned, this is an effort from Geico and Ongog to give the everyday man a chance to be on the same level with the pros. So hugely excited to see where this tournament series goes on going forward. But anyway, as we prepare for the next game, we are going to take a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
What are you looking for player info for?
Hmm?
Any particular thing you're looking for?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the One Nation of Gamers event here at PAX South. With me again is Trump. Trump, how you feeling after that? Little bit of a break that we just had. Feeling refreshed?
Yeah, hello. That was a nice quick break.
Yeah.
But what I want to see are games. And we have a doozy for you next. So Cactuar is playing again. He's playing his same very greedy warrior and very greedy priest. This time against his fearsome opponent, Bill.
Right, Bill. Some people just don't need a gamer tag, right? He's going to let the cards do the talking, and he is just here as Bill. So he has brought a druid and a warrior with him. So how do you think that lines up against the warrior priest from the Cactuar?
I'm actually kind of rooting for Cactuar here because he's awakened a inner little kid in me that I hadn't, which I'd forgotten was there for a while. He's running cards like Faceless in his warrior deck. He's running cards like Nefarian in his priest deck, so clearly geared towards the really late game. I think I saw Archthief for Fom in both decks.
Yes.
Anyways, there's an Archthief for Fom somewhere in there. And no matter what warrior he's going to queue into, be it Control Warrior or Patron Warrior, I think he has a strong chance against either.
Sure. You did mention, though, when we were cussing the last game, that his decks seem to be, effective against aggro just because of the classes they are, and also effective against control because of how heavy he's built them. But maybe a little bit of a weakness against mid-range decks, which means he could quite easily get punished by the Druid from Bill.
Yeah, I think that Druid is just going to take a free win. However, in Conquest, you just have to be able to beat your opponent's weakest deck, which in this case might be Warrior, whichever Warrior it is. It could be your traditional Control Warrior, which would be strong, but Control Warrior just might get out-greeted. Or it could be Patron Warrior, but Cactuar might have the super AoE going. So, we'll have to see there.
I have to say, yeah. And again, this is best of 3 Conquest, slightly shorter format than you might be used to, so both players only bringing 2 classes with them. We are just waiting for the players to be ready here. In the meantime, one person that we haven't mentioned so far is Alienware, who we owe a huge thank you to because they have provided all the machines that these players are playing on. This tournament is being held on the floor at PAX, so Alienware were kind enough to bring in some awesome PCs for them all to play, because we all know Hearthstone demands that up-to-date Alienware tech, right?
Yeah, it's good. I used one for quite some time, and I can attest that Hearthstone played super smoothly on it.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be getting into the games very, very soon. But in the meantime, we'll just recap the overall format of this tournament for you. What we are doing right now is we are in one 12-man heat of the Friday portion of the tournament. Each of these 4 heats that take place on each day will be played out into completion and crown an eventual champion of each of those heats. That will leave 4 men at the end of each day who will then play in a 4-man playoff to be crowned the champion of each individual day. And then at the end of Sunday, those 3 champions of each day will play off against each other for the grand prize. But I now believe the players are just about ready. Good timing. So we can just get straight over to the Mulligan phase and see what Bill has in store for us, and more importantly, has in store for the Cactuar.
Oh, what a wonderful beard Bill is sporting there.
That is quite something, actually, yeah. Ooh, Acidic Swampoos in the Cactuar's Warrior deck as well. Very interesting.
Alright, well, judging from Bill's opening hand there, that is a Control Warrior. It's Control Warrior matchup. We'll see if the Cactuar is going to be able to outgreed his opponent with cards like Faceless Manipulator and perhaps Reform if he's running that one.
Right. This is definitely the sort of matchup that the Cactuar would have had in mind when putting cards like Faceless and Archthief Reform into his deck, but we just saw Elise Starseeker, being drawn by Bill, which is a fantastic card in its own right for fighting those sorts of battles.
That it is. In this matchup, there's the potential for a lot of the cheaper cards to not see much use. We have a very exciting game going on right now. It's kind of like seeing 2 Metapods duel. This is always the imagery I get.
Just much harder.
So Garishes are using Harden here, and Elise is on the quest. That's probably the best turn 4 play he could have made.
Right, and as you say, if he can eventually cycle through his deck, get to that golden monkey, it's generally something you want to play very late in the match because, as you mentioned, there are cards that get stuck in your hand. Things like Acolyte of Pain that you don't want to draw cards with in the late game because you're going towards fatigue. And then using the golden monkey, you can just transfer those into a very high-value legendary threat.
Yeah, that's a really good point. One of the very easy to make mistakes, which a lot of people won't think are mistakes, is actually drawing a card in this matchup. If you draw a card, you are actively losing in this matchup.
It's very, very true. And sometimes you will see people do things that look like a mistake, such as slamming a minion last to deal the last bits of damage, to deliberately not draw a card. It looks like they've made an error, but they're actually very deliberately limiting the amount of cards that they draw so they don't pull ahead in the fatigue matchup. But also, very importantly for the fatigue matchup, we saw that Bill managed to coin out Justicar Trueheart on turn 5, which allows him to evolve his Harden to the next stage. And he's now casting Harden twice a turn, Trumps. Just twice as exciting now.
Oh my gosh. He actually even valued Harden over Sludge Vulture there.
Yep.
That's pretty intense. I want to kind of get your opinion. Would you have played Sludge Vulture there over using the hero power?
I don't think it's necessarily wrong to say that you're going to hero power every turn in this matchup. Sludge Belcher was probably a strong play there. If the Death Spite was on a second swing, then I think it was much more justifiable to armor pass. But since the Sludge Belcher looked like it was going to come down there and demand another answer beyond the Death Spite that was equipped, I think I would have played Sludge Belcher personally.
Me too. And another interesting play by Bill here. He has the BGH for the Dr. Boom, but instead uses Harden and then goes ahead and uses the Shield Slam. I guess he's scouted the previous games and will know that Cactuar is playing a little bit more greedy.
Right. It's interesting. There's an argument to it because you can say he's using his situational removal while the situation is right for it, because it may be he loses his armor. It seems unlikely in this matchup, but potentially he could lose his armor and Shield Slam will only do 4 with the tank up Shield Slam, whereas BGH is usually going to be a solid removal for a lot of minions in the opposing warrior's deck. But certainly it looked like BGH on Dr. Boom was a very appealing play there. But anyway, the tanking up continues, and now it looks like he is deliberately refusing to play that Sludge Belcher into the second swing of Death Spite, which I don't have any problem with.
Interesting. Leaving the Boombot up, you can kind of assume the Boombot is kind of dead because of the Death Spite already, but I think it's worth just sending the Armor Smith into it.
Yeah, I think I would have done the same. You see that that attack ends up happening anyway, so essentially we've netted 1 damage by ignoring it and going face, but
that's a really good tactical play by Bill. He managed to
Yeah, if we want to live in the results-oriented Hearthstone world, then that play was entirely correct, right? Well done, Bill. Bash to nice and cleanly take down the Emperor. Don't want that thing getting too much value. And we see both players are playing some additional cards that kind of push their builds more towards the Fatigue Warrior archetype. We see an extra heal bot in Bill's hand, and we see the Tournament Medic in the Cactuar's hand. So both of them are packing like even more healing than you'd normally expect to see from a warrior deck.
Yeah, that Tournament Medic, it's I want to call it Fibonacci's trademark warrior,
Right.
control warrior contribution, where then if you use Harden, you actually harden up for 6, or I'm just going to start calling it tank up. Anyways, it's really good for stabilizing the late game, certainly. Both players have a lot of useless cards in their hand right now. Removal plenty for the Cactuar, same over in Bill land.
This is interesting to me that he refused to play that Sludge Belcher for several turns because of the threat of a Death Spite, but now he's just openly played it into a 5/5, which obviously threatens it off the board just as well, if not better, than a Death Spite does. So interesting decision. Also interesting that the Cactuar chooses to use one of his valuable removal spells while he had a minion in play that he could have taken care of it with.
True on all accounts. There's a lot of subtle ways he can gain an advantage in this matchup, and I think you've just pointed out a few of them. When you can use your minion, your middle of the road minion like Shield Maiden to kill a 3/5, I think you just take it. You certainly don't use a premium removal like Shield Slam, which does like 20 damage.
It may be from the Cactuar's side, though. He's thinking, okay, my opponent, Bill, has played his Justicar. He's way ahead in the fatigue battle right now. So maybe I have to be the tempo player here and actually try and, dominate the board and rush him down. In which case, the Shield Slam and the extra development of the extra minion makes more sense. But honestly, I think it's too early to be panicking about fatigue at this point, and he should still be playing for maximum value.
Yeah, we can see Cactuar, quote-unquote, panicking a little bit right here with this play. He's using the Taskmaster on the Sludge Belcher just to get in an extra 2 damage. However, unfortunately for him, Bill was holding the perfect answer for a 4 health minion with Deathspite.
Absolutely. So he can draw many cards off his Acolyte of Pain here if he would like to. He's going to play it and then Sidiku's the Death Spite, which is going to give him 1 card draw. Could attack again to draw another card, but it would end up blowing up his own board, so that's probably not a fantastic idea, especially as we discussed before. You really don't want to be too far ahead in the card draw in this matchup.
Right. Bill's running with the Double Brawl. Double Brawl is a recently repopularized theme of Control Warrior, just because the meta slowed down a bit, and that's your main card advantage machine.
I mean, if you have 2 Brawls in your hand, do you not have to brawl this board against a Control Warrior? Like, what better brawl are you going to get than this right now?
I think Bill is as hopeful as I am in these types of cases. That is only 5 damage on the board. It was, 6 or 7 damage. So that means you're only taking net 3 damage a turn with tank up.
Sure.
So you can just wait for the perfect time. This is no real reason to panic.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. Wait for him to add sort of 1 late game minion to this board, and then you use all the small guys to punish that huge minion and catch it in the brawl. That makes sense.
Yeah, I'm really liking Bill's patience on this turn. I think Armor Up Pass was absolutely the best move there.
Yeah, Armor Up Pass is going to be the best move for quite a few turns here. Like you said, he is now taking net 1 per turn, so even less reason to react to this board. So he can definitely be as patient as he likes here, but he's going to crack and choose to swing away the weapon here, take the 3-1 off the board. And this is perfectly fine, because now he's forcing his opponent to commit more, because he's no longer racing the hero power with just these 2 minions.
Yep. We see one of Cactuar's many tech choices that he's brought to the tournament. Faceless Manipulator should be an excellent card. Just going to require Bill to play something first. Bill, on the other hand, has not drawn any of his big cards yet. He's got Grommash in hand, but that's not really a big card. He's only got 10 cards left in his deck, so I'm not sure if Bill is perhaps not having any big cards in his deck because he's running Elise, and he's just relying on changing quite a few of his cards in his hand right now into legendaries, or if he does have some and they're just waiting on the bottom.
Right. And it's very interesting to me now that little push for pressure that Cactuar had for a couple of turns has managed the armor levels of Bill to the point where now, despite drawing his Justicar, 5 or 6 turns later than Bill was able to play it, he's actually now got a significant advantage in the armor race and therefore the fatigue race.
And there we go, Archthief Rafaam. It's at its best in this matchup. This Archthief might draw a Brawl by itself, and the 10 mana card draws another Brawl. So Archthief Rafaam, that is the best card in this matchup.
Sure. And I will confess, I don't know the powerful artifacts by their images alone. Do you happen to know which one that is that he's picked by the image?
I don't know, but I'm assuming that it's the 3/3 ones. And yes, it is from quick.
Okay, nice.
I just figured that he would pick that one because it's by far the most obvious pick.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. It seems like the strongest option in most situations, but definitely this one. Because
that
now
feels really good. Draws a Brawl.
Right.
Everyone gets in there. That is going to need another Brawl right away, it appears.
But if you are going super next level with this, right, you've just played Archthief Rafaam. Your opponent knows that you have probably picked the board full of zombies. So if he plays 1 Brawl, can you get an advanced next level read that he has the 2nd Brawl in his hand ready to go?
That's a good question. I think so, actually. But I'm sure he's happy to just draw a Brawl.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's not like you can play around that, even.
Right. He just brawled 1 card. Like, you're fine with that. It looks terrible because it was 7 minions, but he brawled 1 card and you still have a bunch of resources left to go. so it's Slam and the Execute.
There it is, the
Now-
golden monkey.
Right, and now we're going to get some sort of understanding of what Bill's game plan here is.
Yeah, 4 cards on the Cactuar side, 5 cards on Bill's side.
Right, but a fairly significant life lead for the Cactuar here.
It's exactly the same now.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that Despite swing to face has evened it out a little bit, but
Yeah, I think Cactuar was the one with the extra card, but either way, they're all plus or minus 1. Not sure I like playing that Acolyte of Pain there.
no. He doesn't really have too many ways to abuse it unless he wants to swing Despite face again. But say you had like a Cruel Taskmaster here, would you consider doing the Cruel Taskmaster opponent's Acolyte hit face with Despite kind of plays here?
Yeah, definitely. I would consider something like that. Ooh, that's another super late game card.
Yeah, I think we saw the Cactuar draw that right at the closing stages of the second game in his round of 8 match. He played it onto the board just for a bit of a casual BM. He's actually going to overdraw himself
Ooh,
there off
that
the
was-
Acolyte.
Oops.
Ooh,
I mean, drawing the card in itself, I think, was already bad enough. But
Yeah.
to burn a card, that's even worse.
You just got
So
to
Cactuar
attribute
kind of
stuff
pouting
like
there.
that. Yeah, you just got to attribute stuff like that to nerves, really. Like these are not experienced tournament players. You know, they've played ladder and got high ranks or whatever, but they're not used to playing Hearthstone in this sort of environment. So.
Right. This kind of goes to the 2 ways you can gain advantage in this matchup. Upon seeing everyone's draw right now, I'd say Cactuar brought the much better deck in this matchup, as he does have Faceless, he has Archthief Reform, and that Reform got tremendous value, drawing 2 of the biggest removals with Brawl and Brawl. But still, Bill's in good shape despite that, because Bill has held on to quite a few of his premium removals. And he's playing this matchup with a bit more knowledge. He's going to once again get the Acolyte of Pain to draw 1 more card.
Yeah.
And that has caused Cactuar to fatigue much earlier than he normally should.
Absolutely. It's interesting, if he felt like he could tank the damage of the Kel'Thuzad there, he could actually just abuse this Acolyte of Pain forever and just keep hitting it and bringing it back to life over and over again. If he felt like leaving the 6-8 on the board. But when you're out both brawls and you don't have a Execute, Shield Slam, anything like that in your hand, leaving the KT up kind of seems like a nice way to lose a game that you're otherwise enormously favored in, right?
Back to work.
Yeah, over in Bill land, he's got to start, partitioning some of his cards as legendary. So the Shield Block is a legendary, the Armor Smith is a legendary, the Acolyte of Pain, the Revenge, the Heal Bot. All 5 of those are that one's a legendary as well.
Yep.
So I think the only card he doesn't necessarily want to change into a legendary is Lothar, but he's also going to change that to a legendary. And here we go.
Seems good. Hemet Nezingwary, Illidan, double Hemet Nezingwary, in fact. One of them being golden, just for the added swag. All right. Opponent is yet to use a brawl here. Bill will be looking at the Cactuar, sort of thinking about how he baits that brawl out of his hand, because he knows his full deck is in his hand. He saw the Sludge Belcher get burned. That's the only card he knows he doesn't have to deal with. So he can be keeping track of things like the Execute, the Shield Slam, the Brawl, know that those are in play, and sort of ration out which of his cards he's going to get dealt with. Because he can kind of dictate the game on his terms at this point, right? He can play exactly however much he wants to, and force his opponent to have to use his last resources to deal with however much he chooses to commit to the board.
Right, this is a very powerful Illidan on the Cactuar's side, because one, he knows that the opponent used 2 brawls, but other than that, he knows that there are no more spells in the opponent's deck. So it turns out that any card that summons a lot of guys is now a huge problem. And Bill actually doesn't have an answer to this right now.
He can King Crush it, right? That's probably
That's true.
fine at this point.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Something.
Yeah, it looks like the play is probably just King Crush into Illidan here. It's not fantastic, but you're, like I said last turn, you're just put yourself in that position where you just have to deal with the last few cards from your opponent's deck. So you can trade 1 for 1 with each of them. You're doing just fine.
Mm-hmm. And the Cactuar not only just... The Cactuar basically has 0 cards in hand right now. Well, no, the Big Game Hunter is a very major card, but the other 3 cards, they're all irrelevant for the most part.
Yeah, the big game hunter will almost
Ooh.
certainly get value at this point. I was going to say not against anything currently in hand, but that is no longer true in a very big way. So if he
Yeah,
can,
that's a very exciting last legendary.
if he can force the tempo BGH here, then we're going to have a thank you moment, I think, from Bill. Let's see what happens. Honestly, the Deathwing looks glorious, right? But even without the Deathwing, this game is very much cemented. But hopefully we get to see it just jam down anyway.
Yeah. I mean, there are ways that Bill could throw. Like, if he played Deathwing and
Right.
into BGH, I think that...
Would an extra 4 per turn when you're... No, I think he would still win even in that situation. Pretty confident. I may have that wrong though. Oh, Trump, are you still with me? I think we may have lost Trump, guys. But meanwhile, we are just going through the formalities here with the last few turns of fatigue. Hemant Nesingwary comes onto the boards. 2 6-3 legendaries in play right now, guys. What is happening this game? But yeah, he's very much aware, I think, that the BGH is still in hand. He's going to try and force it out as a tempo play. That is the biggest commitment he's willing to give to Brawl. The Cactuar is going to need his tournament medic to survive this Brawl if he's going to have any chance, and he does not. So he should know at this point that the game is unwinnable. But he may just decide to play it out here. Nope, he goes ahead and concedes and robs us all of the glory of Deathwing. But there we go. So, Bill goes out to a 1-0 lead in the Warrior Mirror. So his Warrior is now off the table, and he just has to pick up a win with his Druid against either the Warrior or Priest of his opponent, the Cactuar. Hopefully Trump will be back to join me shortly. In the meantime, I'm afraid you're simply stuck with me. So yeah, Bill is 1-0 up. He's won with his Warrior, he needs to win with his Druid, and he is facing down a Warrior and Priest from the opponent. And it looks like the Cactuar is going to lead with his Priest here. Picks up the double 1-drop opening into a Shrinkmeister, which is a pretty solid opening for the Priest. You definitely want to pick up some early minions to at least cement board presence during the turns where Druid is taking a little bit of a backseat, trying to ramp up their mana. But we see a fantastic start on the side of Bill. We have the Coin Wild Growth into a Shade, into a Piloted Shredder, which is one of the dream openings, one of the best openings you can get when you have the coin that doesn't involve Innovates. So definitely putting him in a very, very solid position early on. And we see here that 2 cards that are much, much too slow to use effectively in this matchup, Thoughtsteel and Archthiefer Farm, have come into hand. So no great counters as of right now from the Cactuar. He's going to be looking to draw into his Light Bombs and his Orkanai Circle clears. Orkanai Circle, honestly, is a lot more effective in this matchup. If you look at the shape of a lot of Druid's minions, they interact pretty well with Light Bomb. You know, they have the 4/6s, the 2/4s, the Piloted Shredders that resist Light Bomb as well. So Orkanai Circle is normally a stronger option than Light Bomb in a lot of situations. In the meantime, he's going to choose to Wrath here instead of just curving out with the Shredder and just take full board dominance by revealing his Shade and taking the Cleric off the board. I really like this play a lot from Bill. Not overvaluing his Shade too much. Using it on the first available turn to pick up a favourable trade, getting rid of a problematic Nausea Cleric, and he can just continue to curve out here with the Azure Drake or the Piloted Shredder Hero Power, depending on what he wants to go with. I'm going to go for Shredder Hero Power, that's fair enough. So we do see the Circle of Healing has come into hand from the Cactuar, but no Orkanai Soul Priest as of yet. Light of the Naru, again, another fantastic tool to use with Orkanai Soul Priest in this match. So he's really going to be looking for that key piece, but right now this board is just going to get flooded with sticky minions that the Priest can't deal with. And this is the sort of situation I was talking about. Even if the Priest had a Light Bomb in this situation, what does it do? It kills the front half of a Shredder and everything else survives. So Light Bomb, not always the most effective card in this matchup, and he's really just going to be begging for an Orkanai Soul Priest here. Chooses to light up the Naru himself just to stall out the game, generate a bit of a board presence. He did top deck the Light Bomb that turn, but as mentioned, it's fairly useless in this situation. Dropping the Azure Drake on the board is going to make the Light Bomb a little bit more appealing. So, Bill might just decide that he's kind of okay with his lot here. He's just happy with the minions he has. But looks like he's going to go ahead and drop the Azure Drake. Picking up a Wrath here would be fantastic. He now has the option to innovate out the Keeper of the Grove to shoot down the Light Warden if he wants to go for full tempo, but he's going to choose to slow down just a little bit, consolidate this board, and keep pushing. So now, again, even with a 4-4 on the board, the Light Bomb is not ideal. He's going to go ahead and use it, though. Takes down the first half of a Shredder, takes down a Azure Drake. Harrison Jones comes out. Obviously no effect in this matchup, but it's another big aggressive minion that he can use to dominate the board, and he is getting very, very close to lethal with a Savage Roar finish here. Looks like it's going to be Orkanai or bust this turn for the Cactuar, unless there is some spicy plays he can make with the Force of Nature. Deathlord is a decent stalling tactic, but we do see the Silence in hand. Would not be at all surprised to see this Deathlord silenced and the damage pushed through. Is he going to choose to cycle Wrath first? He is. Alright. So yeah, I kind of feel bad for Cactuar in this situation. He just hasn't drawn into those key cards. He's kind of had the typical Priest problem, which is having individual pieces of two card combos in your hand. He's had the Circle of Healing without the Orkanai the whole game. That's kind of the pitfall that Priest can fall into, and it's a risk that you take by putting powerful combos like that in your deck. So sometimes you're going to draw the individual cards, and they're going to be a little bit too weak. We do finally see the Orkanai come into play. Is it too late at this point, though? We are now in range of a Force of Nature Savage Roar combo finish at any point, but we see only the Savage Roar in his opponent's hand. He's going to choose to heal up his minion as opposed to his own face, since he doesn't get him out of range of combo to heal his own face anyway. Activates the circle. His Cleric is going to die. Or sorry, his Soul Priest is going to die, and he's going to drop the Blade Master. So he now actually has the board. Or he did have the board until the swipe appeared off the top. He's going to draw cards here with the Law, and if he doesn't get anything that seems more appealing, we'll probably just see the Innovate swipe to take care of the board. Exactly that. And we are just looking for that Force of Nature. Speaking of Force of Nature, Cactuar may be forced here to Force of Nature defensively to clear out that Ancient of Law. And now with the second Light of the Naru picked up, he actually has the opportunity to pull himself outside of combo range. So he's beginning to stabilize on this board piece by piece. Second Ancient of Law is in hand for Bill. Ah, okay, so now the combo will do 16 damage whenever he draws it, because he can use the added threat of Living Roots for 2 extra damage. Or he can choose to use the Living Roots as board presence, or he can just use them right now to shoot down the Light Warden, which is probably the best option. The one that Bill is going to go for. Doesn't take down that Light Warden, there's a very, very solid chance that that's just going to trade straight up for the 5-5. And again, we are now threatening lethal with the double Savage Roar and Swipe that he has in his hand, so needs an answer here. He's just going to drop the Archthief for a farm. A final hurrah! I imagine you need to take the +10/+10, right, in this situation. Just, if you're not dead, you need to make that huge minion, but double Savage Roar Swipe is plenty of damage to clutch out the game here. And Bill is going to progress through to the finals of this first heat of the first day of the One Nation of Gamers event. Very well played by Bill. Definitely showed a little bit more confidence, a little more robust knowledge of matchup strategies and such. With his decks than the previous two players, the Cactuar and DSDO that we've seen displayed. So it seems like he is a fitting finalist in this first heat. So there we go. We have our first finalist for the first heat. He will sit and wait in the finals for the player on the other side of the bracket to work their way through. In the meantime, I believe we are ready to go to a very quick break, and hopefully we can get Trump back in here and resolve some of these technical issues. So if we are ready to go for a break, we will see you on the other side. Thank you very much. Be right back.
here, right, Trump?
Yep, so good.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Geico ONOG PAX South HS Open. Sottle's going to have a little bit of a break. I've come in. I guess the Control Warrior matchup was just too much for him. And now he needs to go and recover after watching that. So Bill is our finalist, right?
Let's see. It's either the semifinals or finalists. 8, 4, one of those two.
So Bill had a pretty impressive display, kind of standard druid with a kind of standard warrior almost, apart from the anti-keel bot's the only thing that really stood out to me. Jason, on the other hand, is a complete dark horse. We have no idea what he's playing, but he has Paladin, so Secret Paladin could be coming up next.
Yeah. We'll see if one of the players is finally going to be the villain of this show.
And Tempo
Secret
Mage.
Paladin, kind of the deck that everyone's rooting against right now. So I have to admit though, I often like being the villain because being the villain means that you're probably doing something right.
You would like to be the villain? You like to play Secret Paladin?
I like playing the decks that are really good. If that happens to be Secret Paladin, then so be it.
Are you telling me that playing to win is a villainous act? Only the evil play to win?
Well, if you listen to the Hearthstone community, the answer is yes.
So if you play fun decks, you're a good guy, you're one of the heroes. If you play Secret Paladin, Freeze Mage, that sort of stuff, mid-range druid, you are a villain and you are upsetting people, so stop it.
Exactly. It's like classic card game, cartoons or anime, where if you're the guy just being ruthless, you're always the villain. And it's the scrappy decks who are the heroes who try to slay the villains using their combination techniques and whatnot. But we do, in fact, see that Jason is going to be the player that we're going to root against with Secret Paladin. He's got 2 secrets in the opening hand. And he's up against Control Warrior.
Yep, Control Warriors, Secret Paladin. Bill and the Beard. You guys mentioned before, that is one mighty beard. I want to root with for a guy with a beard. I have a beard, so I feel like we're brothers. So, yep, that's the guy I'm going to be cheering for. You can root for Jason, since you're the villain of the story.
Absolutely. All right, we've got a pretty good start from Secret Paladin with a good 2-drop into a good 3-drop. However, Bill does have the trusty axe. Oh, curse those protagonists.
Yeah, Fireworks clearing up nicely, but Must Battle's going to come down and develop all those dudes and start frustrating Bill. But you know what? Bill has an Armor Smith sitting there, can clean up 1/1s pretty nicely. But this hand from Jason looks to be going in that Secret Paladin direction of he's going to draw Belcher next, then he's going to draw Challenger, then he's going to draw Boom, and we're all going to hate it.
And, you know, that's a good 3-mana draw 6 right there. Yeah, something along those lines. It looks like Bill is going to be able to keep his hand size down-ish, but the Divine Favor does have the chance to draw a lot of cards.
You know, Bill probably will go card for card at the moment, at least. And I mean, he's got a steady curve, I suppose. He does have Bash to deal with, something like a Shredder if he wants to next turn, Belcher. So he can start playing cards. He can keep the Divine Favor at bay. As for Jason, what's he going to go for here? Is that a Blessing the King? So he doesn't go for the Shredder. Decides to get a 5/5 on the board and stop the card draw. You need to stop this warrior drawing. But on the other hand, you have Divine Favor. So I don't know. Maybe he could have left it alone, let him draw some
Exactly.
cards.
That I think the play was very clear. If you don't have Divine Favor in your hand, you just kill that Acolyte of Pain in one shot. But if you do have the Divine Favor in hand, another line such as Shredder could have been considered.
Yep. Well, no minions on Jason's board. He's going to be able to get a Juggler, probably into Minibot. Doesn't go for the Shredder.
Yeah, he's really hoping to hit that Armor Smith there. Oh, unfortunately misses.
So the villain isn't going
Foiled
his way
again.
Foiled again, indeed. Yes. Pesky kids.
It is worth considering hitting the Armor Smith here still, because you can just get the Despite to roll and kill the Armor Smith. However, Bill would always send the Armor Smith in, so Jason decides to go for face. That seems okay to me.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to go for another Armor Smith. He might go for a Bash as well, maybe clear up the Knife Juggler with the weapon and gain a lot of armor from the Smiths, and then once the shield is popped, he can go for a Bash on that minion. And he's got the board, he's got these 2 annoying Armor Smiths which will be giving him health, and yeah, it'll look pretty good for Bill. Unless he goes for a
Yes, it's
Slam.
very promising. He considered a few lines there, including not using the Slam and just hitting the Knife Juggler, but he is going to go with this clear instead. And that looks mighty good. He's got the board clear for turn 6, and if there were a Mysterious Challenger, this would be looking very good for Bill. You always want to get this type of board right before turn 6, because if there were a Mysterious Challenger coming up, he could just attack with the Armor Smith and then Big Game Hunter the Mysterious Challenger, since it would be buffed by Avenge. But unfortunately for Jason, does not have Dr. Six.
Yeah, Jason hasn't played Paladin enough, it seems. He hasn't got the Golden Paladin, so he's not going to get that Mysterious Challenger. And Bill here just seems to have answers to everything, whereas Jason's kind of gone card for card, or he's committed like an extra card just to keep up with Bill. And now Bill's in a situation where he has kind of everything he needs to respond. But like you said earlier, that Divine Favor might play a big role in Jason coming back in this match.
Yeah, it absolutely will play a huge role. Currently looks like it will be drawing 4 cards, even if you just play Keeper of Oldemon Divine Favor. Keeper of Oldemon, not a great card, but Avenge Divine Favor, that's pretty good.
Yeah, protected from stuff like Shield Slam, Bash, but Death Spite is sitting in Bill's hand, so again, more ways to deal with this, but Divine Favor is going to come off. You might be able to get that. Yeah, looking good. So the board is finally clear. Little Fairy Dragon there. Challenger. Shredder's not too bad. Consecrate's not great. Spider's not great. And Coghammer. So Shredder was the best thing there. He definitely needed a Challenger or Boom at that point.
Yeah, just looking for those big cards. Or Tyrion. Divine Favor is last, which is unfortunate because he could have played the Creeper instead. And I think at this point you're just looking to play out your cards instead of save over time with the hero power.
Yep, that's true. So Alderman could come down. He could Alderman. Well, he could Coghammer first, perhaps. Hopefully hit the Fairy Dragon, or run the 1/1 into it. Coghammer, get the Fairy Dragon protected, and Alderman the Belcher, trade, and then use the weapon, clear up the Belcher. He could do something like that. What do you think he should do here?
Yeah, this is definitely one where you want to kind of think about all the possibilities where Coghammer can go on. I think in this case I would go Keeper of Oldemon on the 1/1 and then play Coghammer and then swing in with whichever one got the Divine Shield. But if you didn't have Keeper of Oldemon, you would have to make a difficult call on whether or not you wanted to risk Coghammer first. Because if the Coghammer hits the 1/1, that's really bad for you. But you might feel like you're up against the ropes so much that you just need to take the risk and then try to get that Coghammer to hit the Fairy Dragon without even sacrificing the 1/1 first.
Oh wow! So he plays the Shredder, gets rid of the Fairy Dragon, but leaves the token up.
Right, this play, it does allow him to spend the maximum amount of mana, which is something you should always be looking out for Secret Paladin as well, but it leaves the 1/2, and the 1/2 is a pretty significant deal. Ooh, that goes on the place where he wanted it to, though, since now the Ooze cannot just kill the 1/1.
Yeah, good stat distribution for the board there. But with 14 armor, 19 health, this warrior's kind of sitting quite nicely at the moment, so I don't think he needs to like play anything like Brawl. I think he can take his time, and he was put in that situation quite early where he had responses to everything Jason had to play. And this Divine Favor he had definitely helped him get back in the game, but it wasn't a swing. It wasn't like a heavy swing that Divine Favor can do sometimes.
Right. This Divine Shield, though, is going to be pretty good at the moment. It's going to stop the Death Spite from being able to hit anything too significant. And even though it looks pretty rough for Jason right now, Bill is running a little bit low on cards, and he does have a little bit of everything, but not just quite a lot of stuff. Here's a second brawl that's going to allow the first brawl to be played much more liberally, but he's not even going to play it here yet.
No, it just goes for the Shield Maiden. Just keeps chucking bodies on the board. And like you said, with 2 brawls in hand, if he feels like too threatened, you can go, I'll just throw a brawl. Because I have my second for the kind of emergency brawl. Warriors kind of come into those situations where, I need a brawl right now, but he has both of them. So there's going to be many situations where that first brawl can be used, and it can be quite flexible.
Yeah, that's where you want to be when you're playing this Control Warrior spot. To not be in the rush position where you're very thankful to have a brawl, but to have the luxury of having the brawl and not have to play it. And now this is a really good brawl right here. Full board brawl.
Yeah, this is excellent for him. Clear the shield first, go for the brawl, and then he has the Death Spite to clear up anything. Well, that isn't the Doctor Boom. But he still can hit the face with the Death Spite and execute if he feels threatened. But the taunt does stick up, but that's fine. He can clear it up if he wants and armor up. But he hasn't got any minions to follow up in the next few turns yet. He needs to draw into those minions. But on the flip side, Jason only has a Haunted Creeper, so they're both a bit minion starved at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow,
man, that is the big draw right there. And I think we've seen almost all of the Bill's deck. We didn't see the last part of it because of the last game because it was replaced with Elise, but I didn't see any answer to the Ashbringer, and Ashbringer might be enough to deal the last remaining parts of damage. Jason is like, oh no, second brawl.
I never saw it coming. Wow, I guess a good clear there. Ashbringer, like you said, may be enough to get Jason, well, maybe a win here. 15 damage coming from that. He plays Tempo BGH, trying to get him to use the Ashbringer on something other than his face. Oh, and
there it is! Dr. 6. There's been a lot of secrets played already, and there's a redemption already in hand. So there's not going to be that many secrets. Oh, it's still 4. So that's going to be 1 each plus redemption. I wonder if he can... I wonder if one of those is redemption. Maybe he plays 2 of them.
Could be repentance. Could be... Well, I guess we'll...
Yeah, there's almost certainly a repentance in there, and a as well as the competitive spirit.
There's the Avenge, and I think Bill is gonna accept defeat here. Dr. 6 winning the game for Secret Paladin, as it often does. Jason is gonna take a 1-0 lead, getting him closer to that final later today.
Jason twirls his mustache, fist bumps his friend. It's like, yes, I've managed to win with Secret Paladin.
I feel so good about myself.
Yeah, that looked so good for Bill. But the draw 4 of Divine Favor really giving Jason the big boost there. And just got confirmation that the winner of this game is going to come back at the end of the day. This is actually the end of Heat 1. So they get the chance to play at the end against all the winners of the other heats.
Yeah, and the winner of that overall at the end of the day is going to get $200 and get an invitation to the Sunday playoff where they do a round robin for another potential $500. So a lot of prize money on the line here for players who are just visiting PAX, probably just for some fun, just like a day out. So yeah, looking good for them. And this is Freeze Mage. So Druid generally does pretty well against Freeze Mage, but Control Warriors can just stomps Freeze Mage. So Freeze Mage could be the deck to let Jason down.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't pick much of a better 2 deck to run against Freeze Mage, other than Flare Hunter.
Flare. Oh man. So Jason was pretty happy with his win with a Secret Paladin, but it must have been in the back of his head while playing against the Control Warrior. I'm gonna have to play Freeze Mage against this deck eventually. So yeah, he's got a long climb to get to that spot at the end of the day. Yeah, he's got some work to do.
That's right. I wonder what the win rate against on Freeze Mage versus Control Warrior is these days. I estimate it to be somewhere around 15% for Freeze.
Yeah, probably not great. So he's going to hope the odds are in his favor. And Doomsayer is going to come down here with a Loot Hoarder, hoping that Bill doesn't have an answer. But a Shredder, you know, it's not a massive board, the Doomsayer. He does have the Silence, so gets to keep Shredder alive. And he
well
gets
played
the-
by Jason in the sense of he wasn't expecting much out of the Doomsayer, so he played his resources pretty much as well as he could have there.
Yeah, not bad. And a second Doomsayer to his hand, so he does have one available later on as well. But this is the match Jason needs to win. Jason must be thinking, this game needs to be a victory and I need to go on to later on today. Otherwise, it's going to be really tough going against that Control Warrior again.
That's right.
What to do? What to do?
His choice right now to play Healbot or a 2 and a 3. He's going to go with that. The scientists will guaranteed get an Ice Barrier in this case.
Yeah, thinning his deck of those secrets so he doesn't have to draw them. And I guess he wants the Ice Block down now because he just knows that this Druid can burst him from within the next couple of turns, get it out of the way, and kind of build a bit of protection for later on in the game.
Oh, picks up that Frost Nova. That's really good with the Doomsayer. And he is going to just play out the Doomsayer here. The Bill is going to have a Shredder out, so he'll get something at least.
Yeah, it's a shame he didn't want to deal with the Shredder as well. I mean, he could
There
have
he
coined
goes, picks up the
Frostbolted.
swipe. That's enough damage to kill off Doomsayer.
Both Doomsayers have been foiled so far. No luck with them yet. That's going to be able to deal with that. And, you know, this Druid doesn't have a lot of cards in hand, but he's done enough pressure at the moment, and this board is not being dealt with.
Jason really looking for an AoE here. Picks up Antonitis, which is not it.
No, that's not an answer. Guess he could hope for the Doomsayer from the Shredder. Third time's a charm, right?
Doom for everyone.
Kind of a tough turn here. He might feel a Healbot might need to come down. Just in case.
He's had the Frostbolt for a while. Finally uses on the Shredder now that he has something that can kill the remnants of the Shredder. A good turn still. Not the best that he could have hoped for. A Flame Strike or a Blizzard would have been king, but this might be enough to stabilize off of the Druid's small amount of cards. It's going to be a close one.
He gained a lot of health through getting the Mad Scientist, fetching that Ice Barrier, but also getting the Healbot down. So, you know, he did stabilize to an extent, but this board, like you said, is still an issue. He still needs to pick up something like a Flame Strike, like a Blizzard, just to be able to stop the pressure coming from Bill.
Right, Jason does have a clear here. It's as simple as Fireball plus Fire Blast. His hand right now is unwieldy. Ooh, that's a Flame Strike. That's, I think, just about good enough here. It's not hitting that many things from the Druid, but it might be better to use the high-cost Flame Strike than it is to count on having the Druid be able to play that many stuff in the future. That much stuff, rather. He's going to use it here. He thought about Emperor Thorsan, thinking this might not be enough damage, but then the Shade would grow out of range.
Yeah, and keeping hold of that Fireball. If he doesn't get a chance to play Thorsan, he might have a chance to play Antonidas Coin Fireball and get 2 extra Fireballs. So keeping that Fireball and with the Pyroblast does give him an opportunity to win the game without Alex if he gets a few more good draws with the damage. This looks like a good Fireball target, though.
Yeah, that it does. So it could be Thorsan. Well, can't really coin Fireball. The coin is a really valuable Fireball. It would be tough to, and yet leaving the Thorsan up for 2 turns is not great. So he's going to Fireball, and then he values the coin a lot, I have to assume. So could consider Loot Hoarder here. But he's going to just go ahead and coin.
Yeah, coin gets a lot of value with Antonidas in hand. But maybe he just wants the body down. Maybe he's sick of playing reactive and he wants to build a board of his own at the moment. Dr. Boom. But no answer to the Thorsan.
Yeah, Antonidas sitting here though with nothing to get it. He's looking for a low-cost spell.
Oh wow, that was
That's
great.
reasonable.
Well, he gets some extra value from Forrester now.
Yep.
Gets to draw some. Oh, and he could even go for a ping on the Acolyte, but he doesn't. And he can go for.
I'm a big fan of Antonidas Icelands here.
Yeah, I like that actually. Let's put some
Gonna
big
go
bodies
with,
on board.
card draw. He's not even going to Iceland's Thorsan? Or he will. Okay. He drew into a fireball naturally. I think getting the Antonidas is good because the Druid just used swipe plus living roots to deal with the Doomsayer, so it's conceivable that he wouldn't have an answer to the 7 health of Antonidas.
Yeah, I do like that play now that you mention it. Because not only do you develop a strong board, have a 5/7, a 5/5 down, he has to have an answer to Antonidas. But if he has an answer to Antonidas, he probably can't deal with Thorson and vice versa. So yeah, that would have been a good play. But it looks like he just went for more card draw just to get more ticks on the Thorson hand.
Let's see. Bill here does have the ability to charge and then Savage Roar twice for 3 targets apiece. That's 16 damage of Savage Roars plus 6 with the board is 22. So Bill does the calculation, realizes he can break the block, and he'll do that, looks like leaving the opponent at 5. Or 4, rather.
Yeah, well played from Bill there, getting that block down. So now Jason probably feels a lot more threatened. He doesn't have a way to defeat Bill just yet, whereas Bill has boombots, which are a nightmare, especially on your turn. You don't want them hitting him in the face. You could lose to them. And, of course, he still has to expend resources dealing with stuff like Dr. Boom because he's so low. He doesn't have that other ice block. He doesn't have an ice barrier.
Ooh, every single attack here on a Boombot could mean he loses, but he has to clear them. Also has to clear the 4/4. Actually, that 1/1 doesn't necessarily have to be cleared, I suppose. Here he goes with the Antonidas Iceland's Ice Barrier. He'll lose to a swipe, but other than that, he looks like he's good right now.
Will Bill find the swipe for the win? If Bill finds the swipe for the win, things are going to look really tough for Jason. Go to the next set. Harrison Jones is not it.
And he does have a chance also. He can send the Boombot to the 1/1, or the 5/1 rather, and try to hit 4 to the face. That looks like it's going to be his plan. This is the best one.
Rolling the dice for a win here.
Yeah. Furthermore, it's probably a good idea not to even attack Jason at this point because I don't believe Bill knows whether or not it's Ice Block or Ice Barrier, but he'll hope it's Ice Barrier. Or he'll hope it's Ice Barrier. And misses.
That's a lot of fireballs in hand, and Antonidas still on the board. Oh, I guess a blizzard as well, so you can freeze the board once again, and you can throw a fireball, and maybe find a win soon. How much damage does he have next turn? Oh, wait.
Oh, he's the Frost Nova, absolutely.
Oh, yeah, that's much better. That's much better.
Oh, man. Let's see. So it's swipe or bust here. Force of nature is not going to be enough.
Oh, man, feels bad. It looks like Bill has accepted defeat here, and Jason takes the win, and he will be going, well, he'll be returning later today where you have the chance to win $200. So congrats to Jason. Bill, well played. He had a good game last match. I did watch the Warrior Mirror and his other matches with the Druid, but unfortunately he does lose here, whereas Jason, we'll see him a little bit later.
Yeah, that was a really close one. The score is 2-0 and it might not look close, but you have to consider that if Jason lost with that, he almost always loses to the Control Warrior. So that game was really close, and a close win for Jason. And that's just heat number 1 of 4. So there are going to be 4 heats, 4 winners, and those 4 winners are going to play in a final today, and the winner of that one makes it to Sunday's grand final.
Yep, and that's a chance to win an additional $500 on top of the $200 the player will win if they win the whole thing today. And of course, these heats will be continuing all for the weekend, Saturday and Sunday. So if you can get out to PAX, you can participate as well and have a chance to win. And Geico's the guys who have set up this for us, giving kind of just normal players, not professional players, a chance to kind of experience the life as a pro player, getting casted, getting hosted on Twitch, having a crowd there. There is an audience stand there as well to watch. So Geico has been given the people at PAX an opportunity to do that.
Yeah, fantastic. And we've seen a lot of spirit in these decks. Since this isn't open and anyone can join in, you can just bring your funsies decks. But of course, you want to win. You want to be. There is a stage, and the stress does get to them. We actually saw in the last game that even you can get like the first-hand experience of what it feels like to be in the hot seat on the grand stage as well. You can go ahead and mill yourself accidentally in overdraw. So it's tough, but great place to get your start.
Yeah, if you want to be a competitive player, this is a good opportunity for to test the waters. If it's something for you, I mean, playing at a high level or playing in a tournament does require a lot of practice, getting rid of those nerves, making sure you have a clear head of all the plays you make. So good opportunity for people in the venue or people who will be coming to PAX, maybe some in the chat who are going to be visiting, to have that opportunity.
Cool. We've already got heat number 2 starting to be set up right now. The players, I'm told, are sitting down on the stage. They're getting set up, and we'll see what heat 2 brings us shortly.
Well, we had some fun with the priest earlier, the greedy priest and the greedy warrior. So, these players are bringing some interesting stuff, stuff we don't really see in our kind of competitive metagame, but that's part of the fun, right? We get to see what other players are up to. And it was, I think I was reading recently that Firebat once said a player within his chat, one of kind of a low rank players, gave him an idea for a deck, which he used once. So these players might bring some new ideas. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I should have listened when people were telling me to put Deathwing in my warrior deck. It's a thing now. And people were like, oh man, tournament medic, it could be good. So, I ignored them, but it turns out that that's a deck now, and it's a really good deck.
The one thing with tournaments like this, especially more open with players of all different calibers, is surprise can definitely catch you off guard. You could come to this event and bring kind of very meta standard decks, and then you go up against a player and you just can't make any reads on what he's going to play because he's teched his deck with little things that you would never consider, and they can be the difference between a win and a loss. So that's where it becomes interesting when players who aren't necessarily pros, who have their own ideas, come to these events, and we get an opportunity to see what they think of the game or how they view the game and their deck build and ideas. All right, so these players are going to be ready shortly. If you guys didn't watch any of it last year, Onog and Geico brought they had the 2015 Summer Circuit where they had 10 open tournaments with $1,000 of prizes, and anyone could enter those tournaments. So big long brackets, and then you had the last 4 players casted in kind of on Twitch as well, which was really cool. And then that led to 5 feature tournaments with invites and winners of the Opens, which had $6,000 of prize pool, which ultimately led to the PAX Prime finals. So Onog will be bringing that stuff back to you in 2016. So be sure to follow the Twitch channel if you want to be able to keep informed when those events go live. Follow them on Twitter. And of course, check out Geico as well, because they're the guys who are making this happen. They're bringing the sponsorship.
Oh, yes. And of course, thank you to Alienware also for getting those computers over there.
Those swag computers.
Good idea to play Hearthstone on the Alienware. It'll run great.
So smooth. Those animations will be so smooth, it'll blow your mind. There's nothing quite like dropping Tyrion on an Alienware computer. It's just absolutely fantastic.
Alright, so we just updated the screen here. It is going to be first match Jumpy versus Elder Crane. Warrior Paladin versus Paladin Mage.
So I'm guessing Secret Paladins. But you know, in this situation, we can't always make these predictions. They could bring some surprises. Murloc Paladin has picked up a bit of popularity recently. Kalento and Nicholas were using them in Starla, so maybe that will be a deck we'll see. A lot of warriors so far, though. People seem to like the control decks.
Yeah, I'm not even capping here, but it turns out that I think that Murloc Paladin is the strongest Paladin right now. That's something I didn't think that I would be saying in 2015, but here we are, and Murloc Paladin is a very, very difficult deck to play. You kind of have to practice it a lot, but once you do, I think it's highly competitive. Has quite a few good matchups out there. One deck that's really good that I haven't seen here today is Reno Warlock.
Yeah, Reno Warlock has been making waves ever since Reno came out. It is arguably the best Reno Jackson deck at the moment. People have been experimenting with Reno Warrior, Reno Paladin, the Highlander builds as they call them, but nothing's quite stuck. I mean, they did have Savitz was playing, and I think VLPS they were playing Reno Paladin with secrets, which was really interesting, and I think that's
Wow.
quite a good synergy because you have one copy of each secret. I think they were running 2 challenges. So, you know, that's an interesting kind of experimentation with Reno.
Yeah, man, that's really exciting to see players not afraid to take flight, even in highly competitive situations. Here we are in the game. That's an effigy. Looks like it's Tempo Mage against Control Warrior.
So what do you think of this matchup, Trump?
I
Oh,
can't
wait,
say
that's
I've
a...
actually had much experience. These two decks are both decks that I haven't had the chance to play with at this new season, with the League of Explorers season, I should say.
But there's double Doomsayer.
That is not a control. That is not Tempo Mage, as it turns out. So the effigy is likely pointing it towards a control mage then.
Control, yeah, probably Control, maybe Fatigue.
Maybe.
That's been kind of floating around the metagame right now. Some people have been trying the Fatigue stuff. I know the Fade to Karma guys have been trying that out recently. But he is going against Control Warrior once again, and this armor is going to prove an issue, I think, in the long term.
Yeah, I'm sure Jumpy, if he were to see Elder Crane's hand right now, he'd be like, yes, I'm up against a Freeze Mage, free win. But Elder Crane's got something cooking here. There's an Ice Lance, which is Freeze Magey. There's a Dr. Boom, which is Control Magey. We're going to have to see what key cards Elder Crane cut out of Freeze Mage or Control Mage in order to include some cards from both.
This Dr. Boom, right? You can put him in anything.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Jumpy's got a little bit of an interesting thing going on too. This is a Doomsayer being drawn.
What is up with all these Doomsayers? The PAX guys love it. They just love it. They just love Doomsayer and Control Warrior, it seems so far.
Yeah, we're just killing those aggro decks, I guess. It's a nice 2-mana gain 7.
I guess if you were going to this open tournament and you're thinking, right, there's a lot of players here. Let's expect a lot of Zoo, Secret Paladin, etc. Let's build decks to fight them. But every player seems to have had the same idea.
Wait, what just happened? We just got Ice Lance Frostbolt to the face. Elder Crane shaking his head there. A slight misplay. You usually want to do it the other way around in order to get the 4 damage in.
I think it's a confidence thing, right? He's just like, I'm going to win this match, so I'm just going to BM my opponent right from the start.
Dominance is shown. And like we were saying at the beginning, this is a really good place to like realize just how much sitting in that seat at the stage can unnerve you. I'm sure if he was just sitting at home at the good old Homeru convention, that this wouldn't be anything. Man, Elder Crane going hard here, just fireballing face, frostbolting the face, and ice lancing the face, almost.
I think he was a face hunter player in the past, and now he's trying to get rid of those fundamentals. But he still loves face hunter enough that he wants to play it very similar when he plays his Dr. Boom Freeze Mage. But Justica is going to create so many problems. I mean, Jumpy's at 21 health now, but as long as he slams that armor button every turn, things should look pretty good.
Yep. Well, we've got a freeze Doomsayer. Jumpy
Double
has an answer. Double brawl, yep.
Again.
Double brawl plus a doomsayer even. Whoa, he didn't do the Taskmaster execute there. Guess he didn't really care that much about his minions.
And Dr. Boom comes down. And then maybe it's Jumpy's time, the Doomsayer. Maybe Sludge Belcher Doomsayer could go for a brawl. No, he doesn't.
I think BGH for sure. He's
Oh,
doing
BGH.
the usual. Yeah, the usual hoop of killing the boombots first. The moment you see your boombots start to get killed, you should have played the axe first. Now BGH has a chance to get boombotted. Come on, punish! Punish! Oh, no punish. No justice.
Like I said, sequence in there again from Jumpy is a little nervous, you can see. And of course, Elder Crane displayed the same kind of thing when he played the Ice Lance Frostbolt. So again, playing on a big stage, it does have effect. It does have a toll on people who are not used to it.
Mm-hmm. Could have drawn a card with Fire Blast there, instead going to do that 1 damage. I think drawing the card was superior since you're going to be able to do the damage to that. BGH eventually anyways with Blizzard. Especially since you're running low on cards.
No, he just seems to be afraid of this dwarf. The potential damage he can do.
The most terrifying dwarf.
Well, apart from Grim Patron, he probably is the most terrifying dwarf in Hearthstone. That's a guy you don't want to see most of the time. I mean, Grim Patrons you can deal with nowadays, but I don't want to see
Interesting
BGH.
decision by Jumpy here, not playing the Sludge Belcher when he has 5 mana. He's kind of holding off. Thinks that he's threatening enough already.
What's going to come down? What's that? Fireball on the face? Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty good. The armor has to get nicked down.
Yep,
It's
he
going
does.
to be really tough for Elder Crane to be able to win just by throwing spells at the face here, though, because he only did 2 damage on that turn. You got the Justicar hard counter.
Maybe he runs 2 Forgotten Torches as well, and he's just banking on drawing all this direct damage. But unfortunately, there he gives more armor. We see a Sorcerer's Apprentice as well, so it's kind of like he's taken aspects of all kind of mage decks, Tempo Mage, Control Mage, and Freeze Mage, and kind of put them together into something that kind of his own blend.
Yeah, that's pretty tough. He just used the second Frostbolt, so the other Ice Lance in the deck isn't going to be able to do much now.
So now he doesn't want his Armor Smith to die, which is fine, because he wants to generate as much armor as possible. Goes for the Dr. Boom as well, so this board is incredibly threatening. He's just seen a Blizzard. He's seen Tomb Doomsayers. He's another Blizzard gets picked up, so he does have a way to store the board. But this is a lot of armor gain. Wow.
It is. And that Apprentice, I think Elder Crane might have some kind of Apprentice Echo Medivh. Infinite damage Antonidas thing cooked up. I've seen Apprentice use the good effect in something like that. Looks like he's just possibly going to play that as a 3-2, though. It's tough when you only have 1 card in your hand as a Freeze Mage.
And Jumpy's sitting on a lot of health, a lot of different resources in his hand. I don't know if this double brawl's ever going to do anything. I don't know if this Doomsayer is going to ever do anything. It's just had those 3 cards sitting in his hand. But as we've seen, Elder's kind of used all his resources either on face or reacting, so he hasn't had an opportunity to gain any advantage. And Effigy is not a great pickup for him here.
Right. I mean, if there's one thing going for Elder Crane, it appears that Jumpy's hand of 5 cards is completely useless right now.
Finds it definitely.
That's alright. Probably going to be a bit surprised to find Effigy.
So what 2-cost minion would you want now? Maybe Annoyatron? And he just...
Yeah.
No. He's just going to Smoke Face and armor up even more. Jumpy's in the driver's seat here. Probably going to take a win unless Elder Crane has something absolutely crazy that Double Brawl, Doomsayer, Execute Shield, but the Shield Slam can't deal with.
Let's see. Picks up Kona Cold. Well, Elder Crane is doing a great job dragging this out.
And there's Alex. So we could drop Alex. do
Yeah.
3 damage, and
big
he has the
card.
8 on board. And now Elder Crane again has to find answers to these big threats, and I don't think he has one.
That's
Yeah.
not gonna do it.
Oh, he gets a draw. He could find something. Maybe a flame
You
strike.
see
would be
next. Every single draw is a mystery to me.
Mystery draws. Oh, Frostnova. He has
Oh,
something.
man, keep staying alive. Gonna use the apprentice to get a discount on those cards, perhaps.
So yeah, he looks like he's gonna go for the discount first.
He's looking for that 40 damage spell. Yeah.
Someday I'll be just like you.
All right, mystery cards coming up.
Who knows? There could be something insane out there. Oh, goes Elder Crane. The flame cannon had no effect.
And he gains 1 health. So, yeah, this is looking pretty bleak for Elder
It's so
Crane.
painful. He's dead. He's dead already. Stop killing him.
Yeah, why not?
That's 24 damage. Oh, I didn't even notice he was almost out of cards. Well, we've seen just about the whole deck then. There's one more card in there. Let's see, what is it that he's digging for? We haven't seen Antonidas yet, have we?
We haven't.
That could be it. Or maybe it's Alexstrasza? It would seem to me that it would be one of those 2 cards.
Maybe it's like a cheeky Deathwing. He plays Deathwing, and then he gets it duplicated, and then he just continues playing Deathwing
That
every
would be a
turn from now
Yugi
on.
moment right there. It's Iceland. Oh yes, that's right, the second one. Alright. Almost.
Well played.
He frees his face and accepts defeat. But he's enjoying himself. You know, Elder Crane doesn't seem to be taking it too hardly. He's laughing, and he's enjoying himself, and that's all that matters, right? This is
What a
a
great place to do this. So, here we are over at the PAX South. There is a booth over here if you are in the area. Open heats going on, so anyone, even this unusual mage deck, can participate. And it is going to be the winner of these heats, which ends up participating in the 4-man at the end, and which seeds into the grand final on Sunday.
Yeah, and if you win today, you get $200. You get $200 in your pocket, and you get an opportunity to win an extra $500 on the Sunday.
No,
Looks
it's no fair bringing a secret paladin against this mage deck. What are you doing, Jumpy?
Jumpy didn't know. He didn't know he was going to be playing this deck.
Go easy on him. Alright, well,
Jump-
we've got a really good curve from Jumpy. Let's see if Elder Crane can pull this one out.
Never tell.
Jumpy has a ruthless expression. He just wants to take him out. There's no mercy.
Oh, fair.
Someday I'll be just like you.
Well, you know, Apprentice will be able to challenge the Secret Keeper unless he coins out muster and things just look really bad. But he looks like he doesn't care about a Secret Keeper enough, and he's going to let the ladies duke it out.
Yeah, that's a really good result for Elder Crane that Jumpy didn't have a secret, gets to kill the Secret Keeper for free. This is actually a pretty good start for Elder Crane. Aquablad of Pain will be really good to contest this 2-2. Doesn't get killed. He can kill the... He's going to go with a secret.
Well, he didn't play a secret. Well, he cleared the Secret Keeper first, right? So at least he's kind of had a bit more confidence in his sequencing.
Oh, that's right. If he played the secret first, that would have been really bad.
So Elder Crane find a
That's a
bit more
mistake I might
confidence.
have made. So good job, Elder Crane.
And this kind of card will clear up all the 1/1s. They will all be taken out. But he may
Yeah.
opt for more health. He may think.
Shame
I
the
need
Aquablad of Pain wasn't played. Would have been able to draw 2 cards, or possibly even 3, but now it'll just get True Silver down.
What to
We've
do?
seen all of Elder Crane's deck, and we didn't see Antonidas, and we didn't see Alexstrasza.
Right, so the intent... Did we see a Sludge Belcher? Do you remember?
No, I don't think we did. We saw a lot of freezing, two Cone of Colds, two Frost Novas, two Blizzards. I don't think we saw Flame Strike, so there's a lot of freezing effects. I think his win condition is Fireballs and Frostbolts with
And Dr. Boom.
So there is potential here that Elder Crane doesn't have a full collection, and he wants to play Freeze Mage. He I don't know, his favorite streamers play Freeze Mage. He really wants to play it. So he's just kind of using the best he has to kind of have that experience. That could be a possibility.
That's true enough, and if you're gonna do something like that, I would recommend watching the Trump teachings. There's some really good basic decks out there, which are gonna be stronger than this deck.
Oh man. So Jumpy is, once again, I feel, in incomplete control. Because unfortunately Elder Crane's deck stalls. It's kind of like a play to not lose until I lose kind of deck, because you just keep freezing stuff and nothing really happens, and then...
I mean, at least he's listened to the really good advice out there, where if you're gonna craft one legendary, you craft that one. It's a good one he's got.
He's on the road to becoming a great player and deck builder.
I'll show them. I'll show them all.
Alright, so it looks like he's gonna get some value here. Oh, Avenge. Where's it gonna go? And the stat distribution's great here for Jumpy. Spreads it across his board.
Yep, there goes the Aquablad paint at last.
Oh, there's a
Jumpy's got
Murloc Knight in this, I've just noticed.
Oh, yeah. That's a bit unusual in Secret Paladin. I've always thought about putting in... What's the phrase here? A Quartermaster in these decks, too. That's a fun one.
Kind of surprise Quartermaster. Wait, they...
Yeah, never see it coming from Secret Paladin.
That's true, that is true. So what Murloc does he get? Oh, he doesn't get a great Murloc. Wow, he just used a coin. Oh, he's gone for a giant comp. Could have kept the coin for Tyrion, but it looks like he wants the comp. But after seeing so much freeze, I probably would have kept the coin.
The Doomsayer here would have been amazing. Frost Nova Doomsayer now answer.
So Elder Crane deals with that Murloc. He understands that that is a threatening minion. You don't want to leave that guy around because he'll just keep generating
Unfortunate
Murloc.
thing about Dr. Boom is those boom bots could get effigied, and that's not very good.
Unless you want another Boombot, right? And you get another Boombot out of it. Can you get a Boombot from effigy?
No, you cannot.
Aw, that's no fun. Come on, Blizzard. Everyone loves Boombots.
He's gonna choose to play Frost Nova over Dr. Boom. That's how much respect he has for his freeze cards.
So a bit of a slower turn here for Jumpy, after expending his coin on the competitive spirit. Gets to slam 2 secrets if he chooses, but he is developing another dude, so you probably want to keep that redemption handy for Tyrion. And turn 8, you can drop Tyrion, maybe squeeze in
Oh
the
my
redemption.
gosh, no respect for Dr. Boom. Dr. Boom sitting on the sidelines. Didn't play it on 7, didn't play it on 8.
That's his win condition. He needs to save it.
He's giggling like a maniac. I drew Frost Nova. I'm still alive.
Tyrion's gonna come down. There's a lot of question marks above Jaina's head, but Jumpy has seen the entire deck, so there are no surprises left. Is one of them duplicate? Yeah, have we seen duplicate yet? Is it effigy, ice block, ice barrier? Or is it a duplicate
Yeah, I
mix?
think it's exactly those 3.
The end is coming!
Oh, the end is coming. And there he is, he's Dr. Boom with the Doomsayer.
The Doomsayer Dr. Boom combo.
Dr. Doom Boom. So what he kills first could be interesting. He does go for the Doomsayer first, so he's only going to get a 2-cost effigy.
Alright, that's better than the 1 cost.
Oh no, it's
Oh, duplicate. Okay.
duplicate.
And effigy? No, no effigy.
More Doomsayers.
Hmm.
I think card of the tournament so far is Doomsayer, as I've seen a lot in I think we've had, what, 4 matches now? I've seen so many Doomsayers in all different decks.
Yeah, Doomsayer is it's a well-designed card. I like the idea of it. And a
Pax
really good tech
represents-
card against quite a few decks.
So what has he... He's just going to leave... Oh, I like this. So he's leaving the Dr. Boom up, hoping that Elder Crane goes for a clear on the Tyrion. And then he gets his Tyrion back with the Divine Shield and a weapon. And things look great. And there he goes, fell right into his trap and Jumpy.
You've fallen for my trap card, goes Jumpy.
Jumpy has this really good poker face going on as well. He's not really showing any emotions. Maybe he played poker once upon a time. And he's taking this event really seriously. He wants to win that money.
He is just heartlessly and ruthlessly beating up on this mage.
He showed a sign of life in his facial expressions where his Ashbringer got replaced by another Ashbringer. Maybe he's thinking, why can't I dual wield? Why can't I have both?
Right. Alright. Be Doomsayer. Well, that's good at least. Okay. Well, Ashbringer can't be used. It's a tough hand for Elder Crane right now.
This apple on your head.
Not a lot of options there.
Put this apple on your head.
Double Knife Juggler, low feb, gonna lock out spells. Knives flying around the place. Will it take out the Dr. Boom? No, he's gonna have to throw the Lance Carrier in with the 1/1. And it's looking like it's gonna be lights out for Elder Crane very shortly, unless he draws the card that will bring him back into this game, and that's not the card.
The end is coming!
Double Doomsayer.
And yes, they are right. The end is coming. Not just for them, but also for Elder Crane. Oh, Jumpy! He's already dead! What are you doing? Oh, right, there's ice blocks, of course. He's not dead yet! Says, I'm not dead yet, says Elder Crane.
Draw your last prophetic card, Elder Crane. My deck has no prophetic cards. It has Arcane Intellect. And another Frostbolt. And another Ice Lance.
Wait. I think he can actually win, theoretically. With, let's see. Suppose he were to draw the Frost Nova, and then he were to do... I mean, I don't think he actually have enough cards for that, but that'd be 7 damage. There might have been some kind of combination where you Frostbolt, Ice Lance, Frost Nova, and Pyroblast. You don't quite have enough mana or cards for it, but there's some way to do that.
So Elder Crane finishes the game as how he started it, with a Frostbolt, Ice Lance to the face. And
Got it?
Jump.
In the right order this time. Got it.
I think Elder Crane looked like he had fun. He was quite chirpy during the match on cam. Jumpy was very serious. He seems like he wants to go far in this event. So Jumpy will be going through to the next round of the tournament. I'm not sure if we'll be casting his next game. But yeah, congrats to him. He brought some pretty standard decks. Apart from the Doomsday and the Warrior was the only thing that really jumped out. I wanted to see Elder Crane's Paladin deck. I really wanted to see it. I wanted to see what ideas he had for that.
Yeah. I mean, he's clearly showing some creativity with the mage. Would have liked to see his take on the Paladin as well. And it's through these unusual decks that science is formed and bright, brilliant new ideas. Possibly it's people like Elder Crane who come up with Murloc Paladin, which is now a top-tier deck.
Yep, we have a vast player pool in Hearthstone. Maybe Elder Crane will one day create that deck that everyone wants to play. But unfortunately for him, he is knocked out. At least for today, he can return tomorrow. If he's at PAX, he can sign up again. So unless he's signed up for all 3 days, so he does have an opportunity to kind of showcase his decks once more. But it looks like we do have one of the other players coming up. We have our first Warlock of the day in Firemancer and another Warrior. I'm going to predict this Control Warrior. PAX seems to love their Control Warrior at the moment. And it looks like he might be playing Jumpy, so Jumpy might be back.
Yeah, all right. Let's see. Jumpy. I wonder if that Control Warrior is good enough against Reno Warlock. Yeah, both of the decks should be pretty competitive against either any decks that Firemaker brings that's a combination Warlock and Warrior. There's a lot of Warlocks out there right now.
Yeah, a lot of different varieties. It's the obvious one, Zoo and Reno, but people still play Dragon Warlock. Demon Handlock was played by Dog at Starladder. He was bringing that back. So, there's a lot. Warlock has always been that deck, that class, that has a lot of diversity and can be really good in kind of conquest format and any tournament format, really, especially when so many different archetypes within the class are viable. So, yeah, Jumpy will have to do some guesswork. And sometimes it's not so obvious straight away at the start of the match because some of the Warlock decks' card choices do cross over.
Yeah. All right, well then, we're going to go on short break while we're setting up. They're going to be ready soon in just a few minutes. Toodles. Stay tuned for Firemancer versus Jumpy.
All right, guys, welcome back. We have Jumpy versus Firemancer coming up. Jumpy taking a convincing win over Elder Crane, and now his new opponent, Firemancer, has brought the first Warlock deck we're seeing today, but also another Warrior.
Yeah, cool. Let's see whether Firemancer can do a bit better than Elder Crane.
Maybe we'll see some more creative deck ideas. Maybe we'll see something a bit more that we're used to within competitive Hearthstone. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, both that Warlock deck and Warrior deck could run Doomsayer, the flavor of this tournament so far.
Everyone loves a Doomsayer.
Doom for everyone.
I'm hoping it's not Controller. I'd like to see maybe Patron, but it looks like... Yeah, Jumpy's going to jump into his Paladin deck first. Sorry about that, guys. And Firemancer... I can only see Kezin so far, but well, I guess we'll see so far. And he has a beard too, so I'm going to root for Firemancer.
Alright. Firemancer bringing the tech. Looks like it is a control deck. And Kazan Mystic is definitely going to steal one secret.
But which one? We do not know. I don't know how effective Kazan is in control area, ultimately.
Yeah, I don't even know how effective it is against Secret Paladin. I mean, of course you're going to steal a secret, but it's just one of many.
I mean, the secret classes are very dominant right now. Secret Paladin, like you said, one of many, and Freeze Mage is a match you're not going to lose. But, you know, maybe he's afraid of Hunters. This is an open tournament, and Hunter is a nice, cheap class you can build a good deck from. If you're a newer
I was playing Hunter for the last few days of Ladder, actually, and it's good. It's possibly not great, but it is good.
It's playable, at least, right?
Yeah, science had to be done.
So Bran is going to find his way to Firemancer's hand. Maybe he's got some tricks with Bran. Jumpy's already had a kind of a good start, but this Deathbite is going to do some good work here. He'll be able to clear up the 5/5 next turn and the 1/1 tokens.
Yep, good setup play by Firemancer.
Doesn't develop any more minions.
Yeah,
good.
he knows the Deathbite's going to go off. Jumpy just immediately goes face with this this True Silver. Wow, that's an interesting combination. He's got Bran Bronzebeard and Kazan Mystic, so when I said one secret will be stolen, I might have been wrong. Maybe there will be two stolen.
Maybe he'll steal two very important secrets from a mysterious challenger, which will mess up all the interactions. Who knows? Well, we'll see. We'll definitely see that come down soon, I reckon. Especially if a challenger is drawn by Jumpy. Looks like he's going to go for the Muster combo with the Juggler. We won't be able to clear out the second piece of the Belcher, so... a bit unfortunate, but... Firemancer's laughing. He's just like, Secret Paladin doing, Secret Paladin stuff.
We'll allow these Secret Paladins in the tournament, says Firemancer.
So
That's a fine draw for 6. I wonder what other battle cries you even put in a Control Warrior deck.
Wait, you can brand double Taskmaster, clear 2 1/1s.
Well, you can do that on the Knife Juggler, and that's actually a pretty decent play.
He did hover over Bran, maybe he's thinking about it, but Fiery War Axe is a more obvious play, but his health is pretty low. It's not very... Well, the Paladin doesn't have a lot of burst. We've seen a Blessing of Kings being used already. Maybe he's not afraid of any burst damage coming out just yet.
I was staring at Jumpy's face there when the Bran Bronzebeard was played, because that's a really unusual card. Jumpy, like you said, has that poker face right there. He's like, oh, Bran Bronzebeard? Nah, it's just another card. No surprise.
Just another dwarf I'll destroy.
Yep.
He's ruthless.
You're the one, yeah, we were just talking about scary dwarfs. Bran Bronzebeard is also a pretty scary dwarf.
Yep, with the right combination, he's pretty frightening. And he has kind of invisible taunt most of the time. If you see him come down, you usually want to get rid of him. So, yeah, one of the other scary dwarfs of Hearthstone.
Yep. Firemancer is low, but he has a chance to stabilize. Oh, Tournament Medic.
Fine, I'll heal.
8 health, 1 attack.
He's climbing up. Will he use the Shield Slam on a 1/1? Worth considering just because of possible buffs. But he's going to choose not to.
So this tournament medic's going to be a little token clearer for a while. Can clear up the dudes very nicely. Avenge! This is the chance for Kezin to shine.
Yeah, that's one of the better ones to steal.
But you might want a Shield Maiden. It's 5 health.
Yeah.
It's not looking good.
But if he can just live until turn 9, he's got something going there. Huh, he's going to think about playing it. Can he survive off of this? He gains 4, he's up to 9.
Back to work.
That's only 5. Yeah, he's looking alright.
Yep, Blessing the Kings is the only thing that takes him out, right?
Ooh, that's the problem with playing Secret Paladin right there.
Those
Sometimes
withdrawals.
you don't get the Mysterious Challenger, you don't get the Secret Keeper. You draw on turn 8 a Repentance.
Jumpy doesn't seem too bothered.
It's like, of course. This is how it always goes.
And next turn, we get to see an Alex to back up to 15 health. He may just play Shield Maiden, though. I wonder if you'll play around Repentance. This will be. We'll get to see how much Firemancer considers these secrets with his next play. Because he could Cruel Task first if he wants to test the Repentance, and then he can play Shield Maiden.
Right, but the armor, the hero power is really good since it gains 4 health.
Oh,
So
that's
it
true.
might be okay to even let one of the shield maidens become a 5/1.
Well, the process of elimination can come now. Do some attacks, see what procs, sees what doesn't, and then go from there. No Avenge, no Noble Sack, no Redemption.
Speaking of redemption, that was the worst one to kill first.
I can take the hit.
Yeah, that's true. Alright, there's Repentance. Don't play another minion, it could be Sacred Trials, right?
Good day.
So this is Fireman's starting to stabilize. Top decking for Jumpy. Needs to find a good power play like Dr. Boom. That's not a power play. So yeah, Fireman's just starting to come back.
Yeah. That tournament medic. Okay, I'll heal.
I think the reason.
Good heals. Nice.
think the
Now
reason-
you're the one getting avenged.
Yep. He gets a way to deal with it. He can use his health as a resource at this point. And the shielded minibot comes down, feeling pretty bad with the hero power, and now the warrior can do as he pleases. He's in control.
Yes. And Alex to his own face would be pretty good right now to lock it up. It doesn't actually lock it up. If Tyrion comes down, that's problematic to deal with. Dr. Boom is still kind of bad. Mysterious Challenger is scary. Firemancer is running a little bit low on resources.
Yeah. Oh, I like that trade. Yeah, he's using that Kezin. No, Kezin's done a lot of work. It's cleared at least 2 minions and Soul Secret. So,
Good job,
Kezin,
Kazan.
yeah, didn't expect it to do too much, but in the end, it actually did a fair amount.
Reporting for duty.
The nice thing is all this armor that's being gained by Firemancer isn't being affected by Alex Straza, so being low is pretty good. We'll always be able to gain 9 with Alex.
Oh, he picks up Geddon as well, so... Oh, brilliant Geddon turn. And he gets the armor up again. It does get shredded, but... Yep, things are just looking amazing for Firemancer. I don't know if... Is there a draw do you think that Jumpy can have? That'll bring him back. Oh, that is one of them, I suppose.
Put your
Well, it's one of the best ones you could have drawn, that's for sure.
A lot of
But
armor.
that's still lethal. Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
Yep, Cruel Task the shield. Shield slam it. Hit face. I'm sure there's plenty of different ways you can go about this.
Armor made to fit.
Oh, that's not one of... No, that'll still work, yes.
Well
Stop.
played, Kandama.
And Firemancer takes him out with the Lord of Fire. The Great Bomb. Pretty good.
One of his brothers, one of the fire people.
You would expect a guy named Firemancer to be playing the Baron.
That's
Alright, well, an unfortunate draw from Jumpy, series of secrets, but Firemancer manages to take it with a controlling warrior deck. There was something unusual. Oh, well, there's Kazan Mystic. Was there any other unusual cards there?
Not really. I mean, Tournament Medic has been shown up a little while since Fibonacci included it, and people have been trying it out. So Tournament Medic was unusual at one point, but not so much nowadays. Yeah, like you said, Jumpy had kind of an unfortunate draw there with the secrets. But the Warlock now, I guess we need to see what that is. I'm thinking Reno, because... Oh, Handlock.
Classic. Or could be Reno still. I've put Mountain Giant in my Reno deck way in the past.
Yeah, it could. There's potential, but I think this is looking quite like Handlock at the moment. Doomsayer again, showing up. He kept the Doomsayer.
He keeps Doomsayer in the opening hand, trying to predict a zoo, I guess.
Yeah, just making a bit of a read there. So this could be, like I said, classic Handlock. Or it could be a demon variation, but seeing Cypher... Oh, there's Kezin again! He is scared of secrets.
Alright, well, I can appreciate his creativity at least. He showed up knowing what he wanted to aim against. It's like all these PAX guys, they're gonna have some scum secret paladin decks. Let's just use the Kazan. This turns out to... Well... If only he was playing the last one against Secret Mage.
Yeah, that's true. He would have stole some interesting stuff. Big Game Hunter lines up perfectly there for the first Giant.
Oh man, it's been a while since I felt this pain. Good old Mountain Giant turn 4 into BGH. So far, I've still only seen one of each unique card. Of course, I am thinking it is Hamlock, but it still could be Rena.
Well, we're gonna find out soon. This match could take a while.
Yeah, I think Hamlock is favored in this Control Warrior matchup. A blast from the past, really. Used to see Hamlock versus Control Warrior all the time.
Without Kazan, of course. But Siphon Soul, you know, that's a card that does find its way into Reno, not so much into Handlock. Well, I don't know. I haven't seen enough Handlock recently to make that call, but it did get cycled out kind of during the autumn-winter period when Handlock was popular. Oh, there's Jiraxis, but that's pretty standard Handlock stuff. No sign of any of the demons just yet.
I mean, Kazan Mystics is the type of card you could put in any deck if the metagame were secret heavy enough.
So far, a lot of the players at PAX are playing slower decks. I mean, Jumpy did bring the Secret Paladin, but he did bring the Control Warrior. Lots of Control Warrior. We saw like 2 Control Priests. Control Mage, I'll call the previous deck we saw in the previous game. Yeah, like the PAX players seem to be liking the slower games. And no, they don't like this aggro stuff. Aggro's lame.
Yeah, does that say something about the type of people who attend PAX? I know that PAX South is a bit known for its board gaming. And board gaming is a nice slow activity. You have to play a control deck to appreciate the true nature of Hearthstone, be able to witness enough turns to enjoy it.
You want as many choices as you can make during your turns.
Right.
Go in face shouldn't be one of them. You should be trading. You should be trading all the time.
Yeah, that's where it's at.
Yeah, go to the taps. I'm not going to siphon it. Might use the Hellfire here.
Yeah, might actually still siphon. It's possible. Might just let the Twilight Drake die. I think there were a few reasonable lines there.
I mean, this Drake is vulnerable to execute. He hasn't seen one yet, so maybe he feels the 4/8 at the moment is enough of a valued minion to keep on the board and just expend the Siphon. But Dr. Boom does follow straight after it. You might be thinking, I wish I had that Siphon now.
Right.
But he does
I
have
still haven't
Hellfire.
seen any duplicates. Every single card is unique, so it could still be a Reno deck.
Hold on to that hope.
That's
the
a
Drake.
fine answer. The Siphon saves the Drake enough for it to deal 4 damage. Hellfire cleans it up. And let's see. Doombots might hit him down low enough for the Molten. And that's enough. So you can tap and then get the Molten.
He did hover over the Kezin. He was gonna play it. It looks like he is going for the Kezin instead.
Yeah, I mean, I can appreciate that in the sense of he's spending more mana on this turn. The Molten Giant. That was a mistake, says Firemancer. Oh, maybe he thought he could play the Molten Giant.
Maybe,
Or maybe he's thinking he's about to die to Gromish, which would be lethal, but there is no Gromish to the relief of Firemancer.
Jumpy still holds on to this Death Spite. He doesn't want to use it just yet.
Wow, this is going to... Firemancer could commit about 50 value worth of stats here with 3 Giants and a Sun Fury. We're going to see just how much he commits because there is a brawl waiting for Jumpy.
And Firemancer plays Control Warrior himself, so he must be cautious of the brawl. Just goes for 2 Giants and an Argus at this point, so... And hits the face, so he's kind of going for a lot of pressure here. But like I said, this brawl is going to be pretty nasty. And Jumpy's going to get 2 potentially... Well, he's going to guarantee 2 minions, at least.
Yep. Firemancer does save the other Molten Giant for another day. Let's see. Jumpy has 11 damage. He's 1 short right now.
Yeah, he's close. So close.
Doesn't really have an answer for a taunted Molten Giant, though. And Firemancer has a heal bot to go back up, so this game isn't over.
Firemancer's still in it, like you said. He gets to play... Yeah, he gets to play the heal bot.
I wonder if I'm overthinking this, but Firemancer has some very fiery cards. He's got the Hellfire, the Shadow Flame. Last game, he finished it with the Baron Geddon. I wonder if he's a theme player here.
He's waiting for the moment to draw that fire theme card to win him the game. He won't win the game unless he wins with a fire-based card. I mean, Dread Infernal's kind of fiery too, but it's that green fire. Maybe he doesn't like the green fire. Maybe he's all about the red fire.
Yeah, maybe. I think if he was going to bring a 3rd deck, he'd have brought Mage.
Fire Mage. Oh, it goes for the tap. Okay. And heal bot.
Ancient Watcher. I haven't seen that in a while, too.
So the brawl's gone. Jumpy does have 2 brawls. Another one does show up there.
Yeah, he's going to be thinking, should I use it to risk the Molten? He does have a way to kill the Molten. It wouldn't be very pretty.
I wonder.
You can consider hitting the Molten with his weapon and bashing. You can consider quite a wide variety of plays here.
Huh. So you kind of did that the wrong way around, right? Because you let the Shredder take the 1 damage and then pop the Shredder.
Yeah, unless you wanted to make sure that Doomsayer didn't come out so you could play your Ysera.
Yeah, that's true. And the coin is going to either develop an axe or a hero power, but it looks like he wants the axe. I guess he would play the axe. Oh no, he does the hero power. Okay.
Okay, there would be a reason to play the axe because then you could play Alexstrasza next turn.
Mm-hmm.
And have an axe out. Alright, Firemancer looking quite a lot better after that turn. But he has no answer to... Well, he does have an answer to Ysera. That would just be the Owl. He's a little bit close to lethal himself. He has 8.
Owl potentially into... Just into Boom. I'm not going to go for Draxus just yet. Probably use it as a heal. He's not afraid of... Well, he should be afraid of Grom, but...
Yeah, I mean, he knows he would have died to it earlier, but didn't see it, so... maybe he becomes increasingly hopeful.
I want to see the reaction for the second brawl. Everyone kind of has the same reaction to the second brawl. Just like, oh, really? Come on.
Cheat!
What now?
Isn't that a legendary card?
I wonder if
Alright.
it's better to kill the taunted guy first before you brawl. What do you think? It's kind of close. Wow.
Oh,
Congratulations, Jumpy. Gets his Ysera.
I guess he could have cleared up the taunted mini with Fiery War Axe if he really wanted to. But yeah, I suppose. Because then he couldn't play Sludge Belcher if it did stick up. Oh, he could still play Sludge Belcher, but it just has something contesting it. Speaking of Sludge Belcher, another one comes down. These players are just stalling with these taunts, both at such low health.
Yeah, and
This is
that's enough. Was a little bit surprised Firemancer didn't go Sludge Belcher heal bot there, as Jumpy had quite a lot of damage. But a bold tap. Jumpy takes this one. It's going to come down to Handlock versus Secret Paladin.
We've seen Repentance from Jumpy so far, but we haven't seen any equalities. So this could become really tough if a big taunt wall comes up for Firemancer and he can't find any real way to deal with it. We did see Robin run equality in his Secret Paladin at Starladder. So there could be a surprise equality.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how the old hat Handlock deck manages to handle one of the newer kids on the block, the Secret Paladin. I think Handlock... At one point, these two were in the format together, and I think Secret Paladin kind of edged it out a little bit. If memory serves right, the Secret Paladin's a bit favored. But these were different times, different Secret Paladin decks. They used to run quite a bit more aggressively.
Yeah, I didn't have those booms or Tyrians, very, like I said, aggro based. Have we seen Divine Favor from Jumpy?
I don't think we have, but Divine Favor would be the best card in this deck, pretty much.
I know Jason's Secret Paladin did run it. We haven't seen Jumpy's just yet. He does run Repentance, so maybe... I mean, some of the slots could be quite tight with Secret Paladin lists.
Right.
To squeeze all the texture.
Jumpy to start off with 2 secrets. He manages to dodge the Dark Bomb with Secret Keeper, get a lot of good damage in.
Now Dark Bomb in this Knife Juggler. If it's an Avenge, will create a very big Secret Keeper, and the pressure will be on. But you kind of have to do it.
Right.
A 6/6, very nice.
That's a good one drop.
That's a very good one drop.
Good pickup. Shielded Maybot. Let's Jumpy continue to keep up the pressure. He's gonna have to be a bit concerned as Firemancer starts getting into Molten Giant range.
And this is where the issues can come for Jumpy. If, like I said, a big taunt wall comes down, like a free Molten Giant with an Ancient Watcher and, say, a Sun Fury, and he doesn't quite have all the answers to deal with all of that wall, that could be an opportunity there where Firemancer can stabilize.
Yeah, that's one of the weaknesses of Secret Paladin even. I haven't seen a Keeper of Oldemon run in these Secret Paladin decks yet, but other than Keeper of Oldemon, big taunts, you tend not to be able to get through them with Secret Paladin. A bold tap by Firemancer puts himself into 5 off of lethal.
So if you had Blessing of Kings there, it would have been lethal. Secret Blessing of Kings, I think, was the only way.
Or True
Jumpy.
Silver, yeah.
True Silver, yeah. Those 4 damage, 4 cost cards. Puts him down to 4 health. So this is where the free Molten Giant comes. He does get the Sun Fury. But those 2 secrets are big question marks at the moment. What are they? How much threat do they actually pose?
Right, one was just played, so it could be Repentance, which would make this Molten Giant really bad. And he manages to dodge Repentance.
Dodging a bullet there. Great redemption there from Mortal Coil. Argus comes down, even bigger taunts. So now Firemancer.
Does he have a way to break past this? The Consecration plus the Secret Keeper take out the 9/9, and he only has 4 for the Ancient, so Firemancer stays alive this turn. He's going to really want to try to get the Divine Shield onto the Secret Keeper. There's never a guarantee for it because there's going to be the shielded mini bot out. So very strong 50-50 here.
I think it's worth the gamble here. Run the 2/1/1s in. Maybe even run your Shield the Minibot into the Ancient Watcher. Just knock the shield off in case it gets hit by the Cog Hammer. And then go for the gamble.
Well, actually, no. Better to run the 2/1/1s into the 5/6 because he's planning to use the 7/7 against the Giant no matter what.
Oh yeah, true.
Oh, never mind. There's not enough mana to cast both Consecration and this card.
Alright, so he does clear the Giant Taunt Wall. He does have some theory, he does have another Watcher, so he does have ways to set up another set of taunts.
Well, Firemancer at only 2 health, but that's a lot of cards in his hand.
And Consecration is a card that's been cut from Paladin lists altogether sometimes, maybe just running 1. So he might not fear a second, but you never know in these kind of open Hearthstone tournaments what people decide to leave in or what people decide to take out.
Yeah. So it looks like the safe play would be Watcher, Sun Fury, and Dark Bomb.
Yeah, I think so. That seems pretty good to me. Firemancer doesn't seem... Oh, wait! What's that?
It's a Siphon. Alright, that's another way to stay alive, in theory. Okay, and that's another way. And that's it.
Yeah, that's it. I think, like you said, the Watcher, Dark Bomb, Sunfury was a lot better, but he felt like he needed to clear the board over taunting up. He was a bit afraid of what those minions could do.
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, the Kings and the King's draw would have killed him anyways, with Kings on a minion and then Coghammer into face as well.
Mm-hmm.
So Jumpy takes another one and is jumping ahead to... We are playing with 12-man heats, so I'm not sure if he would be in the top 4 or the top 2 at one point. But it's one of those two.
I think it's top 4 now. I mean, that's where Jumpy is at this point. Of course, this is a single elimination, guys, so if you do lose, you are knocked out for today. You can sign up for the next days, the Saturday and Sunday. So Firemancer might return tomorrow. He might return Sunday. But it actually looks like it is the finals of Heat 2. So, yeah, we're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll bring you the finals of this Heat. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Fantastic. And we're also going to bring you Sottle as well. So it was great casting. And next up is the Dream Team Sottle Aqua.
Team GB.
Yeah.
Hey guys, welcome back. We have the finals of Heat 2 coming up. It's going to be Jumpy again. We've already seen 2 games of, and then we have Miwa. Is that how I'm going to pronounce this all?
Looks good, yeah. Let's go with that.
All right, so Miwa, another Warlock, another Paladin. The Handlock game didn't quite pan out for Fire Mancer. Bit of a Handlock specialist at the past, Sol. How did you feel about that game?
It was nice to see some handlock back, first and foremost. I have messed with it with a few games recently. There has been a few people thinking that handlock might just have a place again. Just to, kind of do what Reno does, but with more consistency and without the huge swing. You just rely on like Bran Healbot instead for 16, and that's kind of plenty. But yeah, like you said, that Secret Keeper got out of hand, right? You're in that situation where you're like, God damn, where's my BGH for this one drop, right? Like, yeah, it just spiraled out of control, so...
But that Secret Keeper grew to a level that even Undertaker struggled to get to sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, looking forward. This is now the final of Heat 2, right? Is that right?
Yep.
Awesome.
So Jumpy has the potential to go to the end of day playoff, the 4-man single elim. So does Miwa. We haven't seen Miwa at all yet, so this is his first time on stream. And kind of on stage, I suppose, playing in the final. So Jumpy's had that poker face for the whole thing, just not even flinching. I think he had a flinch moment where he brawled the second time and it didn't quite work out how he wanted or something like that. But Miwa, it looks like it could be Reno. It could be, yeah, it's Reno. It looks like
power
Reno.
overwhelming seems to suggest we're looking at the Leroy combo Reno lock here. Leroy faceless, power overwhelming. Twisting Nether definitely identifies it as a Reno deck. That's not a card that's played in handlocks and other control warlocks. So yeah, we're off. Secret Paladin against a control warlock yet again, and not quite the explosive start that Jumpy had last time.
No, he does have a curve though. He does have Creeper into Muster, into a Murloc Knight. Of course, you want to play that as a 6, but it's a 4-drop, and then he has Coin Challenger. But Miwa playing that this control warrior has a great ways of stopping Secret Paladin in his track, and Twisted Nether might be the card to do it if he can get that far.
Sure. Yeah, Hellfire, Dark Bomb, Mortal Coil, these are all great things to contest the board early, and then obviously the board wiped later with Molten Giant Shadow Flame, Twisting Nether, that kind of thing. But as you mentioned, that Murloc Knight seems to be the one thing that's kind of interrupting his curve a little bit. The people who do play Murloc Knight in Secret Paladin, you're kind of doing it as an alternate powerful 6 in case you miss your Challenger. Make sure you have something strong to do on 6. You don't really want to slam it on the board as a 4-drop, but he might be forced to here, especially since he's played the True Silver Champion, which kind of locks out his muster for battle a little bit if he doesn't want to swing the weapon again this turn.
And it doesn't look like he's going to have anything to swing at, unless he just wants to chip away at this Drake. 7 health is a bit bulky. Keeper of Alderman would have been a much better card in this situation than Murloc Knight, but Shredder is not bad, right?
Yep, rip a Shredder off the top on turn 4 seems good. No one's going to complain too much about that. He has now spent his coin though, so his curve is still a little bit interrupted. As you mentioned, the coin Challenger on 5 was looking like his big power play. So he's going to have to find one more turn to do something here, and he probably won't feel too bad about either Muster Hero Power or just slamming the Murloc Knight, because he can just kind of test the waters with it next turn, and then make his opponent play a bit reactively, and then follow up with the massive Challenger tempo. So. Although, saying that, Consecrate is looking pretty juicy now.
Yep, looking pretty good. He does go for the attack, so he doesn't have to use any of his own minions to take this Twilight Drake down, and a Consecrate is just perfect. We can't ask for anything better than that, right?
Yep. I mean, it's not ideal, Consecrate on turn 5 and not really developing a huge amount of power, but when you were kind of looking for something to do on this turn anyway, and when you just rip a 1-drop off the top of your deck to fill out the curve, then that's pretty solid.
Oh, I love Secret Paladin.
Yeah. If there's any deck that just seems to have a perfect affinity for just drawing exactly the card you need every turn, I don't know. I don't know what it is about Secret Paladin. Obviously, there's the factor that you play Challenger and you tear all these cards out of your deck that you don't want to draw, and that increases the density of your draws overall, but it just seems to do it way too often than should be statistically likely, right?
It's just got that consistency that it shouldn't have, but always finds. Full Christmas tree come down from Jumpy here.
Feast of Wintervale. Is it just me? Am I the only person in the world that misses those emotes? Like, I wish that was permanent. Happy Feast of Winterfell just solved BM. Like, who can be angry when someone emotes Happy Feast at you, honestly?
It's Christmas all year round in the Hearthstone world. Just a new emote added. Goes for the Peddler, which I like because it gets hit by Repentance. Doesn't play the Imp first. So if he's been watching any of Jumpy's games, he'll know that he did top deck Repentance early on.
Right, and just by seeing the full tree, you kind of assume the Repentance is there, right? It would take something wacky like Sacred Trial or what's it, Eye for an Eye to make a full tree without Repentance being a part of it. So,
and this is absolutely wonderful for him. He gets a BGH now to clear up the Challenger.
Yep.
And things look great.
Yeah, and he actually has 2 pieces of the 16 damage, the 20 damage burst combo in his hand. So if he draws Thaurissan at any point and he can relieve some of the pressure on the board, he's going to have a nice turn just to jam Emperor and then know that his combo is ready to go at any point. This matchup, not so much about activating that combo. It's more reserved for the control matchups, and you're just trying to stabilize on the board. And he's doing a decent job of that so far. He has the emergency twisting Nether Switch that he can hit at any point now if he wants to. But I would probably like to see him get a little bit more greedy with it here and maybe just go for an in-game boss heal bot play, but he disagrees. I don't hate the twisting Nether here, but I think there was a chance to just be a little bit greedier with it and just make a stabilizing heal play that turn and then get more value out of the Nether the next turn.
Well, he does have 20 damage on turn 10 now without Thaurissan, with the abusive, overwhelming Arcane Golem faceless, but that is a noble sack. I don't think he's popped that just yet.
All right, I've just spotted he's playing Arcane Golem and not Leroy. So it does limit the total amount of damage he does, but as you've just mentioned, the positive side of that is that you don't need to hit an Emperor tick to activate it. So he's actually looking pretty spicy now.
Yep, I think this is maybe the opportunity to go for that heal bot Imp that you wanted him to do next turn, but the Miller
Right.
does stick around. Is that a silence target?
Yeah, you're kind of scared about letting that thing get out of control. We do see double power overwhelming as well, so this might not even be a Reno version. Unless, was the first power overwhelming a Peddler card?
No, it wasn't.
He played a Peddler though. What did he take from Peddler?
Mortal Coil.
Mortal Coil, okay.
This may be like straight up traditional combo lock.
Yeah, just classic combo lock. This is an old deck that I saw Chucky play a few tournaments with. Just, Implosion, Twilight Drakes, and then just combo pieces.
Wow. So going for damage there, not trading, lost him the game. Not that he knows that he's going to do 20 damage from hand.
Right.
But yeah, that's a win for Miwa now.
Right.
Oh, it's
I mean,
24, right? 24 damage from hand with double
yeah,
overwhelming.
he's just going to double check and count everything, but he definitely has lethal here. But yeah, it's crazy. I don't blame Jumpy for ignoring the minion there, because first off you have to put him on being a combo lock. Secondly, you have to put him on playing Arcane Golem and not Leroy. And then thirdly, you have to put him on having this very, very specific 4-card combo in his hand. So playing around all that is kind of unrealistic. But it turns out, in the results-oriented world of Hearthstone, he's messed up and he's cost himself the game here.
I love the reactions from both players, and Jumpy was just had the kind of really expression, and Mira literally licked his lips in delight as he threw 24 damage at his face from hand. So that was a quick game.
It was,
not surprising when you have everything you need to be able to do that much damage from hand. But yeah, so Jumpy is down a game. This is Jumpy's been doing pretty well from the start. He hasn't had, I don't think, too many kind of shaky games. So that was probably his first moment where he felt, oh man, I could lose this now.
Right, and shaky is an important word there, because you and Trump both were pointing out the fact that he was very, very poker-faced and he wasn't reacting to things, and he seems to just be cool and in the zone and seems to be comfortable sat there playing Hearthstone, whereas some of the other players have seemed a bit nervous. They've made obviously just silly mechanical mistakes that they obviously know better than, but they've just messed up. But Jumpy just seems to be playing solid Hearthstone, and it's paying out for him right now.
So, Secret Paladin into Warrior. Doesn't want to go into a Secret Paladin mirror just yet. Kind of hopes his Warrior can pull a win here. Did Jumpy's... I don't think Jumpy's had a lease. I think that was the one you were casting, right?
Yeah,
the game...
Yeah, that was my game. That wasn't Jumpy, yeah.
So many Control Warriors at PAX.
Yeah.
Everyone loves it.
Yeah, no, again, like I predicted like secret pallies everywhere for this tournament, but it seems like everyone else has done that and brought like the control decks to beat the secret pally. But honestly, like secret pally is really good at just tempoing and beating up on control decks and just out tempoing them early. And if they miss like one crucial answer against one of your drops, you can just overwhelm them very quickly.
I mean, in a best of 3 format, Secret Paladin, I believe, is one of the stronger decks, just because, like you said, it's one of those decks that snowballs out of control very easily with the right curve. And if people do kind of get scared of aggro decks in kind of small formats, Secret Paladin is the one to punish those slower decks. And both of these players have obviously done very well to get to the finals this year, and they both have Secret Paladin.
Yeah. It's very interesting to see the respect there for Fiery War Axe. He chose not to play the Knife Juggler there, even though he didn't see the War Axe equipped on turn 2. Obviously, the Creeper wasn't a great target to throw an axe into, but he's going to wait until turn 3 to develop the Knife Juggler, and now the Noble Sack that he plays alongside it will protect it not only from Fiery War Axe if it was there, but also Deathspire. So, pretty solid
Good
play.
stuff. Yeah, really good stuff from him. Now, this is our first time seeing Miwa on stream, and so far he's shown some very good play. He has a good, solid game plan going into this match.
He's definitely shown he's really good at drawing combo pieces with Warlock. That's one thing he's demonstrated masterfully so far.
Well, if you want to play combo like that, is a masterful skill, right?
Yeah, absolutely. This draw is not fantastic, though. He's navigated the early turns well and got himself into a very strong board position. But he hasn't. He's running out of steam very, very quickly here, and that Muster for Battle isn't going to do anything against this Deathspite charge. So he quite rightly goes for the Coghammer play instead to get the pressure going. And there is the signature card of PAX, Aqua, the Doomsayer.
Yeah, Doomsayer. We've seen a lot of him. We've even seen him duplicated today.
Yep.
That's how many Doomsayers we've seen. We've seen everyone kind of run a cheeky Doomsayer here and there, and then we've had duplicate Doomsayer. I'm not going to be surprised if Doomsayer shows up in Secret Paladin. Hey, why not? We're at PAX. Maybe there's a guy at PAX cosplaying as Doomsayer, and as they were entering, everyone's just like, that's a good idea. Maybe if I just squeeze a Doomsayer in my deck, no one will know. And everyone had the same idea, and now Doomsayer PAX.
Yeah, I think in Elder Crane's series, to give him his full title, our new Lord and Savior, Elder Crane. I think in his series there was 6 Doomsayers played in the 2 games or something like that. So yeah, pretty crazy stuff. But this is a nice looking Doomsayer. He's going to have to take some sort of risk by committing extra minions to the board to try and pop it. And then if he does miss the juggles, then he's going to find himself in trouble. But to his benefit, he has a lot of juggles to make this pay out.
Yeah, he has a lot of juggles, but also he does stop some damage going to Jumpy's face. So if it does get cleared, he does stop a bit of pressure on his life. And like you said, he needs good RNG here to make this work. Ooh. And that's not it.
It's not, and he chose not to muster there. He could have swung with his Coghammer weapon first and then equipped the muster over the top, and you just would have needed one of the 3 knives from the summon tokens to hit the Doomsayer, but he chose to go for the less risky but much worse odds play with just the hero power, and it is gonna make the Doomsayer pay out for Jumpy and relieve the pressure on the board here.
And now Miwa sits with 1 card in hand. The Deathspite's just going to clear this board up, not let the competitive spirit go off, clear up the Noble Sack, gets to develop Sylvanas or Shredder Armor up if he feels like he needs some more life, and he has so many cards in hand. It's looking really good for Jumpy.
Certainly is, yeah. The important thing here is that he just has a minion down against empty board on turn 6. So if the challenger were to come down, you just have the immediate snipe with attack into BGH. And that's just going to put an end to that plan. We saw, in fact, in the last game, although we got really excited about the turn 10 combo and drawing all the combo pieces straight away, we saw like the crucial turn was the Mortal Coil BGH on the Mysterious Challenger. So that's just the best way possible to deal with that with the turn 6 play from Secret Paladin is be ahead on the board and have a BGH in your hand. Which
have him sitting there.
Yeah, which is much easier said than done when Paladin has the best early game cards in every mana slot. Hey. That's a different discussion for a different time. Huh?
So he does get something with his competitive spirit. He does hit 3 minions, shielded minibot, does keep its divine shield, becomes a 3/3. Consecrate is not a great draw. Sylvanas is a bit of a nuisance because if it steals something, I mean, he's got nothing going on here. So if Savannah steals a
Right.
minion, it just sucks. Everything kind of just doesn't feel great for Miwa. It just looked like this could be Jumpy's game unless he draws, I don't know, a mysterious challenger, I guess. But then again, like you said, he has an answer to it. But the bigger the board, the bigger a problem a mysterious challenger becomes.
Absolutely. And yeah, nuisance was definitely a good word for that turn. You're kind of sat there, you draw a consecrate, and you look at that board, and like, oh, that belch is annoying. Oh god, there's a Sylvanas as well. Like, everything's just frustratingly difficult to deal with. So he decides to just not deal with it and go face. It seems like a good plan, right? Let him work it out.
So what did you hear as Jumpy? I mean, I don't think there's any urgency to start removing everything. You can steal at least one minion. How much damage potential can he get off one draw? Blessing of Kings is 4. True Silver's 4. If he kills the 3/3, steals a 2/2. I don't think Miwa has enough damage off a top deck to finish him off. Do you think
Honestly, I don't mind the horribly inefficient play here, which is the one it looks like he might make, which is, yeah, Shield Slam the 2/2, Shield Slam the 1/1, trade into the 2/2 and play Shredder. And then your board is Shredder 3/3 against nothing. I think that is really well spotted from Jumpy, actually. This is a really, really powerful play. And although, like, you know, general knowledge of rules of Hearthstone will tell you that that play was horribly inefficient, you know, you were Shield Slamming 1/1s and stuff, the state of the board has just made it really powerful. Speaking of state of the board, Tyrion, hey.
Yeah, definitely influences that. And executes needs something a little bit more. Needs some minion damage. He does have to trade away 2 minions here before he can drop an execute. And then you've got the Ashbringer, which is chopping away at you.
I'm not sure I'd even bother with it this turn, to be perfectly honest. I may have just, like, boom armor passed or something. But, you know, I mean, dealing with what's in front of you is totally fine as well. But it costs him a lot of his board, whereas if he'd have waited, then there's a good chance he can just use the boombots to deal with things anyway. But yeah, this is totally fine. Very, very small margin between that, because obviously you do take additional damage, but against a top-decking paladin, you're not too scared of damage. You do have to be scared of that 15 that the Ashbringer represents, but not a great deal more than that, because you should be able to eliminate his board every turn from here on out.
And Justicar will give you enough health to kind of put yourself out of the Ashbringer's range. And on top of that giant board he's got developed, like you say, clear the board, keep him top decking, and eventually it'll get to a point where the Ashbringer didn't really do a lot in the grand scheme of things. Oh, there we go. So
Yeah, this is fine. Just no need to take the risk with the boombot here, I don't think. Okay, he disagrees. Is he going to try and trade the boombot? Oh, it's just going face. This is fine too. I mean, it's hard to lose this game, really. Like, he's let his opponent have 2 extra damage, but he's gaining 4 a turn, so he's basically negating the race factor of the Ashbringer just with the armor up. But I think, you know, totally understandable there to just send the 7/7 into the 2/2 and take complete control of the game.
as Trump mentioned earlier, one of the worst parts of the only worst part of Secret Paladin is you can get these top decks, and if it's a 1-cost secret, it's just never looks great for you, right?
Yeah, and we've seen that. Or have we seen? Have we seen Miwa play Secret Paladin yet? There's been a few Secret Paladins on Losing
Jumpy
Track.
played Secret
Jumpy
Paladin.
plays Secret, right? Yeah. Okay, so we saw that Jumpy is playing a very, very secret-heavy Secret Paladin list. A lot of people are cutting down to maybe 6, 7-ish secrets. He was definitely playing a lot more than that because he had the full tree come out from Mysterious Challenger. But I'm not sure how many Miwa is playing in his deck, but he is unlucky here just to draw the redemption. Sorry, at a very poor time.
Yeah, I think that's it for Miwa. The Control Warrior of PAX reigns supreme once again. The PAX staple deck. And it's going to go into a Secret Paladin mirror as the last game.
Ooh. We're all so excited, right?
We're in for a treat, boys.
But seriously, this matchup is actually slightly more complicated than I'd like to pretend it is. There's a lot of little nuances that come into it. Because your opponent is able to do exactly the same things that you are, you can't just rely on that Secret Pally thing of I'm going to curve out and that's better than what you can do. You actually have to, you know, interact and make the right decisions. Choosing the right moment where you say, okay, I have it now, and like pushing for, 12 in one turn and ignoring their board or whatever and setting up lethal, like those sort of things are usually really important. But of course, as with any mirror, it can also be quite heavily draw dependent as well. Just who gets the stronger curve, who gets the pressure, that sort of thing.
Yeah, but when, like you said, when it's equal, when to be aggressive is probably one of the bigger decisions, right?
Yes.
When you go, it's time to hit face and go for the win. Choosing that moment is kind of a good fundamental of an aggro player. I mean, I know Secret Paladin has Tyrion and Dr. Boom, but it does have the capacity to be incredibly aggressive when it wants to be.
Yeah, it's a strange deck in a way, right? Because it's a very, very aggressive deck that you'd want to call an aggro deck, but it has no damage. Like, if you clear their board, like, there's True Silver, and that's it. Like, they're not going to suddenly Arcane Golem you. So that's what makes, like, picking the right turn to go all in really, really important. Because if you do that, like, one turn too early and your board gets cleared, and then suddenly you have no damage left in your deck because you don't play any, like, burst cards, then you lose the game. But at the same time, if you do it too late and you allow your opponent to do it to you first, then again, you've probably just lost. So it's a really, really fragile decision. But looking at the hands, both players relatively on par, I'd say. They both have a muster. We see Coghammer from one side, we see Blessing of Kings from the other, which are both very important cards in the matchup. And Secret Keeper against Haunted Creeper is somewhat of a stalemate, although the Secret Keeper is obviously locking out secrets from the opponent. So reasonably even draws from both players here, I'd say.
Yeah, they both kind of cancel each other out. Like the Coghammer shield makes, Blessing the Kings a little bit more awkward.
Right.
Whereas I think the Secret Keeper is probably the edge that Miwa has over Jumpy right now, because he does have a secret in hand, which he can't use. Luckily for him, it's competitive spirit, right? It's not one he wants to throw down, like an Avenge or a Noble Sack, so it's not too bad.
Yep, so Jumpy here is going to be the player playing the first muster for battle on board, it would seem, unless he decides to take some other line here. And that's pretty powerful for him, because those 1/1 tokens are kind of inefficient for the Coghammer to deal with, and it does put him in a decent position on board. And if Miwa wants to muster himself to fight back against this, he's going to have to waste some of the value of his Coghammer.
Although Haunted Creeper doesn't seem too bad, right? Because Haunted Creeper just clears tokens for a couple of turns and then develops its own tokens.
I definitely wouldn't have hated Haunted Creeper Redemption there. I think that would have been totally fine, because you can follow it up with Minibot the next turn. If you can find something to do so you don't have to hero power, you then have like a really, really scary looking Redemption board, because both of those minions are pretty strong redemption targets. But second competitive spirit going to come down now, and he's going to go for the second muster for battle, and he's going to go for the competitive spirit over the Argent Squire, which is an interesting decision.
So he's hoping for 2 of his 1-drops to become 2/2s. But wow, that was...
He got caught in the competitive spirit Avenge 50/50. So obviously attacking a minion there is terrible if it's Avenge, but yeah, competitive spirit goes off and punishes him for the face hit. Like, technically correct to play around Avenge, because usually there's 2 of them in the deck and 1 competitive spirit. So if you're going to pick a side of the 50/50, you might as well pick the side where there's 2 of them in the deck. But yeah, it gets punished there by allowing the extra 1/1 to get buffed.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate for Miwa. But like you said, it was a 50/50. And this board is looking pretty good. Although Consecrate could change everything.
Yeah, it certainly would.
Nope, doesn't find it.
That is a noble sack. Consecrate is a card that's becoming more and more sparse in Secret Paladin these days. Most players are down to 1, if that. There's a lot of lists that just cut it all together, just because, we saw in the previous game, he drew Consecrate on that turn where there was like Sludge Belcher and Sylvanas, and it just wasn't that good. Like, those kind of draws just kind of happen, and you'd much rather, most of the time, just have some sort of proactive thing to play on the board. So people have been cutting Consecrate a lot, but then you get yourself into these sorts of situations where you're just left begging for a Consecrate again.
Yeah, it's kind of love-hate, right? It's the Marmite of Paladin cards.
Yep. So this might now be the turn that we talked about at length at the start, because dealing with this board is a lot of hassle, so it might just be time to flick the switch. Although, if the Avenge... Was the second secret he played Avenge? Or wasn't? Let's see, yes, Redemption, of course. So yeah, dealing with this board seems to be a little bit awkward, so I might like to see just like a trade into the 2/1 Kings and just flip the switch. I wouldn't hate to see that at all.
Yeah, I think this is an opportunity to chuck the Kings on the 1/1 with the Divine Shield, just start Smoke in the face, and then you force him to start trading, and then you can just continue being aggressive if he can't deal with the rest of your board. But now he kind of opens up his two twos, and then he's changed them to 2-1s, and now the 1-1's trading quite nicely. He drops a low feb down, which will lock out the Blessing of Kings, and things are starting to even out a little bit now after he decided to clear, whereas if he had been a bit more aggressive, things would have been a lot more awkward, and a lot more pressure would be on Miwa.
Yep. Luckily for him, he does have a strong Dr. Boom follow-up here, which meant, you can look at Dr. Boom either way, right? You can look at Dr. Boom and feel secure in making the aggressive face play because you have the refill if it all went wrong afterwards. Or you can look at Dr. Boom to, the value side of, I have Dr. Boom in my hand, so I can just keep playing for the board and I'll probably be ahead. So it's hard to see a fault in either of the line there, but my eyes definitely lit up as wanting to see the little numbers on the Paladin's face go down that turn. But maybe that's just me.
This was my chance.
Yeah.
Will he get another opportunity, I wonder? We'll have to see, but Challenger is going to make things not a little awkward, I suppose. But they're both at 17 health, and they both have reasonable boards, so things are a little even. I guess the thing that swings things in Miwa's favor is he has a Mountain of Secrets already in play.
So I think what you would like to happen here is that the 2 Boombots and the 1-1 combined will kill one of these 2 minions. And then you'll be left with a just raw Dr. Boom on the board, which you can then Blessing of Kings Coghammer and slam into the other minion that hopefully gets avenged. That's perfect world. If you could control RNG in Hearthstone at will, that's what you'd make happen that turn. But it might be a little bit ambitious. So he might just take the 1 in 3 with the Coghammer here for the insane value. Yeah, looks like what he's going for. And
nope. Oh, is he going face now?
He has lethal.
Oh yeah, he has lethal. Sorry, I didn't even. I wasn't even looking at health. I was looking at the minions.
I didn't either. I had invented some ridiculous play where you just Blessing a King's Coghammer and traded with a minion for no reason instead of killing him.
Oh, so that was Jumpy who took the win there, yeah?
Yeah, 2-1 to Jumpy.
So yeah, so Jumpy will be going on to... We'll see Jumpy again later on today. So Jumpy had 3 games on stream there, and, he won all of them. Maybe he feels this might be his moment to rise up, become a competitive player, maybe even a professional player one day.
Yeah. I just want to add that the casters need sapping when we spend the whole time talking about the most important thing in the matchup being knowing when to be aggressive, and then we just both miss lethal.
Because he didn't take that opportunity, right? And then we were just like, oh, he's just going to trade forever now. We might as well just keep trading. You've missed your chance, mate. You've missed your chance.
Yeah.
But, nah, it's fine.
So anyway, that is the end of the second heat now, I believe. So we'll be moving on to the third heat very shortly. So we've seen Jumpy, and what was the name? You cast the finals of the last... Do you remember the guy's name?
Yeah, Jason won.
Jason, that's it. So they have both booked their spot in the 4-man playoff at the end of the day, which will be between the winner of the 4 heats. And we'll move on to the third heat very, very shortly.
So yeah, so Heat 3 is going to be coming up very shortly, guys. We're going to have a break while we set up all of Heat 3. And so don't go anywhere if you want to see the conclusion of PAX South Day 1. Stick around. So don't go anywhere. Hearthstone's coming back very soon.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the One Nation of Gamers event at PAX South, presented to you by Geico. We have knocked out 2 of the heats so far on our first day of competition. We have 2 more heats to go today. after which we will have our 4 heat winners who will then play off in the day's finals to progress through to the final of the whole event being played on Sunday. I'm Sottle, and here with me is Aquablad. Nick, how you doing?
Doing good. We've had some good games, a lot of Doomsayers, a lot of Control Warriors. We'll see what we have to come up. And of course, like the winner of this whole day will win $200. And like you said, they will be able to go to Sunday, the playoffs on Sunday, which will gain them an additional $500 if they win that. So, a bit of pocket money for the guys wandering around PAX who can play a bit of Hearthstone.
Absolutely, decent chunk of money right there, but this is just the beginning for Onog and Geico. They are putting together an entire circuit of Hearthstone tournaments similar to what they did last year, which have some increasingly impressive prize pools. So just to break it down, over the next few weeks, we are going to have 10 open tournaments, which everyone is free to enter as long as you can get a spot in time, which will each have a $1,000 prize pool, and the winners of which will be seeded into one of 5 feature tournaments where they will join invited pro players, where each one will be played out for a $6,000 prize pool. And then that all leads up to the finals of the whole series at PAX Prime, where there will be a, can you believe it, $250,000 prize pool. That is a crazy amount of money on the line.
Loads of money to be won for anyone, really, if you're good enough, if you can progress through that tournament. Get to go to PAX as well, which is always awesome. And 2015 was really good for the Onog circuit. The summer circuit was great. I got to cast quite a few of the qualifying events for that. And we saw a lot of up and coming players participating who got through the open qualifiers, and some pro players who actually made their way through as well. So yeah, if you guys want to get involved in that, keep an eye on like Team Liquid Hearth and stuff. Those guys always post out about this tournament. Of course, Geico and One Nation of Gaming can give you information on that on their Twitter. So look up those guys on Twitter as well.
Absolutely. But coming back to today, we've explained the format, but it's an open tournament on the floor of PAX. So we've seen some a little bit of off the wall stuff. People playing some off meta decks because they're not quite there with the not playing the same thing that the pro scene is playing. They've got their own twists on things. Like I said, lots of Doomsayers, and we saw the very strange Control Mage. With lots of Frost Novas and Blizzards and Dr. Boom and lots of random stuff. But there are some notable names at PAX at the moment that may be taking part in one of the heats over the next few days. Of course, there's 4 heats today, of which we've already played 2, and then there's 4 more on Saturday and 4 more on Sunday. There is a separate TESPA tournament taking place at the same time at PAX, where there's some casters there. So Frodan, TJ, Asmo QT, and Admirable are all there. So they could potentially take part in one of these. And then there's all of the, of course, the TESPA finalists there as well from the various regions. So definitely a potential to see some high quality play. Not that we haven't seen some solid performances from particularly our heat winners today.
Yeah, I mean, even some of the finalists, Miwa showed some good performance in his previous game as well, so he could come back because you can sign up each day to these events. Right. I think you can even sign up for all 3 events at once. So maybe these players will return if they didn't qualify. So yeah, we don't know what we're going to see. We could see some fun stuff like Freeze Control Mage. Mm-hmm. We can see some more serious stuff like Secret Paladin.
Yep.
So there's a lot of potential.
Yeah, but the thing that's running through so far is even the people playing, the standard meta archetypes, they're all having their own little twist on it. We've seen some Doomsayers in Control Warrior and things like that. We've seen Murloc Knight in Secret Pally, which isn't completely standard. So even then, these people definitely had their little pet cards, their favorite cards. They're definitely playing a little bit for the fun of it as well. And that's very much what this tournament series is about for One Nation of Gamers and Geico, is that they're trying to give the everyday Hearthstone player an opportunity to experience what the players in the pro scene get to do. Playing Hearthstone in a high stakes environment, in a high pressure environment, and some of the players we've seen have kind of reveled in that. Some of them have really sat back and enjoyed it, and we've seen them, being very emotive and laughing and getting into it. We've also seen a couple that have looked pretty comfortable and pretty at home, just sitting down there, poker face, getting on with their business. So this is definitely what the whole circuit is about for Onog and Geico, is giving players that sort of opportunity to show themselves.
Yeah, and if you're at PAX in the coming weekend, pop in, see if you can sign up, go to the Geico booth, see if you can get involved. It looks like we have our players on the screen now. Colby versus Rini. Another warrior. That could be the the control warrior we've seen a lot of, but we do see 2 druids and a warlock. We've seen both combo lock. Now there's no sign of Reno, so we don't even, that could have just been kind of straight up control combo lock. We've seen 1 druid so far, right? I think.
At least 1 druid. It may have been the same. I think 2 druids have been played, but both by the same guy. I think it was only 1 guy that's brought it.
So yeah, so potential druid mirrors. You know, maybe some of these players will watch the VODs and be like, "There's so many control warriors. Tomorrow I'm going to bring druid," and then tomorrow we have like tons of druids because they predicted everyone's going to bring control warrior again. You know, a little meta game developing within the event itself.
Yeah, just the PAX exclusive meta game, right? Like you got to bust the meta wide open and pick your right tech cards for tomorrow and the day after. But yeah, druid warrior against warlock druid is an interesting little combination. Of course, there can be little twists on the druids as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see someone bringing aggro druid, maybe even egg druid, which has made a little bit of a splash from our fellow countryman Jackie Chan. Brought it into popularity recently by achieving a rank 2 legend finish with it. So there's a few different archetypes of druid that you could see, but standard mid-range double combo druid is definitely the old reliable form of the deck, the one that you'd expect to see most often.
I'm kind of hoping for maybe some Avinia ramp nonsense, you know, or maybe like Dark Whispers. Dark Whispers druid.
The Krober plays, right?
Yeah,
the
exactly.
G-Finity Krober plays, yeah.
He was convinced that card was good. Maybe someone else will be convinced too. And it looks like Colby and Rini are ready. Is this a druid mirror? It looks like it.
Appears to be druid mirror, yeah. One definitely confirmed druid. That looks very much like a druidy hand. I didn't see what he mulliganed away there at the start, but we have Colby on the bottom versus Rini on the top. It looks like we're going to kick things off with the druid mirror.
And really gets hold of Wild Growth first. You know, definitely has an edge, but you know, kind of a hand of clunky spells so far. Nothing to wrap at the moment. Of course, Force of Nature is something we want to pick up later, but Ancient of Lore for later. She definitely needs to find some better stuff going into the earlier game.
For sure. Colby with the shake of the head there. Turn 2 hero power with Druid. The ultimate feels bad man moment. And he is going to get the terrible news, unfortunately, that Wild Growth is coming out right now from Rini. Yep. Both players rocking the Golden Druid here as well. So, you know, at least experienced Druid players. They've at least got a number of wins under their deck. You know, we can say nothing yet of their win rate, but definitely a significant quantity of wins with Druid from both of them.
And it looks like Innovate Coin Ancient of Lore is going to be the play. And another Ancient Lore to boot. So perhaps if another Innovate finds Rini's hand, she can just throw in another Ancient of Lore straight after. We'll have to see what she picks up.
A lot of good cards that can come off this to fill out the curve. There's another Innovate. There is any of the 5-drops, Drake or Druid of the Claw. Doesn't get any of those, but still significant advantage from the opening skirmishes from Rini, who had both the Wild Growth and the Innovate, while Colby missed on both of them. And honestly, that is usually decisive in Druid mirrors. It's very, very difficult to come back from this sort of situation.
You know, Colby's sighing there. I've had the hero power every turn so far, and you're Wild Growth and Innovating and all this stuff. Doesn't feel fair. Doesn't feel fair at all.
No. Mirror matches by nature do tend to be like the most susceptible type of match to draws. You know, it often comes down to who has the stronger draw. There's still room to, you know, get your edge by outplaying your opponent and winning with a slightly weaker draw than your opponent, but by the nature of both decks trying to do the same thing, the one that gets the best tools in their hand to do that is going to naturally be favored. And this is a game that looks like it was decided fairly early by the quality of Rini's opening hand.
And Rini even finding the Shredder there kind of lines up quite perfectly. I mean, perhaps the Thorason is probably the only thing that would have been better, but Shredder's definitely a great pickup there. Now this is an opportunity for Colby to do something.
Yep. Emperor takes the board and actually contests it. It's going to demand some sort of answer from the opponent on her turn 7, when usually she'll want to make a power play. Never mind, Innovate lets her do both of those things. So yeah, because of the 5/5 against the 2/4 attack minions, normally a hero power or a wrath or something would have to come down here and deny the 7-mana play. But since she drew the second Innovate there, she can actually draw the 2 cards from Ancient of Lore and then go ahead and just use Innovate as good old Moonfire to get the 1 damage onto something.
Yeah, what's she doing here? It looks like she might go for the draw with the Wrath first. See if she finds anything else she'd like. Maybe a Dr. Boom.
Interesting. Force of Nature. Wow, this is surprising. It's a play that is very much valuing the tempo here. Allows her to push face with both of her consolidated minions and really threaten a lot of damage. I think I would have liked to see the Shade revealed there. If you're going to go for that play, which is basically all about pressure, you know, you're using a very important combo piece for your finisher in order to be aggressive. I think if you're going to do that, you need to commit all the way and push all the damage from your minions into the opponent's face. But definitely not a wrong play to value pushing the tempo there. But the Ancient of Law Innovate Hero Power just looked really juicy to me. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I like that more. He would have had 3 minions on board as well. Shredder would have gave you something at least, and you would have just had so much pressure just from that alone. Now Colby had an opportunity to respond. He did get rid of the Shredder, and he got a good minion out of it. A 1/2's not that threatening. And now, what's Rini going to do in response of this? She could swipe, but then you can't really innovate into anything, right?
No. What's the card? Okay, it's Keeper of the Grove. Couldn't quite see what the card was that was covered up by the Ancient of Law there, just due to the animations. But yeah, the swipe doesn't really leave a great deal to the swipe play, but the Wrath pickup here is pretty nice. Goes ahead and uses the Wrath she already had. That allows her to clear out the Drake nice and efficiently, use the 1 damage from the Lance Carrier, and now she's back in full control of the board again, so looking good.
Yeah, it's pretty tough for Colby. Like you said, Rini had the stronger opening draw. She had got to be able to play stuff like Wild Grove, Innovator Law. He hero powered for 3 turns before he had a chance to play something. So he's playing catch up straight away from the beginning of the game. And he's in a situation where he's swiping and wrathing. He's not really developing anything stable himself. And this Shade is just going to grow and grow and grow. And it's going to get to a point where the Shade will just win the game for her.
Yeah. Small blessings, I guess. It has been caught in a swipe twice, so its health hasn't grown significantly, so it's still a fairly easy removal target when it does get removed. When it does get revealed. I believe Colby just forgot to hero power there as well. Who needs to be at 23? 22's fine, don't worry about it.
You're only playing against Druid, right?
Yeah. When did you ever need to gain life when you're playing against Druid? Never happens.
And once again, Rini just fills the board back up. She can just drop a Shredder here, leave the Shade hidden. It's not going to get removed by this Druid unless you run something like Poison Seeds while it's stealthed. Right. Oh, we see a Mounted Raptor. Maybe he prefers that to Shade. Maybe just takes up the Shade spot.
Yeah, it usually comes into the deck to replace Shade. It's usually a decision between that, Shade, and Mind Control Tech, which is quite popular in the Asian scene in that same slot. Started to come over here a little bit as well. Looks like we're going to have to see a defensive Force of Nature play this turn. Pop in the Shredder first. Doomsayer would, of course, be lovely for him. Doesn't get it. So now he's going to just go ahead and take out the Drake. And that is a pretty poor turn for him, all things considered. Not a great deal to do. He can choose to hero power down the 3/2, or he can choose to develop a Mounted Raptor here. I think either way kind of loses to an inevitable loss here, but we'll see.
I mean, Colby's kind of banking on Rini making mistakes that can give him a point where he can take the board back and he can gain some comfort, but she hasn't really done anything too devastating to herself right now. She's been playing fine. She just keeps developing the board, keeps the board nice and topped up every time it gets removed. Once again, just drops Forison. She could even go for a keeper if she wants to, ping the face, just drop another minion on board. And again, Colby has to play reactively. He has to try and deal with the minions because he's afraid of combo. Yeah. And this, like you said, it was an uphill battle for Colby straight from the opening draw.
Alright, yeah. And I'd love to see the keeper slammed into the face there. I think that's absolutely correct. You're trying to set up Savage Raw lethal here, and by the same merit, I think this is the turn where it was definitely correct not to attack with the Shade, because you're looking for immediate Savage Raw value next turn, and it's a target that's exposed to a BGH if you reveal it now. So I think that turn was pretty straightforward, but well navigated by Rini.
And Rini's going to take the win.
Looks like, yep, all Boombots allowing, this is going to be the win.
Ooh, that's...
Yep, swipes first, risky business. Actually, no, there's nothing that could have gone wrong. She had so much damage overkill that even if one of the minions had died, she still had lethal, so that was fine.
Maybe there's a bit of BM. Given that glimmer of hope to Colby that the Boombot might do enough to stop the lethal, and it didn't even matter. It didn't even matter.
Absolutely. So Rini goes out to a 1-0 lead, picks up the win with her Druid, and now just has this Mystery Warlock to pick up a game with. If it is a Reno lock or a hand lock, it's going to have a tough time for sure against the Druid, as long as there's a reasonable draw. But it looks like it's a Zoo to me. There is a Sea Giant in there, and Knife Juggler, etc. might be favouring the Flood Zoo style with Echoing Ooze, etc. But honestly, Sea Giant is just a powerful enough card to play in Zoo anyway, but never mind, there is Reliquary Seeker. So this is indeed the full-on Flood Zoo. So we'll see if that Reliquary Seeker manages to come out as a 5/5 this game.
Colby's hand, on the flip side, is looking more like Reno Warrior to me. You know, you have a Jeweled Scarab. Jeweled Scarab could have just been a kind of just a flavor pick for him. But once I saw the Taz Dingo, I was thinking, wait, this smells like Reno to me. What do you think?
Reno, definitely a possibility. It could just be like outright Fatigue Warrior that's, you know, using Scarab and things like that for 2-for-1 cards. Ooh, that's a Hobgoblin. Sorry, just interrupted my own train of thought there. But it looks like this is more towards the Zalay style of the deck with the Hobgoblin added in. So extra activators for things like Reliquary Seeker and Hobgoblin makes a lot of sense. I've messed around with this deck a little bit myself. I don't think it's the best way to play Zoo, but it's definitely one of the most fun ways of playing Zoo.
It's one of those decks, I've played it quite a bit myself, where once you get that massive board and you know they can't deal with it, you just feel so good. You're just like, yeah, it just feels great. But, you know, Colby has a lot of taunts at this point in his hand. You know, he's got the monkey and he's got Taz Dingo. Kind of slow things down a little bit. Hobgoblin's not going to get much use right now. She doesn't have any cards to go with it, like the Echoing Ooze or say the Argent Squire. So this turn, I guess you just kind of trade the 3/2 and the 1/1 and drop a Juggler and just go from there.
Yeah, it's a little awkward, right? Because there's a really nice looking knife there if you can hit one knife on the monkey and just trade with the Flame Imp and then push. But to do that, you'd have to drop your Reliquary Seeker as a 1/1 alongside the Knife Juggler. So Rini is going to decide to take the low pressure play here, which is risky because it allows the warrior to seize the initiative. Usually it's not terrible against a control warrior because they don't normally have too many powerful turn 4 plays. They only really have Deathspite in their deck, most of them. That's the only card that's like good on turn 4 for them. The fact that they always seem to have it is somewhat irrelevant.
Every time, right?
But yeah, this being either a Fatigue or a Reno version of the deck, he does have the additional Taz Dingo to play out here. And now Rini is looking in a little bit of trouble because she's playing the aggressive board flooding deck and she's actually behind on the board. So not a great spot to be in.
Yeah, that monkey did slow things down quite a lot, and Taz Dingo, of course, going to slow things down again, but another Fierce Monkey in hand ready to start blocking these minions. The Hobgoblins are just kind of taking up the hand right now. They're not doing anything there. She doesn't have the minions to go with it, to combo them. Low Fab's not too bad, though, going into turn 5, but, you know, this warrior's pretty comfortable right now.
Interesting. Chooses to gain the 2 life there as opposed to playing the Armor Smith, which would have gained him 1 life immediately and generated a 1/4 on the board. But he's maybe looking for some more long-term value out of the Armor Smith, play it on a later turn when he can get more armor from it immediately. But yeah, this is a matchup that's basically all about denying tempo from the Zoo player. And one of the best ways to do that is just to have your own minions on the board that can contest theirs. So I think I would have liked to see the Armor Smith come down there, or even just the Cruel Taskmaster on your own Acolyte to draw another card and make the board trade down more effectively.
Yeah, I think Cruel Task or Armor Smith would be fine. Armor Up, like I said, a bit passive. Doesn't fight this deck. But then again, maybe he doesn't know enough information. Maybe he hasn't seen Hobgoblins yet. He hasn't seen any of that stuff to suggest it's Flood Zoo. Maybe he's just taking a bit slow because he felt like he had the board advantage. And he just dropped Sylvanas here.
That is a beautiful looking Sylvanas as well, because that egg, there's no way to trade that off the board first to deny the Sylvanas value. So although he's going to steal an egg that he's going to struggle to activate himself, it's still an awkward situation for the Zoo player to be in. She does draw the Implosion, which is a pretty nice answer to Sylvanas.
Yeah, and stopping the Zoo player having a 4/4 is always great. Let's see what this rolls for. Gets a 2. Ouch.
Ooh.
That's
bad.
unfortunate. Yeah, that's not great. So now it looks like he's just going to go for the trade there anyway. Doesn't want the egg. Oh, the egg gets taken anyway.
Let's lose the egg. That was a nightmare turn for Rini. She'd have rolled 4. It looks like a huge swing. Because if she'd have rolled 4, it looks like she would have been able to play the Seeker. But you can't really do that before you trade into the Sylvanas anyway, because then you put a 5/5 on the board that can potentially be stolen. So there wasn't like realistically a chance of the Seeker coming down that turn. But still, rolling 2 on an Acolyte of Pain just felt awful there, and then losing the egg at the end. And you, in fact, called it correctly here. Reno Jackson coming into the hand. So this is a Reno Warrior.
So now he has Reno in his hand. As long as he doesn't have any other copies in his deck, he can be a little bit more aggressive here.
Yeah, I'd like to see him play for board more, honestly, and not worry too much about his life at this point. Again, we saw him Hero Power instead of playing a 2-drop, whereas why does he need to worry about his armor now when he has Reno in his hand? Seems a little bit strange.
Yep, you don't need to. You can just keep playing minions. You're never gonna expect like a Shadow Flame or a Hellfire or anything like that coming from a Zoo player. So, like you said, just play for board, just keep hitting stuff, and eventually they'll just run out of steam. They'll be tapping into the later turns, getting those low costs. You can start dropping heavy hitters, and at any point you feel threatened that you're gonna die, you just drop Reno and you reset everything, and then the Zoo has to do all the work again.
Absolutely, and the secret power of having this egg in play is that it makes his Brawl really good, right? Normally, the Zoo player playing the egg is one of the natural counters to the Brawl, but now that this Colby as the Control Warrior player has an egg on his side, he can Brawl at any point and just generate a 4/4 on the board. It's a really, really powerful play.
I'm interested in the silence there. I think if I was going to silence something, I'd want to silence the egg, like you're saying about the Brawl.
Right, that's very interesting actually. I saw him pick up the owl, but then wasn't really focused on what he pointed at. I didn't even notice he chose to silence the Imp Gang Boss. It's very weird.
I mean, 1/1s are something you can deal with, especially with something like an Armor Smith. You have a Cruel Task in hand.
Right.
Like 1/1s are things I'm not going to be worried about. A 4/4 on the other hand is something a little bit more threatening. And now the 4/4 does come out. If you'd silenced that before, he wouldn't have this kind of board he has right now, and has a Sea Giant. But this is looking like a juicy Brawl.
It is, yeah. I mean, it's 4 minions versus 4, but you know, you're ever so slightly outclassed in terms of minion quality here. So the Brawl does look pretty attractive, and like I said, he gets a 4/4 out of his egg as long as it doesn't win the Brawl. So
I would consider even running the Owl into the 5/5, then brawling, and then if the 5/5 does live, you axe it, and it feels pretty good. The worst thing that can survive is the Giant. But what are the chances, right? Oh,
roughly 100%. Somewhere,
oh, man.
somewhere between 100 and 101% that the Sea Giant was going to live there.
I should message Colby and say, sorry, man. Caster's Curse. What could go wrong as long as the Giant doesn't stick around? And he'll be like, Aqua.
So the interesting thing here now is that the Brawl is gone. So if Rini wants to, she can go for the really, really hard flood turn here with the Hobgoblins.
Double Hobgoblin.
Right, she can go double Hobgoblin and 1/1-drop, or she can go Hobgoblin triple 1-drop. And I think the latter ends up being significantly more powerful the turn after you've just seen a Brawl. Yeah, I love this, absolutely. Oh, well, all right, greedy with the Reliquary Seeker. Little bit of greed. All right, fair
She
enough.
wants that buff.
Yeah, she does.
She wants the 7/7, right? Oh, there's Elise as well. That seems to fit quite nicely into the Reno Warrior. You've got space, right? You got to have one-ofs.
Yeah, absolutely. And just the natural need to play somewhat suboptimal cards in your deck to fill 30 different slots. You'll then have some of those cards left over at the end that you can transform into legendaries with the Golden Monkey. So it makes a lot of sense. And Hobgoblin actually gets to stick for a turn here. So it looks to me like it's Reliquary Seeker time, right? We have 3 minions in play. Although it's 9 mana to actually play our whole hand here, so she can't actually do it. She needs to play all 4 of these minions to get the full Reliquary buff. I mean, I would like to see it just played and get buffed to a 3/3, but she demonstrated last turn that she wants the full greed 8/8 Reliquary Seeker or whatever it ends up as. 8/8 or 7/7?
7/7, right?
7/7, yeah.
Yeah, 7/7.
Mm-hmm.
So this zombie chow tells me this is the last list I saw Zalabe kind of post out of his flood version of Zoo had zombie chows in it, because he was playing like wisps and stuff at one point.
Hold on just a minute. I looked away for just a split second. Why is that 7/7 still alive? There was an 8/4 on the board. Okay, she must have attacked into a boombot first, right? Before attacking with the 8/4 and got punished for it?
No, she went face with the 8/4.
She went face with the 8/4. Wow, okay.
Then again, how do you... I guess... fight for board, right?
Yeah, you have to.
All costs. That's your win condition, right? Having board. I mean, even if she has made a read this as Reno, it doesn't matter. The damage you do to face is not going to make any difference. You need to make him Reno where you have board, and then you just hit it all back down.
Absolutely. And honestly, like, I'm getting the distinct impression that she's going to die with this Reliquary Seeker in her hand. No, okay, she's given up on the dream. She's just going to play. She's going to play it out as a 3/3. Honestly, she should have done this several turns ago, but you understand the greed, right? Part of the reason you play this deck is for how good it feels to drop that Reliquary Seeker on a board of 6 minions. So I can understand, like, fiending for that feeling. But Cole does not look at all bothered about this board and just hits her directly in the face with Gromash. I love it.
I have Grom, I have a 6/3. I have, more importantly, he has Reno in hand, so he knows at any point that, and there's never going to come to this point, Reni's going to find a situation she's going to win. She's drawing 2 a turn, she's on 6 health, and she depletes her own health, so he just probably just feels like, I'm just going to win here, you know, just hit face.
And that second 2-plosion in the same game for Rini, both of them on 3 health minions when they really matter. That's just heartbreaking. She's gonna try her best here to keep going, and she is gonna survive a couple more turns. But honestly, she can only really afford to draw 1 card a turn here. She can't really tap much more, so this game is going to come to an end fairly quickly, especially now that Bash has been drawn for a bit of burst.
No, I wouldn't feel too bad as Rini, knowing that she's playing Druid next game with the Warlock. I mean, Zulok traditionally has a very good matchup against Druid, so at least she knows she has a good fighting chance as far as paper is concerned to win the next game.
Absolutely. So she can decide here whether to tap or not. The tap gives her more chance of getting a full board clear. I don't think it's possible to achieve a full clear right now. No, it's not, right? She's going to do 3 damage, throw 2 knives. Just 3, 4, 5, 7 maximum damage that can hit minions, and there's 9 health of minions on the board. So, yeah, it looks like she's going to tap to look for an extra option to help her do that. And Abusive is pretty helpful.
Is it enough daggers, though, to finish off both of them?
I think with perfect RNG, this clears exactly. I think. She has 3, 4, 5, 7 damage plus 2 knives. Yeah, that's 9 damage total. So she needs perfect knives. She can't kill the creeper, though. That's the problem.
Unless she did it the wrong way, right? She should have abusive.
She should have, yeah, but then you're not getting the damage from the abusive, so you still don't have 9 damage to clear the minions. So yeah, that's just going to be game.
All right, so Colby's going to take it back. He can do this any way possible. It looks like he's going for the cruel task. Take the win. Rini doesn't seem too bothered. She's smiling. She's laughing, having fun at PAX. And now, she seems like she knows what's going on in the Hearthstone world. She must know that. She has a good matchup coming up next.
Absolutely. Zoo against Druid, very, very solid matchup. It has moved a little bit further in towards the being even for the Druid, with additions like Living Roots and Darnassus Aspirant, depending on which of those options you're choosing to play. Those cards tend to be in direct competition with each other a little bit, but either one is pretty effective if you're able to draw it early game against Zoo. So definitely not as bad as it used to be, but still a heavily favoured matchup for Zoo.
Maybe Colby will get a better luck with this hand of Druid, because last time it was awful. So like you said, if you can get that early game pressure, like some stuff to kind of fight for board, like the Living Roots, like the Darnassus Aspirant, you might be able to pull this win. I mean, it's not guaranteed going to be Rini's game, but she does pick up some nice stuff. Chow. I mean, yeah, she picks up some decent stuff.
That is a nice looking opening hand. Zombie Chow, Voidwalker Abusive combo, which can trade really, really efficiently into a Darnassus Aspirant if that was to come down from the opponent, and now double Juggler as well, which is one of the most aggressive starts you can have if there's no Wrath or Living Roots from your opponent. So definitely a very, very fast opening from Rini, which is what she wants in this matchup, and nothing too exciting here from Colby. Going to choose, probably quite rightly, to turn down using the Wrath on this. He knows that turn 2 is going to present more threatening minions like potentially Knife Juggler, but even things like Dark Peddler and maybe a Flame Imp that he could have played could have held back deliberately there to bait the Wrath. So no need to rush into using the Wrath there, and now he gets rewarded by picking up this Knife Juggler for his troubles.
Yep, and there's an Aspirant as well, so you can play that next to him with a hero power. And an Innovate would have made things a lot nicer for Colby. That drops a Druid, a Claw, or a Belcher. An Innovate would definitely help him out a lot. Rini goes for a tap there.
That tap is really slow. I imagine she just doesn't want to take the risk of playing the Knife Juggler into the potential Keeper of the Grove turn. But still, like, it's not your job to play scared here as the Zoo player. You need to ask the questions and make them have the answers. If you make slow plays and give your opponent credit for having the answers, then they always have them, right? It doesn't matter if they have them or not. If you've given them credit and you've slowed down, then you're essentially putting that card in their hand. So yeah, you need to make the high pressure play there and go Juggler Chow. But she's going to go ahead and juggle this turn. Try and take care of this Dionysus Aspirant. She will do so with Abusive Sergeant. Now we can get the value trade with the Chow. Exposes you to swipe a little bit more, and I think she's just realised she's in very, very dangerous swipe territory right now, but luckily for her, she's going to get away with it. Yeah, she definitely is fearing the swipe here.
Yeah, but no swipe for Colby. But he does get a Belcher, but she has board now. She wasn't punished. You see a sigh of relief from her then. So,
Ooh,
no swipe.
Implosion, baby. Or are we gonna take the Seeker Dream this turn? We can't, right? No. Gormok is a fantastic drop there, though. Gormok showing the power. Yeah, Gormok, when it's good, it's insane. When you draw it as like a top deck as a 4-mana 4/4, like, it feels bad, but a lot of the time, honestly, Dark Iron Dwarf is the same thing, right? You just play it as a 4/4, just have a nice body on the board. So it's never completely awful, and then the turns where it's good, it just blows the game out. It's kind of crazy.
And it looks like Colby feels he needs to go to Force of Nature here to slow down Rini, but the thing is, Rini will probably have enough cards in hand to replenish the board. And this is the same situation Colby was in when he played against her Druid. I have to just play these cards to kind of clear the board. I'm not really developing anything of my own. And now she can go low fab, Chow if she wants to. And he's in the same spot he was in before. Minions are on board. But she goes for the tap instead. Interesting.
Slow play again into the coin lower theb. I mean, this isn't as significant as the last one, where it was the difference between playing a Knife Juggler and essentially playing nothing. This time she can still coin out the lower theb if she wants to. So she's only costing herself a Zombie Chow on the board, which isn't a very aggressive minion anyway. But still, it's a little bit slower than you probably should be playing this matchup in the perfect world. You really need to try and go hard in the early turns as much as possible before the high-value Druid cards come into play.
Yeah, you don't want to run into an Ancient of War, for example. If you run into one, Dr. Boom, this is a point. Like you said, think how different this game would be if that Knife Juggler came earlier.
Yep.
You'd have so many more minions on board, and as the title of this deck is, it's Flood Zoo. You flood the board. But if Zombie Chow was down now, Implosion could hit the Ancient of Law for free. You trade with the Zombie Chow, you gain all the 1/1s, and you still have a 5/5 and a 4/4 with a board full of 1/1s, and you can drop a Incan Boss as well. And a tap again, so once again, not going for kind of filling the board here, going for taps, trying to draw more cards where you have cards to play.
Yeah, very, very interesting. I don't know if she's like overly scared of things like mind control tech and huge AoEs at this point, but it's very, very interesting because it's not really a deck that you can play around mind control with long term, right? Because you have, you're playing double CGI and double Reliquary Seeker probably. They kind of demand you to have more than 3 minions in play, so at some point she's going to have to make the push to really, really flood the board because she's just giving the Druid just a little bit more time at this, a little bit too much time at this point. Sorry.
If you had flooded the board before this point, the Druid would be struggling so much more because Druid don't have those giant AoEs. They have very fixed AoE amounts unless they have a spell power buff. 4 and 1 damage. That's pretty much it unless you commit a Force of Nature, which he had to before. I mean, he was playing super reactively and super defensively before, and Rini didn't take the opportunity to capitalize on that and just keep flooding the board with minions and minions and minions and overwhelming him. And like you said, a window of opportunity might come for Colby to take this game.
Yep, absolutely. And not only, just by the nature of the deck, like not only would have making the more aggressive plays pushed more damage and had the druid, probably facing down the threat of lethal at this point, but just looking at our hand, we could have seen that reliquary come down as a 5/5. We could have seen that sea giant in play, as much as 2 turns earlier or something like that. So it would just be so much more of a spiral on the board if she'd chosen to be aggressive. And unfortunately for her, she's decided to be aggressive directly into the turn where Colby top decks swipe, but we still have that 8/8 surviving on the board now, taken down to 8/7. And is Colby going to play the Shame Drake here? Yes, he is. Okay.
No.
The Shame Drake. You saw it. Like, he went to pick up Drake, and then there was that moment of like, oh, God, I look like an idiot if I play Drake now. Okay, fine, I'll play it anyway.
Yeah, the Shredder's definitely better because the Shredder has more potential to clear this giant alone. And, of course, if another Implosion comes down and hits for 4, you lose the board once again, Colby, unfortunately.
Well,
and what's it going to be?
She rolled 2 twice in very, very crucial circumstances earlier, but she doesn't get the 4 that she really, really wanted there. So, a little bit unfortunate, but she can still put on a significant amount of pressure here. And having just seen a swipe, she'll probably have a long, hard think about whether she wants to remove this Drake. It is a pretty significant threat, but only really if the second swipe is about to come out. She decides to play it safe here and just keep the consolidated board lead, which I do not mind at all.
Lance Carrier is in her hand. I just noticed that.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's a good card there. I quite like that for the Hobgoblin. It interacts with Hobgoblin and it gives you that permanent buff as well.
Right, it's like a slightly clunkier abusive sergeant, but it like you said, it has the benefit of Hobgoblin. So it's definitely not seen in normal Zoo, but when you add the Hobgoblin in, that might be enough to just push it over the edge to be a good enough card to include.
Now this is an opportunity for the board to get pretty crazy. If oh, you could have played Hobgoblin first, right? Is that just lethal?
Killing
That's
your
just
opponent's
lethal,
quite
yeah.
good. Yeah.
Yeah, I am not counting. My apologies.
It's fine.
So yeah, Sap Aqua.
Sap Aqua,
So yeah, Rini is gonna take it. She goes on to the next part of the tournament. What round are we in? This is the start of the heat, so it's a 12-man.
Yeah, so it'll either be a round of 16 game, or they could have been one of the players that is because they're 12-man brackets. Obviously, you have to fill out a 16-man, so some players get buys. So that may have been the buy game from the round of 8. I'm not entirely sure.
So yeah, I think we're going into a round of 8 next game, perhaps. We'll find out for you guys. It's fine. So Rini's going to progress now. We might see her play another game. We did see Jumpy play pretty much his whole tournament, right?
Right.
So they might be keeping her on to continue playing. We might see some new players. We'll find out for you soon.
Yeah, but pretty solid stuff from her overall. She definitely was a little bit passive with the Zoo deck against the Druid there, but wasn't punished mainly because the opponent didn't really get the strong anti-aggro draw. He didn't have the early innovate. He didn't get a swipe until way too late in the game. No BGH for the Sea Giant, that sort of thing. Just not good enough answers really. So she was able to seal the game, primarily because she had a lot of resources in her hand. Whereas in other like in the more regular form of that matchup, you really need to flood and push for answers. But she was able to keep playing the long game because there was a lack of answers from the opponent. So in the long term, her tap strategy kind of paid off, Aqua.
So coming up next, we have Ira with Paladin and Mage, and Rini is going to be sticking around. Awesome. The one Mage we've seen so far has been the Control Mage from Elder Crane. We haven't seen any other mages, and of course we've seen a few Secret Paladins already. This could be a different Paladin. Murloc Paladin is a deck that's picking up in popularity at the moment. I'd like to see a Murloc Paladin.
Yeah, I would love to see a Murloc Paladin. It's a very, very polarized deck. It's a deck that could definitely develop into a problem in the meta because it's one of those decks where there's some classes you queue into with that deck and you just think, okay, I've won. And matchups like that being in the game is very, very dangerous. There's some matchups where you just feel like you're 90%, 95% favored from the outcome. So it's definitely a deck that's still evolving, and we're still sort of pushing to find like the optimal list. But it's definitely a deck that's very, very scary in the right hands. But I would expect to see Secret Paladin quite heavily favored by the majority of players in this tournament, if I was being honest.
I mean, if you look at if you think about what ranks most of these players are going to be at, or the range of ranks that are going to be at this event, Secret Paladin's the obvious one, right? But, you know, we can be optimistic. We can hope for a bit of flair, a bit of spice in the tournament. Maybe Ira will surprise us. And it looks like these players are almost ready, so we're going to be going straight into the next game. Come on, Ira, impress us. Bring some crazy Paladin.
Oh,
there's lay on
that's a lay on
hands.
hands. That is double lay on hands.
It's
Oh,
Murlocs.
we did it. Yep, Solemn Vigil, Keeper, Hillbot. Yeah, let's do it. All right, anything, Pally. Awesome.
So
All right.
this hand for the Paladin, what do you think of it? It seems a lot... Well, the muster changes a lot, I suppose, but...
Yeah, the muster is interesting because it's not a card that's actually in all the versions of the decks. This is obviously like a more board control focused version. Probably has mini-bot in there as well, so you have like high quality early game cards that just control the board naturally. Some other people favour cards more like Unstable Ghoul or Doomsayer in the early turns. So yeah, it'd be a very, very interesting card. This build probably is running Doomsayer because of the Solemn Vigil inclusion. The synergy between those two cards is one of the big reasons that Doomsayer is included in the deck. Because obviously Doomsayer procs at the start of your turn, so then you get Solemn Vigil gets the credit for every minion that's died. So that's a really, really strong synergy. But the coin muster for battle here is an excellent start just to dominate the board, start picking off these Living Roots tokens.
And it doesn't give too much information away at this point.
No.
You mean you coin muster at the moment, Rini might be thinking, oh, it's that face kind of said, it's Secret Paladin, right? I have to deal with this with Druid, but you know, she's going to be surprised. And speaking of the muster in this deck, Kalento is one of the players who started using muster. Yeah, he ran in the Star Ladder. He ran muster for battle and Doctor Boom in his Murloc Paladin. Whereas like Neville's takes a whole different approach. He has his own development of this deck.
Yeah, I didn't get to watch much of Star Ladder, so I didn't realize Kalento was running that sort of deck. I heard that he was playing the deck in Star Ladder, but I didn't get a chance to catch any of it, so I didn't know he was playing the more sort of board control focused version. That's really interesting. So yeah, chooses to develop the Bluegill Warrior here, which is totally fine. He didn't really have a stronger play to make. And honestly, like, the Murlocs in this deck are very often just like units of mana. Like, they're just like, I have to spend this much mana at some point so that I can get this Murloc in play and then have it die. So since he had 2 mana to spare there, no harm in just playing the Bluegill Warrior. Obviously, he'll be sad to get swiped there, but, you know, having your Murlocs die is not the end of the world with this deck. It's kind of the point.
It's kind of funny, the one way your Murlocs became viable is them dying.
Yes. Yeah, pretty much.
But things are looking good for Rini now. She's got at least a board. I know this True Silver does go into the Shredder, but she gets the minion back. I mean, what... Healbot seems okay here, I suppose. It just develops a guy. Let's see what the Shredder drops first before you go forward.
Yeah, Healbot definitely buys some time. The Mana Wraith here would certainly be awkward. Ooh, that's it's not terrible. Well, it's actually kind of bad, right? Because it just trades directly for the 3/3 now, and the Shade doesn't really... You know, it's negligible damage on the Shade, because she can just leave it stealthed if she's scared of it being exposed to the True Silver, and now she can just go ahead and develop an Emperor. So that Explosive Sheep... Usually the Explosive Sheep from Shredder favours the control deck, but that was a weird situation where it actually favoured the more aggressive player.
The only way it would have helped Iroh is if the Shade went down to 2 health and he had to Consecrate. But even then, you have to deal with the Florison. You can't leave it up. And here's another Bluegill Warrior who is just going to meet his fate. You know, his purpose is to die.
Yeah.
But, you know, Rini's hand. It's looking good.
It is, yeah. And sometimes you can try and, you know, get some board control value out of the Murlocs, but that's primarily when you get the War Leader draw. If you just kind of draw raw Bluegills, they're kind of hard to use too effectively. It's kind of worth just getting them out there a lot of the time. But also, having seen the Dr. Boom now come in to the hand, it looks like this might just be a directly net deck list from Kalento's Star Ladder version, did you say it was?
Yeah, Star Ladder.
Yeah, okay.
What do you think of this? Going on the aggressive, you know, you've got combo for turn 7. Oh, it's turn 8, going in turn 8. I quite like this, taking the aggressive stance, you know.
Yeah, I like it too. I kind of would have liked to see the Shade attack there as well, because what are you scared of in this situation, right? Like, what answers that board? It's Equality Consecrate on Pyro Equality. So you've just missed 6 damage there by being overly greedy with the Shade of Naxxramas, and now you're a long way off lethal, whereas if you'd have just attacked with the Shade, then you just hero power next turn and you're threatening lethal. So I would have liked to see the Shade swing in there, but the top deck Pyro obviously was a very unfortunate punish for Rini. But now, all of a sudden, we're in a decent position for our hero, the Paladin World player.
Well, Dr. Boom comes down. He does need if he finds the other equality, things would definitely feel bad. But he's dead next turn, right? Unless he clears most of this.
He needed to draw an additional answer there for Boom. There's a lot of them in the deck: Outdoor Peacekeepers, second equality, that sort of thing. But nothing here is going to stop that combo coming in. And even the neutralizing cards like Outdoor Peacekeeper wouldn't have been enough. But at least from his perspective, he would have felt like he was controlling the game if there was no combo. But he really, really needed second equality there. So.
And he must be quite afraid now going into turn 9. I mean, he's got Pyro, Consecrate, but that's not quite enough.
Yeah, there's a very, very high chance that the Pyro just dies to the bombs here anyway, and the explosion doesn't go off. Yep. So Drake isn't even going to die. And that is just going to be GG. Rini takes game 1.
Yep, pretty convincingly as well. Even the equality Pyro turn didn't have that much of an impact at the end. The Druid just had control for too long, and of course getting that Forest off, going to reduce some of those cards help. But ultimately I don't think it really mattered. Just having a combo ready to take him out, gaining board, won the game.
Absolutely. And we didn't really talk about it because we were just excited to see a bit of anything Pally happen, but the Druid matchup is one of the worst matchups for the deck. As Druid is for most slow, greedy, combo control style decks. You know, you think about the Freeze Mage matchup. It's the same sort of thing. You just don't give them any time to set up their business. You play huge minions every turn, you demand answers every turn, you don't give them any time to develop their game plan and get towards killing you. So just the deck is just capable of putting out way too much pressure.
So it looks like Iroh doesn't want to take the Paladin for a whirl again. He's gone to a Tempo Mage by the looks of it. And Tempo Mage would have been the perfect deck to queue first if he had known Druid was going to be lined up first, because it's a good matchup. Flood Zoo versus Tempo Mage is not something I've seen very often, but Zoo versus Tempo Mage isn't such an uncommon matchup.
No, tends to be fairly heavily favored for the Zoo. Tempo Mage has a lot of trouble dealing with Nerubian Egg in particular. It messes up Flame Cannon, it messes up Arcane Missiles, it messes up Flame Waker, it counters Mirror Entity. Like, there's all these, like, 5 or 6 different powerful things that Egg can do against Tempo Mage. So, normally struggles to deal with that card in particular. But generally, if they're going to have some sort of impact on the matchup, it's through a big, greedy Flame Waker turn. You know, Flame Waker, Frostbolt, Arcane Missiles, something like that. Get a huge swing that way. But for Iro, no such luck with the Flame Waker in hand yet, but he does have the Sorcerer's Apprentice that he can combine with the Flame Waker later for one of those big swing turns.
I mean, it really has other targets for the Mirror Entity. Stuff like Zombie Chow, maybe Echo Inus. Those cards that only really benefit her, not so much him. And whereas, you know, I guess he has Sea Giants and stuff, but once you know it's Tempo Mage, you're going to be like, once you see the mana weight, you're like, right, I'm going to have to play around stuff now. And then Arena's showed some good presence of some good game knowledge, so I think she'll be fine.
And even Reliquary Seeker, right? Like, if you have to play a 1-1 to give your opponent a 1-1 to pop Mirror Entity, like, that's a fine deal for you if it lets you develop another strong minion that turn. Just get it out of the way for 1 mana. So there are a lot of ways to deal with Mirror Entity in the deck. We see that the secret up now is not a Mirror Entity, because the Mirror Entity in play is green, so it's likely a Counterspell, Duplicate, something along those lines. Duplicate has come into popularity a little bit recently in Tempo Mage, and I'm not really sure why, because it's not a Tempo card, right? Like, it does nothing for Tempo, so I'm a little bit mystified by the recent upswing in Duplicate and Tempo Mage, but it's been working really well for a lot of players, so I'll have to try it out at some point.
I think it probably just to stop burning out so quickly. I think Tempo Mage does have some problems sometimes where you just kind of burn everything out to trying to fight for board, and they just like top deck in. Maybe it's to kind of make things a little bit better. That was a nice turn for Iroh. That was an even nicer turn for the counter spell. He cleared up the board with this combination of spells, and then hit an implosion on the counter spell, and then he has a Pit Fighter ping going into the next turn if he wants. And yeah, Pit Fighter is a pretty decent thing to pick up from the Unstable Portal. 5/6 body against Zoo is not bad.
Yep. Seems good. Decides to play the 2-mana mirror entity there over pinging, and he's now going to evaluate whether he wants to play this arcane missiles just to take down a 1/1. It does protect his 3/2. He could also just trade, which is the other way to protect the 3/2. Because obviously, if you just go face and leave the 1/1 on board, you're vulnerable to all sorts of things like Abusive and Direwolf Alpha and Defender of Argus and yada yada yada. So top decks the egg to deal with the mirror entity, which is nice, but it's coming a little bit too late. She's facing down a 5/6 on the board now, and her minions just aren't particularly competitive.
Oh, corruption off the peddler does deal with it.
It's not bad at all.
That's very good. What's the draw? Another unstable portal. So want to find something nice, something juicy that can swing this game out of control for the Tempo Mage. Because at the end of the day, the Rini's going to get 2 draws per turn if she can squeeze it in. And this Tempo Mage just might find some whiffs if he gets some kind of inefficient spells. That's okay, I suppose.
It's not terrible. He's low on resources at this point anyway, so it's kind of unlikely he gets to spend all his mana each turn. So the Felguard has a decent chance of just not really making that big an impact. So it's probably not a terrible idea just to jam it down here. Oh, sorry, obviously he's going to jam it down, but it's not a terrible pull off the unstable portal.
A 3/5 with Taunt as well. She's going to have to punch through it with minions.
Exactly.
Yeah, it doesn't seem too bad. See what the peddler picks up. Overwhelming's a very nice thing to pick up. Can deal with that Felguard now.
Yeah, PA looks pretty strong. And then just develop a second creeper. And we're coming down to top deck mode here, and the Zoo still has plenty of health. It's not like the mage has been aggressively pushing damage. So if this comes down to top decks and the Zoo player just gets to draw and play 2 cards a turn. Speaking of drawing 2 cards a turn, how would you like an Azure Drake on your turn? Well, on your 5 mana turn. It's actually turn 6, but we've lost a mana due to Felguard. But yeah, normally the Zoo will have the advantage by being able to draw two cards a turn, whereas the Mage will be stuck with 1. But Azure Drake, also things like Ethereal Conjurer and Arcane Intellect will be the cards. Depending on what combinations of those cards Eero plays in his deck, those will be the sorts of things he's looking for now.
Do you like Arcane Missiles here?
Would you attack into the Creeper first and then Arcane Missiles? Or
Well, you can't, that's the problem. So, is it worth using Arcane Missiles maybe to clear the Peddler?
Interesting.
Because that protects it. It protects your Drake from Abusive Sergeant. I guess not. I guess you hold on to it for a Flame Waker. Oh, wow. That's a good draw.
Hobgoblin is not bad there at all.
And this is where we get to see Lance Carrier become quite good in this specific moment, because he gets to trade the Drake away, he gets buffed as well, and now the board swings over to Rini. So things are looking pretty good for her, and at least Iroh has some cards, right? He's managed to draw some cards with the Drake, pick up some stuff, but the problem is now Rini gets to draw 2 cards per turn, and any 1-drop she picks up is anything with 1 attack, is a real threat while that Hobgoblin sticks around.
Yeah, unless the dream happens and Arcane Missiles snipes the Hobgoblin 2 or 3 times and you get to hero power it down. Doesn't look like Eero wants to consider that option. Quite right not to. It's just so incredibly unlikely. He's just going to consider whether to use the Arcane Missiles. I think if he was going to use the Arcane Missiles, you should do it first, just in case it does hit twice on the Hobgoblin, because taking care of that Hobgoblin is so very important. So yeah, I'm fine with this play where he decides not to play it at all. But now things have suddenly taken a turn for the worse for the Tempo Mage player. Oh my god.
Wow. So that's an awesome pickup as well. Clears up this low feb so nicely. Has a crazy board going forward. Unless Iroh runs, say, a Flame Strike, things are looking really bad for him.
Yeah, that was pretty disgusting. He was so close to being able to do the full thing as well and drop the Sea Giant at the end on top of it, but not quite enough mana to pull it off. But this is spiraled out of all control for Eero as the mage. And yeah, small cards like Sorcerer's Apprentice, Mad Scientist, they just aren't going to cut it. He needed some big bombs. He needed his Dr. Booms to come out. He needed any and all board clears he's playing, Flame Waker, etc., things like that, and he just hasn't got to them in time. And so it looks like the Zoo is just going to walk away with this game from him.
I mean, he does get to ping his own egg. He can play the missiles, but like the Zoo's just going to draw 2 cards a turn and just keep playing stuff. And any 1-cost minions that come out are going to be buffed by Hobgoblin. Sea Giant sits in the hand. Yeah, it doesn't look very likely Ira will win this without a good draw next, a really good draw next year, like a Flame Strike, for example.
Lower Theb Sea Giant is the play here, surely, right? Lower Theb for 5, and then the Sea Giant will cost 2. I think it costs 3 at the moment, right? The top of the mana crystal is just a little bit cut off, but I think that's a 3. So lower Theb to reduce it down to 2. Sea Giant, yeah. All right, she's spotted it.
Do you smoke?
It doesn't really matter, does it? Let's be honest.
Yeah, okay. Water Elemental's not that amazing draw you need to win this game, unfortunately. Rini's taking this tournament by storm at the moment.
Yep. Stampeding her way through the bracket. And as you said, Water Elemental not quite going to cut it. Eero going to stare at the board just for a moment, just to check he's not missing anything, and then decides to give up the game. So that is 2-0, right, for Rini?
Yep, and this is the round of 8. Well, that was the round of 8, as far as I know. So she'll be going into the semi-finals, I think, unless we're told otherwise. But I'm sure we'll find out very soon. So yeah, so far Rini's been doing pretty well. I mean, she had some kind of, like you said, shaky decisions with the Zoo originally in her first match, but like me and Trump and you have already mentioned, Geico has given this opportunity to players to experience what it's like being a professional player, playing in a tournament, being streamed, being casted, having money on the line. And if you're not experienced, you do make mistakes. It comes down to nerves, all sorts of things. So you can't be too hard on any of these players because they're not professionals. They're here to have fun. They're here to give the pro scene a go.
Absolutely. And it seems as if, as time is going on, she's settling into it a bit more. Definitely that game against the Tempo Mage there was very solid from her side indeed. Played it out very well, spotted the little mana manipulation with the Sea Giant at the end. You know, not an advanced concept, but something that's easy to miss in a high-pressure situation like that. So looks like we are ready to go with our next game, which we believe is a semi-final of Heat 3, and we're going to keep following Rini, follow her path through this tournament, which I like, because we're getting to see a developing story here, right? We're following one person the whole way through. I kind of like this just as a way to experience each heat. And we're going to see Rini going up against T-Swizz with Paladin and Warlock, unless the classes have not been changed. No, because it was Paladin Druid. No, Paladin Mage last time.
Paladin Mage last time.
Yeah. So Paladin Warlock from T-Swizz.
And this could be another Murloc Paladin. I'm hoping. We didn't get to see Murloc Paladin really do much last time, but hopefully it is another Murloc Paladin. And like you said, I do enjoy watching one single player go for the whole bracket as they win, because as they go further on the bracket, the more pressure, right? The more pressure towards winning prize money and stuff like that. And you can see how they develop as a player in this tournament specifically. If the pressure does take any toll, do they get better as they play more games and more confident? Or does pressure make them play maybe a little bit worse because they know there's much more on the line? So when you're looking at these casual players, you could call them, or just people who enjoy Hearthstone, it's interesting to see the development.
Sure. So we have seen almost the full range of Warlock decks today. We've seen a Flood Zoo, we've seen a Handlock, we've seen a Combo Lock. I don't think we've actually seen like a pure Reno Lock yet, right? Because the one guy that we saw running the Combo Lock was playing Double Power Overwhelming, which seems to suggest it's not a Reno version. So it'd be interesting if we see a Reno Lock come out here, and then obviously the Paladin seems to be a straight-up choice these days between Secret Paladin and Anyfin Paladin. But it'd be kind of sad if it's another Anyfin Paladin and it again just queues into the Druid again, like same situation as before. So.
Apparently that was the finals of Heat 3 we just watched.
Oh, so why do we have Rini playing another game on our screen then? That doesn't work, right? But either way, okay, we've been told that Rini has won Heat 3, so she has now progressed into the end of the day four-way playoff, and we will move on to Heat 4 very shortly, where I believe someone that one or two of you may have heard of, Mr. Admirable himself, is currently in the semi-finals of this heat. So hopefully we'll be able to pick up one of his games soon.
Yep, he's been cast in the Tespa League stuff along with Frodan and TJ. So yeah, they've been working as well. Maybe he's had a bit of a break. Thought he'd play some Hearthstone, win some cash.
Yeah, why not, right? If there's, if you're out somewhere and you see a Hearthstone tournament happening, you're going to join in, right? That's just the way it goes. So, Onog and Geico putting on this tournament at PAX. So the people that are there for ulterior motives, they can just wander along and play in the tournament. So if you guys are interested in the same thing, go check out the Geico booth. There's not just Hearthstone there. They've got Smash Melee there and a bunch of other Xbox games. So go check that out. And in the meantime, while you're doing that, we will take a quick break and we will be back with heat number 4 very shortly, just in a few minutes, guys. Stay with us.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Geico One Nation of Gamer PAX South stream. We have a mid-match here. We're 1-1 already versus Gaming Snob versus Twesticles will be coming up. And I don't know what decks we have left. We haven't been told, have we?
We haven't, no, but blessing in disguise here is that we only have to make it through one game without giggling like small children every time we say the word Twesticles. So that definitely works in our favor. But yeah, as you mentioned, it's 1-1. We're not sure which decks have been knocked out, if you like, by winning. So we'll just see what we end up with game 3 here. But this is obviously the decider. Winner of this will, I believe, progress to the finals to play Admirable, if I'm reading the situation right. So pretty close to wrapping up heat number 4 here, and then we will move on with the finals between all 4 heat winners.
Oh, no, this is round of 8.
Oh, this is round of 8 still. Oh, okay. So Admirable's side of the bracket has just advanced much quicker then. It sounds like Admirable has just been smoking everyone and is already in finals. That's what it sounds like.
He's got his feet up, he's waiting to play his game before he has to go back to casting. But it looks like Twesticles is ready with what it looks like to be the first Reno lock of the day. And again, another Druid. And as you were saying, Druid excels in these kind of matchups where it punishes the slower decks. Do you think... Sorry. I was just about to say Twesticles again, and then I had to stop myself from saying it. Anyway, so yeah, these hands at the moment are quite... He's got the shade, but not much else going on. What do you think of the Reno Lux hand?
It's reasonable. He has things to start doing now on the important turns, which is kind of turn 3, turn 4, and onwards from there. We don't see a Reno yet, but honestly, Reno isn't a huge card in this matchup. It can be very, very good in very specific situations where, it's empty board and you're just being threatened with lethal from combo. But what the Druid is so good at in this matchup is just building a board that the Warlock can't answer. A board that's too big for Hellfire, a board that's down too early for like a big minion to be played with a Shadow Flame. And in that situation, Reno just doesn't achieve anything because you still leave their board behind to just punish you back for more damage again. So the important things to pick up are like the high value minions, the decent spot removals like Siphon Soul, Dart Bomb, stuff like that. And then some defensive cards like more like Anti-Kill Bot, Sludge Belcher, that sort of thing. Those are more of the things that you're going to be looking for. But
Demon Fire hit a good target, taking out the shade. I mean, that was probably one of the best things Demon Fire could hit in this matchup specifically, unless a bunch of living roots, speak of the devil. One thing that I've seen the inclusion in Reno Lock quite recently is Demons. That seems to be quite popular and picking up recently, because we had Fugue and Stalag kind of come in, and I'm never a fan of that variation, but Demons seem to be finding themselves in, because they already run an Imp Gambos, right? And squeezing in Mal'Ganis, maybe even a Jaraxxus, seems pretty good.
Yeah, you squeeze in the late game demons, you find room for Void Caller, that sort of thing. Just play the demon package that way. That's one of the things just naturally about Reno decks, right? There's always going to be a bunch of different ways to play them because you have so much flexibility by playing 30 different cards that you can easily tweak decks towards different strategies.
Wait, did you just see a swipe on a Falnos?
I did, yes. Playing around Molten Giants. That's the line we're going to go with here. He didn't want to activate those Moltens yet. Yeah. Obviously, the swipe should have been directed at the face there. So.
And yeah, so Dr. Boom comes down, and yeah, so Dr. Boom comes down, and that swipe did deal with the board, but now he has to deal with this guy. Big Game Hunter obviously is going to clean up quite nicely, but he can swipe again if he feels like he wants to get rid of the boom bots. But you can also Hero Power Wrath, which kind of line do you like? Do you think what's more valuable here?
Yeah, the Wrath Hero Power BGH play seems like the natural organic line here, but it does feel kind of bad to have this hand stacked full of high value threats and have to pass a turn not playing one of them because you have to spend your whole turn answering Dr. Boom. But that's just kind of the power of Dr. Boom, right? This is what it does to your game plans. So he's going to go with the Swipe Wrath option and save his BGH, which is going to pay out probably later in the game when he gets to snipe down Mal'Ganis. But I think I would have gone with the Wrath for one on one Boombot, Hero Power, the other Boombot, and BGH there, just to take the board as well, because he's handing initiative back to his opponent this way. That's the problem.
unless he's already played against this deck and he's seen Mal'Ganis and he knows that other BGH
That's
sides.
very possible. That is very possible considering this is game 3 of the series. Yeah, that's absolutely right.
So that could have been an information play based on what he'd seen in previous matches. We don't know because we're kind of tied up 1-1 as we go into the cast here. Twilight Drake is a bit of a nuisance for the Druid without that Keeper of Grove. 4/9 body. It's going to sit there quite nicely. And now the Druid can kind of drop a Dr. Boom now, kind of put his own pressure on if he wants to. What do you think?
Yeah, he can drop his own Dr. Boom here. He can also just play Emperor, because now he's drawn the Savage Roar. That's a lot more appealing. Savage Roar, one of the key cards that you do really want to hit with Emperor Thaurissan. But the Dr. Boom play certainly looks pretty solid here, but you're asking your opponent not to have a big game hunter of his own. We see that he does. And if he goes for Dr. Boom and Living Roots for minions here, then we see the opportunity for the Mind Control Tech and Dr. Boom. You know, you get two chances, right? You can either steal the 7/7, or if you don't get it, you snipe it down. So the Dr. Boom play will probably be more heavily punished. But it looks like probably just a more powerful play on the board here. But Gaming Snob is going to turn it down and just be happy with his Savage Roar discount and move on from here, which is definitely not a terrible play either.
I mean, looking at the hands, I think Thaurissan's probably just better because, like you said, you get punished by BGH, and the Boombots don't interact very well with the Imp Gambos.
No.
I mean, you could essentially just give him 2/1/1 Imps if you have two unfortunate Boombots, and the Imp Gambos could still live. So I think ultimately this is probably the better version. And there's Reno there, which is, like you said, it doesn't play a huge role in this matchup. And at least while he played the Thaurissan, he forced all of the Imp Gambos to be cleared away, just leaving one token.
Twesticles decided to play a Sludge Belcher instead of Emperor Thaurissan there, with a hand that is pretty packed full of value for Emperor Thaurissan right now. Pretty interesting line there, because what's he really protecting from right now? Is he scared of losing to double combo right now because of the Emperor last turn? That seems a little bit timid, but I guess you could understand the fear, right? It's on the line, it's 1/1 right now, so I can understand the fear, but it seems a little bit timid to drop Belcher when you have such a powerful Emperor Thaurissan this turn.
Because he could be, I guess he's playing around for Savage Roar, right?
Right, exactly.
And this is the decided match, right? So perhaps he's thinking, you know what, I don't want to lose to that, because Druid can do that at this point. Mm-hmm. I don't mind that. He's playing safe in a match that does matter to him.
Yeah, there is definitely an argument to say, like, with this line, if I play it ultra safe and play around double combo, like, how do I lose from this position, right? If I just have this board versus a Druid and they have nothing. So from that perspective, I can definitely understand it. It's not like he made a horrible play to protect himself from double combo. He made a slightly weaker play to protect himself from double combo, so it wasn't a huge sacrifice, but definitely showing his opponent maybe a little bit of unnecessary respect here.
What do you think of the Living Roots on the Belcher?
It's interesting. Not sure what he was really trying to achieve with that, because what does doing 3 really achieve, unless he wants to, like, try and use Force of Nature as a board clear next turn? Like, that's the only thing I can see that would make putting it down to 3 particularly relevant. Putting it down to 2 particularly relevant. It's very strange looking Living Roots to me. But, This turn the Emperor comes down though. They're now protected by the Sludge Belcher. And we may have to see a defensive combo here from Gaming Snob to try and get his way back into this game.
Yeah, it's not looking good for him, is it? I mean, with the Thaurissan come down, and if you look at everything that got discounted, you've got the Reno back to full health, you have the Mal'Ganis to protect you, the Big Game Hunter is sitting there nicely to protect it, but the one thing I guess Gamer Snob doesn't need to be worried about is being burst down. His biggest concern is losing board indefinitely. Like, if there's too much developed at one point, he's never going to be able to fight back. So do you think defensive combo is his only option here?
It's his only way of answering Emperor Thaurissan, right? And just classically, like back in the day, if a handlock got 2 ticks of Emperor against you, you pretty much just conceded the game, and it's very, very much the same thing for Reno Lock. So I think if he has any hope of winning, he needs to just combo down this board, and then he has 2 incredibly high value cards in his hand with Ancient of Law and Dr. Boom, and he needs to hope against hope that those cards are good enough to deal with the massive amount of value that the Warlock has in their hand. But this play doesn't really seem to do anything. It's like a halfway between clearing and keeping resources for burst, that you just leave the Emperor there, so Very, very strange line. Because, what good is that Savage Roar unless you top deck the second Force of Nature anyway? So if he was gonna make a defensive play there, a play that wasn't just Slam Boom, Shut Eyes, Pray, then it has to be the full combo, right? Because what does the half combo achieve?
Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. I don't know what he's thinking or what he's preparing for.
Also, just to note, he just didn't even cycle Wild Growth for 2 mana.
No, he didn't. I guess this is where the pressure's probably getting to him. He didn't
Yeah.
know how to deal with it, and yeah, it's pretty tough. This turn for Twesticles, I don't know. I quite like Reno in back to full and then a low fab, and then look at the board that he has to deal with going forward. What do you think of that?
Yeah, Reno back to full lower third seems solid. He may be very, very confident in his Mal'Ganis right now because he saw his boom not get big game hunted, but that of course is a play he'll get punished for because his opponent has held on to the big game hunter. So yeah, Reno and something seems like a solid combination, but he's going to get a little bit greedy. Just use the lower third this turn to lock out any chance of combo anyway, and then he can maybe force his opponent to go all in. Because his opponent can see here that he's not coming back on the board, so he might be forced to go for like a 2-turn lethal where he throws some damage at face this turn, and then you can use the Reno to just crush Dreams next turn. So I like this. I like this just fine.
I like that. Reno, the crusher of dreams, because that's what he
Right.
does, right? Especially for aggro players.
Yep.
All right, so this is this point. This is where the Reno lot can pretty much do anything, and probably get away with it. Reno, I think, needs to come down very soon. Maybe get the Giant in first, drop the Reno, bait a big game hunter out, and then Mal'Ganis will just lock everything out.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
what I'd like to see.
he can like Giant Reno Sun Fury this turn with mana to spare. Like that's what Emperor has done to his hand. That's the level of nonsense that's going on right now. So he can pretty much do whatever he wants. Like there's room for the big game hunter in that play as well. Like it just doesn't matter. just play some cards that puts massive things on the board, and you're gonna win the game.
Yeah, you could even big game hunter, ignore the boom bots, hit face, Reno, Giant, Sun Fury.
Preferably not in that order.
Yeah, even if he did it in that order, I don't think it would even matter at this point. Just close your eyes and play cards and see what happens. Just make sure Reno's in that. Play Reno first, then close your eyes and play cards, right?
He has enough spare mana to play a 20 mana Molten Giant. Aquablad confirmed. That's where we're at. Yeah, this is fine as well. Yeah, Shadow Flame the Void Caller, get your Mal'Ganis out. This works totally fine too. And Reno back to 30, sure. Why the hell not? That seems fine too.
And a zombie chow. If you want
Yeah,
to deal, you can
fine.
take it.
Fine. 6 mana Jiraxxus just chilling in hand right now.
Game Snobbit's thinking, could I draw something to help me in this situation with this wall growth? Wall growth into
Right. Interesting. Because I was wondering if he was just like a genuine, like, he played other card games and saw the Hearthstone tournament here and entered, and like he didn't even know that Wild Growth drew a card on turn 10 after, but he clearly does. So it's quite strange why he didn't choose to do it last turn, but obviously just a little bit of nerves. Just didn't notice that he had the 2 mana left over.
I think the forcing of that previous turn where he could have wild growth was kind of a frustrating situation for him. Like you said, like he didn't make a play that really did anything, so he obviously didn't have any idea what to do, and he kind of made a play based maybe on instinct or just thinking, oh, I need to do something, I'll do this. And then the wild growth probably wasn't even in his head at the time. He was just thinking, how do I deal with this board? Can't deal with it, I'll play this, and then just missed the wild growth. But yeah, Twesticles is going to have his name repeated once again in the next round, and he will be going up against T-Swizz, I think is going to be next. And then the winner of that game is going to play Admirable.
Awesome. So this is now the semi-finals between T-Swizz and Twesticles coming up, and then Admirable is waiting in finals. So yeah, it does seem like Admirable's side of the bracket has progressed very, very quickly. I wonder why that is, Aqua.
No, we've mentioned that this whole tournament has been set up to give the average Joe a chance to experience being a professional player. And Admirable's just like, haha, I'll just enter. You know what? Why not? I'm a pro player.
Yep.
I want the experience. I want the experience again. So yeah, he gets to experience himself. T-Swizz has Wallop Paladin and I'm guessing that's mid-range druid unless it's aggro druid. So we don't know what T-Swizz is playing at this point. And I guess T-Swizz has been able to watch this game. So he might have a little bit more knowledge and information than Twesticles has going into this next game.
Interesting, we actually don't know for sure what Twesticles' druid deck is either, right? Because we only saw the final game of that series where he was playing Warlock, so he might be playing aggro druid as well, we don't know. Very, very possible. So Warlock Paladin comes down against Warlock Druid, so probably looking at a Secret Paladin, as we've said before. We have had that one surprise Anyfin Pally that did not perform particularly well, but it was up against a pretty difficult matchup for that deck, which was the mid-range Druid. And early on, Heat 1 was all about the Control Warriors and the Control Mages. Since we've progressed, we've kind of got more into the sort of thing we were expecting, right? With the Zoos and Secret Paladins and mid-range Druids, you know, just these kind of straightforward mid-rangey decks where you just play your minions on curve and try and be aggressive, which is a style that you know, a lot of less experienced players favor, just because of how naturally forgiving it is. So that was definitely a style that I expected to see make a big splash in this tournament, and it seems as we're moving into the later groups that is kind of the case.
Unless this is a reaction to what they've seen earlier today. Like some of these players have signed up and then come back later to play in their heats, and maybe they've watched some of the games and it's like, there's a lot of Control Warrior in this tournament, I better start bringing some Druid. And
right.
Look, we have a lot of Druid at the moment, so maybe that's in a response to what they've seen earlier today. I don't know if you have to sign up your classes when you sign up for the Heat. I'm not sure about the sign-up process, but yeah, that might be an interesting adaptation made by players from what they've seen earlier on.
Yep. While we have a moment here, I'd just like to give a quick thank you to Geico, who are the presenting sponsor of this event, and in fact of the entire circuit that One Nation of Gamers are putting on throughout the next few weeks. And also a thank you to Alienware, who have provided all the PCs that the players at PAX are playing on for this tournament. So a huge thank you to both of those guys for helping us put on this tournament.
Yeah, and if you check out Geico, you can get a quote as well. If you need insurance for something, that's what they do. And of course, Alienware make high-quality gaming PCs for your Hearthstone needs. You know, for those clean and crisp animations that you want when you play those legendaries.
Yeah, in case you want to like multi-box 3 servers at once, right? You get that Alienware power on the go.
You know, get a legend on all servers, grind a ladder, get that top 100 on each server, get all those World Championship points. Mm-hmm. Now, that is a way you could do it. Alienware could be the answer if you want to do that.
So I'm not sure how far away we are from getting into this game. Looks like the players are just preparing right now. And oh, look at that timing. We just got the word that they are looking like they're ready to go. So hopefully we can get into the mulligan phase now and see what our first matchup is. Again, this is semi-finals. Winners of this game will move forward to play Admirable in the finals of this heat.
Yep, Twesticles back up with the Druid. It looks pretty standard so far.
Could still be either at this point. I know the Wrath is identifying as mid-range Druid. The aggro Druid doesn't play Wrath, so.
And it's looking like Zoo from T-Swizz at the moment. Yeah, Dark Iron Dwarf. So yeah, it's looking like maybe the more aggressive Zoos.
Okay, I was about to say that normally the Zoo is very heavily favoured in this matchup, but one of the things that can change that is Innovate Keeper of the Grove. And Twesticles had Innovate Keeper of the Grove in his hand and decided to mulligan away the Keeper. That's kind of crazy.
It's kind of strange, actually, because Keeper of the Grove also benefits you against, you know, the Twilight Drake's Arena.
Yep.
So it's quite a good pickup. Like quite a good keep in your mulligan, but he did throw it away. But what do you select? Yeah,
that is a pretty ugly-looking pedal. I don't think you ever want to give up life tap as a Zoo player. You know, it's the core strategy of the entire deck. So yeah, it just kind of ends up being Dragon Egg, I think, just by default. Very, very strange. But looking at his hand, it looks like the Power Overwhelming might get used on the Egg, and then he'll have the Dark Iron Dwarf to use with the Dragon Egg, maybe? That's what he's looking at. So definitely it's between Corruption and the Egg there. But definitely I don't think you ever take Finley as a Zoo player, right? Because Life Tap is just so broken.
Yep, you need to replenish your board as quickly as possible. Life Tap helps you do that. And Dragon Egg doesn't seem too bad, I guess, if you look at what he has to complement it. Like I said, Dark Iron Dwarf and the Overwhelming. You may get some value out of it. And Spirant comes down. How's he going to respond to this? You might have to just leave it up. Do you want to throw an Overwhelming on the Peddler and play an Egg? Does that seem like something you want to do at this point?
Not particularly, no. Since you have the overwhelming to go with the egg, I think you can kind of afford the tempo loss for one turn because you're going to get such a net tempo gain with the power overwhelming on the egg the following turn. But yeah, aspirant has come down and been pretty powerful here. But do you know what else would have been really powerful? Innovate Keeper of the Grove.
Yes, it would have been. Shredder pickup there as well, but you can coin Innovate Ancient of Lore for the draw. I think I like that a little bit better. Maybe find a 5-drop. And even if he doesn't find a 5-drop, he does have a Shredder for turn 5, if need be. Things are looking good for the Druid player for a change in this matchup, but if T-Swizz gets to flood the board, and the egg will definitely help with that, things look good. Harry and Drake.
Harry? You know him that well? He's just Harry to you?
I just call him Harry. He's a pal. I go down to the pub with Harry and Tony, grab a few pints.
Fair enough. Bran comes into hand. No immediate use for it. Long term, you can get some decent value out of that Dark Iron Dwarf with it. But not looking like it's a particularly strong play here, and it's looking like... Well, it's not really looking like anything, is it? He has these 2 eggs that are just both going to take a turn to develop here. He does have, excellent tempo plays with the eggs once he gets them into play with the Power Overwhelming and the Dark Iron Dwarf, but the turn that he takes here to set them up might just be too much for him to come back from.
Yeah, it's a little slow, I suppose. But what else can you do in this situation? I guess he just has to go for eggs everywhere.
Yep.
Bug eggs and dragon eggs. It's got a nice mixture.
Okay, so now we can just curve nicely into the Shredder, and this was kind of the joy of the coin Innovate play last turn. It's that if you lost your Aspirant, you still curved out with the Shredder anyway, which was the play that you were going to make if you didn't do the Innovate play. So he's essentially just kind of invented a free turn where he played Ancient of Lore, right? And now he's back where he was before. So just curves out nicely with the Shredder, and the Ancient of Lore has helped him towards 3 good options for turn 5, depending on which one he wants. He can play the Drake just to cycle more. He can play the Loetheb to lock out things like Power Overwhelming, or he can play the Harrison Jones if he values having both of those effects, the spell damage and the spell lockout, in his hand for a later turn. So his hand is pretty stacked with options, because if he wants to make a defensive play, he has all the tools to do that as well with the Swipe Double Wrath.
I mean, this might be an opportunity from... I think this is an opportunity Swizz should take to start cracking open these eggs.
Yeah.
I mean, he can clear... Oh, wait. Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Whoa.
You just put on the egg and run the 1/1 in with it.
I like Juggler, Owl, Power Overwhelming this turn, right? Because that's a very, very likely full board clear. If he gets... Yeah, I think he has slightly better odds of doing it the other way.
Yeah.
If he used the egg, because he gets an extra juggle off the egg popping as opposed to his minion just dying the way he did it. He ended up doing the exact same play. Like, he used the same cards, Power Overwhelming, Owl, and Knife Juggler, but I thought he was doing a different play, because if you're going to make that play, it just seems obvious that you use it on the Nerubian egg. Seems a bit strange.
Yeah, you kind of want that egg open. You want that 4/4 on the board, and like you said, you get the extra juggle, which could have cleared the Shredder for you.
Yeah, because you Power Overwhelming the egg and you send it into the 5/5, you can then hit either target with the knife, either the Shredder or the 5/1, and then you can still board clear with your other 2 minions, regardless of which one it hits. So you actually have a much better chance of doing it that way.
Another thing is the in-gang boss gives you a dagger as well, if you wanted to trade that in.
Yeah.
So he had two daggers, essentially, if he decided to use the in-gang boss, but he didn't, and now he's going to pop up with the first part of the Dragon Egg.
Interesting that he chose to generate power on the board there for the Zoo player. Sometimes, just using the example of Nerubian Egg, sometimes it's best to trade into the front half of a Nerubian Egg for the Zoo player, but that's usually only if you can clear the 4/4 on the same turn anyway. You don't really want to be in this situation where you're increasing the power that your opponent has in play. And this gives his opponent a pretty nice-looking Dark Iron Dwarf turn, and then he has that 2/1 in play right now.
But once again, he doesn't want to pop open the egg. He would have had 2 4/4s this turn.
Right. So now, you could argue that, maybe what he did the last turn played around Swipe, because he didn't put the perfect 4/4 target on the board. But now, this play is just weaker against Swipe, because he only has 1 4/4 instead of having 2 4/4s. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Strange things are happening.
He's playing around Poison Seeds.
Playing around Poison Seeds? Yeah, fair enough. We can go with that.
So double Void Walker into Doomguard seems like the obvious thing here. You just throw away the Bran, but you know you already threw away a Dark Iron Dwarf. That's one of the things you would have buffed. I mean, you get other opportunities, but you know, Doomguard. This is a perfect turn for it. And even though the Druid has been kind of answering this Warlock quite nicely, Warlock just tend to get into the situation again with Zoo, where they can just refill the board, and this is it.
Yep.
5-7 down, 2-1-3s. He has to deal with this stuff now.
Yep. And those 2-1-3s are very, very annoying because they stop that Force of Nature interacting with the Doomguard, which he wouldn't have had enough damage to deal with the Doomguard this turn, but just the very fact that those 1-3s remain there kind of makes it more difficult to deal with the Doomguard with the Force of Nature on a later turn. So he's just going to make the best play he can, which is try and cycle into a better option. And oh my god, that Gormok though.
I love it. I love this card.
It's so sick when it hits, right? It's so satisfying. Bam! Hold that.
Goodbye 5-drop, right?
Yeah.
And I get a 4-4. Deal with it. Just deal with it.
So good.
And this could be the close to the end for Twisticles.
Yeah, Twisticles is not looking too pleased with his life right now. As I said, those two little 1-3 taunts just lock out any possible play with Force of Nature. Even though like he'd have to Force of Nature and Hero Power the Doomguard anyway, even if he could get to it, which would end up being a losing play. But those two 1-3 Voidwalkers are just doing so much work right now to protect the rest of his board.
I mean, he clears a 2-1-3s.
Yep.
That's all he's achieved here.
Yeah,
that's it.
That's what he had to do to avoid lethal, right? Like any other player just leaves lethal on the board, so...
It's just, yeah, kind of lackluster.
Yeah.
Ooh. Do you think tapping was... Tapping is so risky, and Innovate could end you.
And Innovate would end the game here in Twisticle's favour, but there's so many outs that just end the game in T-Swizz's favour there as well. And you're tapping to 15, so you're putting your opponent on having a second Force of Nature alongside the one that he's just used, and a Savage Roar and an Innovate in his hand. And I think Twisticles is going to go for the fear play here. He's going to Force of Nature. Are we going to see a sorry about that? Are we going to get the emotes coming out? Bluff the Innovate? Yes. 1, 2, 3. Oh.
He did it the wrong way around, right? You attack with the Treants first. And then you hold your hero and say well played or something. And then you hope they just concede, like, oh, he has Innovate or he has something, right?
Yeah. The classic ladder plays. One in a million times it works. It used to work. I think the most common deck that it ever worked with was old school Miracle Rogue, where sometimes if you had no other outs, you just like slammed Leroy without having. We didn't have Cold Blood or Shadow Step or anything. You just well played slam Leroy, and everyone was so sick of losing to Leroy Shadow Step because the combo takes forever that as soon as they see Leroy, they were just conditioned to concede. So you could actually get some wins scumming people out doing that.
And it looks like Secret Paladin's coming up for T-Swizz here, and he's going against Druid, so again, a good matchup for the Secret Paladin generally. And he's got a pretty good start.
He has. Both players actually have a very, very effective start. They're both curving out really, really nicely. Innovate Shade into Wild Growth or Aspirant, depending on what he likes. He can also just Innovate Shade, Coin Shade. There's so many ways to play this combination of cards from Druid, which is kind of the way the games always happen when you draw multiple ramp options in your opening hand. You've got to kind of really sit there and examine all the different mana effects and work out what makes the best curve. It looks like he favours Innovate Shade, Coin Shade here, and he can follow it up with an Aspirant or a Wild Growth on the following turn, and I don't hate this at all.
The nice thing about getting both Shades out early is, you know, Consecrate doesn't become an issue for them. Did you like the trade there with the Shade? Do you think that was necessary?
I think it's okay. Like, you don't want that secret. That Secret Keeper can actually outgrow your Shades, right? Your Shades can grow 1/1 per turn, but they can make their Secret Keeper grow more than that. So just taking the value trade there doesn't seem terrible. It did expose the Shade just to a really good trade from the Divine Shield, which was the downside. But I think the Druid is just kind of accepting that like he needs to stabilize in these early game turns, and then in the mid to late game he can flip the switch and be the aggro deck with the bigger minions and the greater burst damage in the late game.
I quite like Wild Growth here, so you set up Druid the Claw next turn. Just I feel Aspirant would just die. Redemption
comes down on the Knife Juggler, which means he may be tempted to Hero Power, but he is just going to go ahead and Wild Growth. Interesting.
The problem is this Knife Juggler is just a big threat just left alone, because now you're setting up to play Druid the Claw, right?
Yeah.
He develops a Shredder, so look at this board, it's crazy, and, well, a Master of a Battle just swings things out of control. But
Yeah,
even in this
so-
situation, the board is still just... Oh, they're...
Oh,
Whatever.
Yep. Top deck Shredder on 4 and then drew the Muster for Battle on turn 5 to go alongside the 2 drops that he has in his hand. Yeah, we talked about this earlier, but Secret Paladin just seems to do this just a disproportionate amount of the time. There's just something about this deck. It's just programmed in the client somewhere that it has to draw well every game.
If you need something as Secret Paladin, you are going to draw it.
Yep.
And a Shielded Minibot to boot.
He does have to take 4 to face, but, you know, I don't think he gets to baby rage too hard about the fact that he had to take 4 to face there based on that series of draws. The Pilot Shredder into the Muster for Battle, just such a huge swing against what he's doing. Did he rip swipe? What's the card?
He did rip swipe.
Haha! Alright, we have a game again.
The tables have turned.
Yep.
Well, not turned, but, you know, things have at least gotten a little bit better. That is the perfect draw for him. It's like T-Swizz had the perfect draw, and then the game felt, you know what, I feel bad. You have a swipe, so you can deal with this.
Yeah, I kind of like the hero power there over the aspirant. They both essentially do the same thing, which is trade with the 2-1, because your opponent would probably just trade with the 2-1, use his weapon, so... Seems better just to hero power that thing down, and you can either go boom next turn, or if you feel you need to make a defensive play, you just play 5-drop, 2-drop instead. So it seems totally reasonable. You can then protect the aspirant behind the taunt and try and get some value out of it that way.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best thing he can do here. He needs to develop enough of a board to contest this. T-Swizz is in top deck mode. He can kind of whiff a draw here, and this Druid of Claw might be enough to keep him in the game a little bit longer. He does go for the hero power, so I guess he's protecting... I don't know, I quite preferred the aspirant at that point.
Yeah, I think I would have played the aspirant there. It's a pretty minor difference. He does take some damage off the board that can deal with the Druid of the Claw, but with the Knife Juggler in play, you kind of feel like that Druid of the Claw is going down regardless of what you do, so you'd almost rather have the second minion so that you have something left over at the end to contest with. Just taking down the 1-1 isn't going to make too big of an impact.
Oh.
So is he going to be able to do this with face damage again? No, he's going to have to trade the mini-bot, but again, not a great deal to complain about in the situation. He's in a fantastic position, and Twesticles is going to need something like Ancient of War now if it's in his deck, or at least a Sludge Belcher. Wrath is not going to do it. It can still hit Sludge Belcher. We've seen both Druid of the Claws be used, so he's running low on defensive cards. And that look of dejection seems to have suggested he did not get what he needed. And in fact, he didn't. Big Game Hunter is going to do nothing here. And that is pretty much just a steamroll for the Secret Paladin.
Yep, Secret Paladin doing what it does best. Well, Secret Paladin has an amazing curve going into kind of like the mid to late game. But this is the aggro side of Secret Paladin as well, right? Where they have this super aggressive start and they just snowball out of control and they win. Or they just draw, I know, Muster, Shredder, Belcher, Challenger, Dr. Boom, as they so common, and they snowball out control through going on almost a mid-range approach. Yep. So that's why the deck's so powerful. It's so versatile in its game plan. You play to the strength of your hand, and usually the strength of your hand is just super strong and very hard to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that more aggressive board flooding style is something that, like, Secret Paladin was when it first appeared. A lot of people were playing around with it more aggressively with things like Leponome and Argent Squire and stuff in the deck, and your curve just kind of topped out with Challenger with Double Divine Favor. But then people discovered that if you pushed it more mid-rangey with the Tyrion and the Boom and stuff like that, like, you can still do that, what we've just seen. Like, the evidence is there. That flooding aggro kill you on turn 7 thing, that can still totally happen. But now you have backup plans. Now you can actually win the late game as well in your aggro deck, and that's just crazy. Like, following the evolution of that deck to something that just seemed like a gimmick, or from like Mysterious Challenger first being announced and everyone going like, oh, a Paladin Secrets Ellie Giggle, basically, was the reaction from everyone to that card, right? And then we actually saw it happen and was like, okay, there's something to this card. Like, this works, and then it went from, like, the aggro deck to the mid-range deck, and now it's here as, like, probably just the best deck in the game. So it's a deck that's come a long way since the Mysterious Challenger was first announced, but, yeah. Dominance for it there.
Yeah, play a 6/6, spin your deck for 4 cards, and have them have to interact with those 4 cards, which have just come out of your deck. Yeah, it's pretty powerful in the end. So it looks like Admirable is going to get his debut. at PAX South as a player instead of a caster. He's been casting there today, and now he gets to show his stuff as a player as well.
The big break for a young upstart known as Admirable is going to
This is
happen
make or
right
break.
here on this stream. This will make or break his career right now. Like, I'm sure he will agree. Admirable in the finals now of Heat 4, and it's going to be T-Swizz with the formidable task of taking down this Goliath of a man in the Hearthstone scene. Mr. Nathan, that's Admirable Zamora.
You know, this is a good opportunity for him to kickstart his career as a professional player. This is what Geico is giving these players an opportunity to do, you know. Be kind of your average Joe, come to PAX, get to play on the big stage against players of your own caliber, or sometimes some established players who happen to be at the event at the same time and decide, you know what, I'm going to play too.
Right.
So T-Swizz, well, we don't really know how much T-Swizz knows about competitive Hearthstone. He might just be a ladder player who just enjoys playing the game. He just, you know, bounces on it on his phone or whatever.
Very true.
Or he could be like, oh man, are you serious? I have to play Admirable? Like, come on.
And interestingly enough, just looking at Admirable's lineup, there is a warrior in there. You know, we joked a couple of times that since his side of the bracket seemed to be so far ahead, and Admirable as a player is known to favor being aggressive. You know, he loves hitting face. I heard a quote from him once. It's like, I just like hitting face. I don't care whether it's hitting face with like a huge control late game minion or whether it's with a Leper Gnome. I just like hitting people in the face. So this could be a control warrior, it could be a patron warrior, but Admirable classically is known as a mid-range druid player. So I would put a large amount of money on this being mid-range druid from Admirable.
I feel it might be Patron. If you look at the speed he went for the bracket, Patron seems like the obvious pick. And as a mid-range druid player, if you kind of take the Hoy formula, if you're strong with mid-range deck, play other mid-range decks in your lineup in Conquest. And Patron has become a mid-range deck ultimately through its nerf. Yeah. So yeah, Patron just seems like the obvious pick for Admirable if he is a strong druid player. How do you feel these match up together then? Zoo, Secret Paladin versus potentially, well, mid-range druid and potentially Patron.
So both Zoo and Secret Paladin have a relatively favorable matchup against mid-range druid, and they both have a relatively unfavorable matchup against patron warrior. So it's going to come down to, you know, him getting the matchup to come down in the right order. He's going to have to possibly win one unfavored matchup if he's going to come out of this intact. But Admirable, obviously, just a huge favorite, just because of the extra experience that he has as a Hearthstone player. And yep, this looks very much like mid-range druid from Admirable, and it queues into Zoo. He chooses to keep the Shredder with no ramp against what you would assume he knows is Zoo. I expect Admirable, you know, takes this very seriously. He would have scouted out the last game to see what he was playing against. He chooses to keep the Shredder with no ramp against Zoo. How do you feel about that?
It's nice to have a 4-drop as a druid, but like you said, it's against Zoo. You're going to be facing at least 3 minions before you even drop the Shredder. So perhaps it's double MC tech.
Indeed. So it looks
Maybe
like
that's
Admirable.
why.
Yeah, it looks like Admirable is going with the more Asian meta style of this deck, which is Mind Control Tech instead of Shades. As we discussed before, it pretty much comes down to Mounted Raptor versus Shade versus Mind Control Tech. And it seems like Admirable favors the Mind Control Tech, which is definitely the superior choice in this matchup.
And speaking of the Asian meta loves Zoo. Like China especially loves Zoo. So you can see why they put so many Mind Control Techs in. And maybe that's what he was expecting. You know, I might pick up these Mind Control Techs. I can maybe hold out until I get a Shredder down. And then if he does flood the board in advance before I play my Shredder, I might get an opportunity to drop that Control Tech. But he has 2 of them. He has 2 of them.
Just a little talking point there. He chose to Wrath, and he Wrathed a 1 health minion instead of a 2 health minion in order to draw a card. Whereas what he could have done instead of valuing the card draw, could have Wrathed down the 2/2. Then his opponent would have been developing a minion alongside a 1 health minion while he has Swipe in his hand. It's interesting that he valued the card draw that highly that he was willing to sacrifice the potential turn 4 Swipe.
Yeah, interesting.
But the owl alongside the Direwolf there is a fantastic tempo play to take down the Shredder. You very rarely see Shredders get dealt with that efficiently, but that was a huge swing on the board there for T-Swizz.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal, and these type of swings can potentially win games for the Zoo player if he wasn't staring down Mind Control Techs in the hand. It could be. I mean, this owl does 3 damage. It's silence and it does 3 damage. and with a power combined with a power overwhelming, an owl can take down a 5-drop, and that's pretty big if he chooses to. What do you like from him here? Do you like him going for the overwhelming? Maybe going with an Argus as well?
Yeah, overwhelming Argus is an option. There's also an option just to go all in right now and overwhelming Coin Doomguard and just discard 2 cards. The life tap definitely seems a little strange to me. But I definitely like the power overwhelming here to deal with the minion, and I love slamming 5/7 Doomguards that go face on an empty board against Druid, because how the hell do they deal with that, right? They don't play spot removal like a Hex or a Siphon Soul or anything like that, so they have to deal damage to minions to remove them, and 7 damage on turn 5 is just an enormous amount of health. So I would have said cards be damned there and just pushed all in with the Doomguard play. But he's left behind a slightly weaker board, but he does have more resources in his hand to go longer in the game as a result. But personally, as the Zoo player in this matchup, I'm not really looking to make the game go too long. I want to get it over and done with nice and quickly.
Well, this isn't the first time we've seen this tournament where Zoo players have valued card draw over developing stuff, especially when you have stuff in hand, right? He had a lot of options, a lot of different lines of plays, and instead of kind of figuring out what I could do here, which would be great and or optimal, he just tapped and kind of went from there, and I don't like that. If you're going to play Zoo, don't draw cards when you have minions in hand. Play minions. Draw cards when you have no minions left.
Right, yeah, the life tap is very much there to start drawing you 2 cards a turn once you're low on resources. The idea is that you play with the resources in your hand first to get significantly ahead on tempo that you can afford to do that. A couple of players have kind of valued the card advantage side of Zoo a bit too highly, which honestly there might be some Magic the Gathering players in this tournament that have come to play Hearthstone for a bit of fun, and that idea of card advantage when playing Zoo is something that Magic players easily fall into the trap of when they come over. They don't understand that Zoo is supposed to dump its hand and just go for tempo every single turn. Like, they want to have those resources, because cards in your hand are a lot more important in Magic than they are in Hearthstone.
Well, Admirable's down to 10 health here. T-Swizz has developed quite a hefty board, but Mind Control Tech steals a pretty good target. I like that. And now he gets to innovate out a Force of Nature and clear out, well, most of this board, which he has to at this point. It's just a bit too risky not to. For that egg.
I was going to say I'd like to see the last 2/2 go into the 2/1 here. Even though it doesn't clean it out, it does set up the nice trade into the egg that needs to be dealt with. With the owl already gone from Zoo, most Zoos only play 1, so there's a very, very good chance, an almost certain chance, that this egg is getting turned into a 4/4 for Admirable here. But we do see double abusive Doomguard in his opponent's hand here, so we are threatening lethal very, very hard. What are we doing?
I think he's coining out the Doomguard.
So he's going to Creeper coin Doomguard and just discard the Sergeant? Yeah, that seems fine.
Yeah. And on the Force of Nature turn, what was the point of hitting the face, right? Doing 2 damage at that point meant nothing.
Okay, he's going to trade into the 4/4. Like, if he got greedy and went face again there, then all of a sudden second MC Tech comes down.
Well, second MC Tech is coming down.
Yeah, he gets it. He gets it here, but the chances of the Doomguard being stolen versus like weak minions, like at least the other way, you could potentially get a whole creeper as well. So there's more powerful options, but. He's going to fish for something with an Azure Drake and no mana. Power overwhelming!
Raw. Sorry as well. You know what? I hate hearing sorry from Warlocks. It's the worst one.
Yeah,
it's so cocky.
The voice is so patronising, right?
Sorry. Oh man. Yeah. Admirable not finding any taunts to protect him. The MC Techs actually ultimately had no effect. And his Druid's now going to have to be Secret Paladin, which would you say is a little easier than Zoo?
I would definitely expect to see Admirable immediately switch to the Patron Warrior here, if it is Patron Warrior, to take down Secret Paladin. Patron, one of the most effective decks in the game at taking down Patron. You have tools like Unstable Ghoul to deal early with things like Minibot, for example. Like, they play Minibot, you play Unstable Ghoul. Like, what are they going to do? Muster to finish it off? Like, no. But yeah, he's actually going to stick with the Druid, which might suggest his other deck is in fact Control Warrior.
And we see a Rag come from T-Swizz. Rag became quite popular for a little while in Secret Paladin, and it kind of cycled out again. But some players have still been using it, and he has a perfect answer to the Secret Keeper with Living Roots.
Yeah, Living Roots, such a satisfying card to have in your opening hand against Secret Paladin. You know that thing is going to get some value eventually, even if you have to play it for the 1/1s. But yeah, as you said, Rag is a tech card that was first brought in by Osaka, I think, who got rank 1 with a Secret Paladin list that pushed the curve one step further with Ragnaros to have the extra option alongside Tyrion and beyond Tyrion. And obviously, if the world champion gets rank 1 legend with a deck that is notoriously quite simple to play and offers good results for average players, then that deck is going to get picked up and played by a lot of people. So we started to see a lot of Ragnaros terrorizing the ladder in Secret Paladin. It looks like that is the version that T-Swizz is favoring here.
And Ragnaros, another thing that Ragnaros does as well, if your Dr. Boom gets BGH'd, they probably don't have an answer for Ragnaros, right? And if you don't expect Ragnaros, that's when Ragnaros becomes even scarier sometimes. Because it can just win you the game just the 8 damage. So it's a damaging option for Secret Paladin, which sometimes lacks burst. It can give him that.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier, right? Like, it's an aggressive deck, but it lacks that finishing power if you lose your board. So Ragnaros can sometimes do that. A game where you've just lost board forever and you can just slam Rag and go for that face hit for 8 damage. So it provides that as an out as well.
Looking at Admiral's hand here is a little clunky. You probably want a good minion like Shredder, maybe even a Shade. I think even an Aspirant would be okay. Just something to put on the board. He might feel he needs to... Maybe he should have thought about pinging the 1/1. Do you think it's necessary to develop a minion at this point?
And when what your expected play from your opponent is something like Loatheb or Sludge Belcher at this point, right? So if he casts Loatheb, you need to have something in play to do anything because your whole hand is going to be locked out. And if Sludge Belcher, I guess you could swipe it and just use the 1/1 to trade in, but it feels like having the minion on board is more beneficial right now just to clean things out.
And gonna use the hero power, it looks like. Yeah, so gets to keep the 1/1 alive, which is good. So he's just cleaning up the board, which is what he needs to do in this matchup. The problem is he's not drawing any minions right now. But if he does pick up something like an Ancient of Law, he'll have double Innovate to back that up as well for the card draw. So that's probably one of his ideal picks. This is a strong play for Paladin. I honestly don't understand why this minion was given to Paladin. Why? Why would you even make this for Paladin? Did Paladin need this? Did they need this?
Yeah, I mean, okay, so Shielded Minibot, Muster for Battle, they are super powerful cards. They are above the power curve for 2-drops and 3-drops for sure. But at the point they were printed, Paladin needed those cards. They had no early game at all. They got swarmed by Zoo straight away every time, all this stuff. So although those cards are powerful, I can understand them existing and I can understand the mentality behind printing them. But yeah, I'm totally with you. Did they need Keeper of Alderman? No, hell no they didn't.
It's just frustrating. Imagine if Keeper of Alderman didn't exist, heavy hitting taunts like Ancient of War would have a bigger chance of sticking around, and it would make the matchup maybe a little bit better. But because Keeper of Alderman exists, it's just so frustrating. I just don't understand why they have that card at all.
And
makes no sense to me.
Speaking of Admirable's thirst for going face, he did in fact just full combo face there with no follow-up damage. That is fantastic. What a guy, right? No follow-up damage in his hand, just a Wrath and a Dream, and he just rips the Ancient of Law. Oh, what a hero. What a hero.
He had nothing else to do. He had double Innovate combo Savage, right? That was it. Yeah. And what did he draw? It hasn't shown up.
Wait, is the hand bugged? Does he actually... Are we not seeing his hand properly here?
Yeah, it seems like it's bugged.
Yeah, we're getting a note from production that the overlay is just a little bit bugged at the moment.
Oh, Admiral's face that Ragnaros, and he's like, oh no, didn't expect that guy.
That has accelerated the clock a little bit. I think he was banking on having 2 more turns here. Ah, there we go. Druidical Charge, exactly what we needed. So I don't know what cards he has been drawing there, but the one that he needed finally, the last penultimate, or the last ultimate top deck, I should say, Druidical for the 4 charge damage. Nice and easy.
So now, if Admiral does have Patron Warrior, he goes into that great matchup. We don't know for sure. If he's keeping with the theme of PAX so far, it's going to be Control Warrior. We've seen so many of them. But no, if Admiral is a great Druid player. I don't know much about Admiral as a player. I know so much about him as a caster, but not as a player. Right. Patron just would seem like a great pick for him.
Yeah, no, very, very. When he was still, focused on a player before he took the move over to casting, he was very much known as a druid player. One of the first people that was really pioneering like the double combo aggressive mid-range druid. So it is Patron Warrior. So I have to say I'm very, very surprised that he chose to go with the mid-range druid there over the Secret Paladin. But I guess like the argument can be made he has to win with both decks anyway, so it doesn't really make a difference.
Save time, right?
Sure, why not?
And he gets the Finley as well. Finley is a card that's kind of... Well, when Crane... I think it was Crane got a good... Oh, you got the dude.
Wow.
We didn't see what his options were.
No, but Paladin is pretty low tier in terms of the options that you can get from that. Generally, like the top tier ones are Mage and Warlock. Those are the ones that you're looking for most of the time. And then Druid can be okay, Shaman can be okay, because Healing Totem's useful, Taunt Totem's useful.
Steady Shot's awesome.
Sometimes spell damage lets you do things within a rage and things. And yeah, situationally, Hunter Hero Power can be really good towards the later stages of the game. So yeah, Paladin Hero Power is pretty far down the list by my estimation. So pretty strange that he took that one there, because I guess what Paladin... No, I don't think there's 3 hero powers where I would take Paladin in this situation against Secret Paladin. I don't think it exists.
I would like to have seen his other options.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
I'm curious, and maybe you could just ask him. I guess you could just drop him a message after this. Oh, why'd you pick the Paladin one? But yeah, he's got Shredder, Deathbite. He's got some good stuff going forward. I don't know how useful the Paladin hero power will be, but ultimately... The armor doesn't really do a lot specifically, does it, in this matchup? Armor's great for Freeze Mage, but other than that, you'd rather draw cards, ping stuff, like you said, develop totems. So, yeah, at least he's got something coming out other than just making armor, which is ultimately not doing a lot to him, for him.
Yeah, but Finley shenanigans aside, what he has managed to do here is not be too far behind going into turn 4, which is absolutely huge for him because he does have the Grim Patron. And if he can just even generate just a couple of patrons on an empty board on turn 5, you know, the turn before Mysterious Challenger can potentially come down, you put yourself in such a powerful position to seal the game.
Ah, wow. So he made a read on Competitive Spirit and it was paid off. He went for the 1-1.
Yep.
And... yeah, good play from Admirable there. And if he finds an Inner Rage next turn, he's going to develop a very threatening board.
Yeah, even without the Inner Rage, sometimes it's correct now with this deck just to go for the 2 patron play. But unfortunately, it looks like he won't be able to clear board while doing it. Like, quite often in a lot of matchups, because the deck is not quite so combo reliant anymore, like, 2 patrons on an empty board is okay. Like, obviously you're over the moon if you get the Inner Rage and you get all 4, but... you know, sometimes just two pages on an empty board is fine, but it looks like he won't be able to do that, regardless of what minions are played by T-Swizz this turn. Unless he musters. If he musters, then it's fine. But you know,
is it fine with a Haunted Creeper though? Playing the Patron, leaving a Haunted Creeper up?
So he would have a 3/2 and a 3/3 against a 1. Yeah, I mean, I like going for it for sure.
Even if you keep us you can only kill 1 Patron, right? And then the 1/1 spawn, so then it doesn't interact well.
Yep. I can't actually think of a full punish for this. You could have Blessing of Kings to take out 1, and then the other one wouldn't have a target on the board to trade into. That's like the worst case scenario, I guess. Same thing with Keeper of Alderman, but there isn't a full clear that takes out both. And now these patrons just get to go ham on this Haunted Creeper.
And he can play another Deathspite and an Armorsmith. Which is really good for him.
He's gonna War Axe, right? Yeah. I love this.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna War Axe, which immediately makes 4 patrons. It splits the creeper for him. Then he has the 2 patron attacks to take care of the spiders. He spotted that play really quickly. Like my brain was just putting it together as he did it, and he's actually just gonna push face with the last patron, which is totally fine too. But yeah, he spotted that play really quickly and just executed it on the spot. That was definitely the optimal line that turn.
Next level patron. Oh, you invested a lot of time to patron before the nerf, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
Tremendous. I only started investing time in patron where I kind of realized that if I was going to cast so much patron that I had to, and then like a month later they nerfed it. So I was just like, why? I just like invested all this, but I was happy with the nerf personally. Well, we won't go into that because it's mixed views.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the patron nerf now after all this time? Do you still think it's fun?
My issue with the nerf wasn't that like the deck wasn't too strong. The deck was too strong. The deck did need adjusting. I just don't like the way they did it because they removed an archetype from the game. You know, this deck is great and I love playing this deck. I think it's fun, but it's not what it was. It doesn't feel the same. It's not the same experience. And that's what I really miss, and that was one of my big issues with it. So I still do harp for the good old days of 60 charging damage with Frothing Berserkers, but I'm just a sick human being, so don't worry about it.
Wow, so you can battle rage again now. This is just snowball out of control. I don't think there's any way Swizz can come back from this. Battle rage again. He's going to draw, I think, 4 or 3. Yeah, 4 cards. Another 4 cards. He could just whirlwind if he really wants to clear the board.
Yeah. You remember that game where the Reno Lock player got like 4 turns of Emperor, and he was saying he could just play any combination of cards in his hand? That's kind of where we are right now. We've just had a little side conversation about the old Patron deck, but Admirable is going to secure his spot in the finals of the day and move forward with the other 3 heat winners. So congratulations to him. Of course, he would have been the huge favourite in this heat as the experienced player with the tournament history and with extensive casting experience. We all know that all casters are fantastic Hearthstone players, right, Aqua?
Apart from me. But yeah, all other casters generally, yeah. Apart from me. But yeah, so Admirable takes it. That is the last heat of kind of the qualifiers, I guess, for the final bracket, which is a 4-man single elimination, and we'll be showing all the games of that, I can imagine, and then the winner of that will win $200. So if I recap who we have in the finals, we have Jason, Jumpy, Rini, and Admirable. So, they're going to be your finalists. But before... Oh, is that a bracket I see?
Looks like we might be getting a bracket very shortly, but in the meantime, just a reminder of what we're doing here. This is the One Nation of Gamers event at PAX South, presented to you by Geico. It is a tournament spanning the course of 3 days with a series of small individual tournaments that we're calling heats. So we're having little 16-man tournaments where the winner of each tournament, with 4 being played each day, all have a playoff at the end of the day. So we now have our 4 players for today. Which are Jumpy, Jason, Rini, and Admirable, as you're seeing on stream. And then the winner of each of these 4-man mini-tournaments that are held at the end of each day then go on to play a final tournament for an additional $500 on top of the $200 that they get for winning their additional days.
Yep, and that'll be a 3-man round robin on Sunday. And yep, like I said, $500 on top of the $200 they'll win if they win. If they get through in this bracket. So yeah, we have 3 more games coming up for this stream, and that will complete day 1 of PAX South, and we'll have a winner, which you'll see again on Sunday. But we're going to go to a quick break before we go into that, so don't go anywhere. We have the final bracket of the Friday of PAX South, so stick around, and we'll bring that to you shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the One Nation of Gamers event here at PAX South. We are at the closing stages of day one here. If you haven't been following along from the start, the way this has worked is 4 individual 16-man brackets have been played out, each crowning an individual winner. And those 4 winners have now moved forward into a 4-man bracket, which we are going to play out now, with the winner of which being crowned the champion of the day, taking home $200 in cold hard cash, and moving on to the finals on Sunday, where they have the chance to play for an additional 500. Joining me here is my good friend, Aquablad. How are you doing, man?
Doing good. Just saw a good match with Admirable and the Patron, just snowballing out of control, and now he's in the finals. But we have Jumpy and Jason from earlier, and I bet Jason feels pretty bad because he has to play against a Control Warrior potentially with a Freeze Mage. Now, Jumpy has Control Warrior and Secret Paladin, and Jason has Freeze Mage and Secret Paladin. And Jason was put in a similar situation earlier where he could have potentially queued into a Control Warrior, but he managed to beat a Druid only just. It was a very close game.
Yes, yeah, that game was excellent, actually. Lots of back and forth, and the Freeze Mage finally stabilizing on the board at the end. It was an awesome game, actually.
So, yeah, but Jason's thinking, oh, man, again, Control Warrior? But then again, Admirable's running in Patron, so that's another warrior. This is a problem, I guess, you get from bringing Freeze Mage into a best of 3.
Yes.
If you run into warrior, it's going to suck. But Jason got out of the situation before. Perhaps he can do it again.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the flip side of that, he does have a strong match against the Secret Paladin. Freeze Mage, that's one of the big reasons why Freeze Mage is still a part of the meta, because it is very effective against Secret Paladin. So, we are in fact going to see a Secret Paladin mirror. I think Jason was our winner of Heat 1, correct? And Jumpy was the winner of Heat 2. They're now facing off against each other. And you have to say, it looks like Jumpy has the better of the early exchanges here. He has the Secret Keeper, which is the lockout for the opponent playing secrets. And meanwhile, Jason is sat with a Divine Favor in his hand, which is a card that is very, very difficult to get value out of in a Secret Paladin mirror.
Yeah, it feels kind of bad for Jason, but he does have a shielded mini-bot, which is something that won't be taken out straight away if he decides to run into the Noble Sack. But like you said, Jumpy has such a fantastic start. Look at those cards. Like, he has the option of playing yet another Secret if he chooses, or he could just go for the Knife Juggler or the shielded mini-bot. I like the shielded mini-bot personally, but going into turn 3, he also has Juggler Secret, so things are looking pretty good.
For sure. And there is a Noble Sack that cannot be played for Jason right now, where it could be, but it probably isn't too wise of an idea with the Secret Keeper in play right now. And I think he can get a pretty strong read by the sequence of attacks from Jumpy that turn that he's facing down a Noble Sack of his own right now. It looks like he's going to go ahead and test it, get the bad news that it is in fact a Noble Sack. It looks like we're just going to have to develop a Knife Juggler here, although that is miserable against the Divine Shield, and we may just end up with the classic Hero Power Pass turn. He can't.
Oh, he's
sack, right?
hovering over.
He can't. Surely.
He's like, I want to, but I shouldn't. I want to, but I shouldn't.
Yeah.
Oh.
He definitely knows. Like, with how long he's taken to consider this, he has considered the implications of it buffing the Secret Keeper. This isn't just him forgetting that it happens. He's just decided that it's worth it in the long run, I guess.
And the shield mini-pot is the perfect minion to test such a secret. And it's going to proc it, and it just knocks off the shield. The 1/1 alone isn't going to be able to do much, but if the Secret Keeper decides to take out the 1/1, he has a bit of a miserable turn going to the next turn, because he doesn't have an option to buff anything with Blessing of Kings, and then just has to kind of go for Knife Juggler Hero Power unless he draws something else.
I think we have to see a bit of discipline here from Jumpy. I think he should trade into this 1/1. He turns it down.
Yeah.
It's turn 4 in Secret Pally, right? Keeper of Older Man, Blessing of Kings. Those are the 2 things you're scared of. But I guess he considers having the Avenge in play. He isn't worried too much about the Avenge. He thinks he's going to end the turn ahead on the board anyway. But yeah, this does mean he loses his Secret Keeper, which was his highest pressure minion that turn. And the buff going onto the 1/1 there means that he doesn't have the perfect opportunity to snipe down the 1 health unless the Knife Juggler cooperates with him here.
Yeah, that was kind of the worst situation. Unless this knife hits now, which it doesn't, he now has to trade a 2/2, so he kind of loses a bit of power. Yep. But things are looking pretty good for him. I mean, he's got the board at the moment, and the Knife Juggler can't be dealt with unless... Oh, he goes to the he's got the cock hammer, so he can deal with the Knife Juggler, and things are a little bit more back and forth now. going
Yeah,
into
exactly.
turn 5.
You know, Jumpy still ended that turn ahead on the board, but I think he ended that turn a little less far ahead on the board than he should have been if he'd have taken the discipline trade the turn before to lock out a lot of Paladin's 4-mana options.
Yep. So this knife needed. Well, hits the face. I mean, the outcome's still kind of the same, right? You just keep a 1-1. And now things are starting to look a lot more even, apart from the health, on board at least. Mustafa Battle's a pretty nice pickup. Do you just prefer Lotheb, though?
Yeah, I think we swing into this Knife Juggler, we see what happens, and then we evaluate based on that. Based on it being another Revenge, I think I like the lower third to just immediately contest it, because you can't really let that thing hit you in the face ignoring your minions twice, right? So you're going to be forced to either like trade all 3 of like your muster tokens into it and they all die, or you could potentially just have the lower third there to trade into it and survive. So I think I'd rather have the lower third in that situation. Has the added benefit of something like drawing something like Knife Juggler to go with your muster for battle in a following turn.
And Consecrate just takes you out of the game, right?
Yeah,
at this point.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Oh, hey, Knife Juggler.
Without the Mustafa Battle this turn. So imagine if you had the Mustafa Battle.
Well, I mean, to be fair, lower third's in play.
Oh, yeah, look.
It wouldn't have actually done anything. But in theory, that would have been an excellent draw with the muster in hand.
So, yep, he's going to test this. And it is a Noble Sack.
So yeah, as I said, like all 3 of the muster tokens are going to have to trade into this 4/3 anyway, because it just represents too much pressure. Whereas if he'd have played the lower third, he could have used the lower third to trade into the 4/3 and then still had a 5/1 in play. So strange line, but wow, okay. Jumpy actually completely whiffs here, and now we get into that sort of situation we've talked about where the Secret Paladin player who was being aggressive loses the board because they didn't have enough power to back up their push, and we could potentially just see a comeback from 5 HP here. Because as long as he's able to keep things like Tyrion or Noble Sack or whatever it is on the board, then he can resist the Ashbringer swings quite effectively.
And he gets to drop Tyrion first, which is always nice. Jumpy could get an Owl, but he has, like I said, he has nothing on board. He needs to develop a board to be able to finish his opponent off at this point. But if Jason just keeps clearing the board as best as he can, he may be able to just stabilize and win.
Oh, that Noble Sack, though. That's so sick. All right, that's slightly disappointing that he whiffed on the Divine Shield pot, but that's fine. He just trades his Juggler. He kills Tyrion for free. And now that Ashbringer, that trades with a Noble Sack and Tyrion. That's what that sword does right now. So at 4 HP, the Secret Paladin who spent the entire game behind is actually going to stabilize.
And he gets 1 draw on the Divine Favor, which is probably the best he's going to get. And he gets a Challenger for next turn as well. A Murloc Knight is a... Can Murloc Knight make a difference?
It can. It can let him kill Tyrion right now, which means that he's threatening lethal with the Ashbringer next turn. If he gets a charge Murloc, then he pushes straight through Tyrion this turn, and then he's threatening the... Oh, no, sorry, because the Noble Sack is up, right? So that doesn't work.
So it didn't matter.
Yeah. Very interesting. So yeah, the Murloc Knight doesn't make a difference on the board this turn, but it is at least a difficult to remove minion that requires a lot of attention from his opponent. Stalls out the game a little bit longer.
Oh wow! So he gets Shredder Challenger. So now all the good stuff is coming to Jason, and Jumpy's drawing all the bad stuff. Like
he may have to. No, it doesn't work. Although, does he have second Noble Sack now? Has he already played both Noble Sacks, or has the Challenger pulled his second one?
No, I think he's only played the one. I know Jumpy definitely played a Noble Sack.
Wasn't
oh,
the,
no, he did
the
play.
secret that he was playing with against the Secret Keeper, that was Noble Sack, right?
Yeah.
So he doesn't have Noble Sack anymore. So I like him using the True Silver here to clear out the Murloc Knight, because of the fact that the second Noble Sack isn't in play. Because now
he's in Consecration range.
Right, now both of these attacks have to go into the Tyrion. Oof.
Speaking of Consecration...
Wait, no, that's lethal. It's lethal. No, because Redemption. It's not lethal. If there wasn't a Redemption, he could attack the Tyrion, Consecrate, and then the extra 2 from the Murloc goes face to win the game. But because there is a Redemption in play, the Tyrion's just going to come back to life.
And it's going to feel bad.
Yep.
I think Jason's going to take this. I
Yep.
can't see him losing this next thing because he gets a competitive spirit buff. He can't deal with the second Tyrion, which has Divine Shield. And from how much health was he on? 4 health. He's managed to crawl back, and it's based on what you said earlier. He took an aggressive stance, and he didn't have the board to bring it back.
So yeah, there we go. Confirming that the second Noble Sack wasn't in play, but there's no play this turn that keeps him alive. That redemption is going to break his back, otherwise he would have had lethal, but the redemption is going to happen. I would have liked to see him like just go for the play that wins if redemption isn't there anyway. But yeah, feels bad, man.
Yeah,
Hey.
redemption's there.
Hey buddy, my name's Tyrion Fordring. You might have heard of me. I'm back.
Yep, back from the dead, and so the first game goes to Jason. That was a good Secret Paladin match. Jumpy, how much of a difference do you think it would have made if he cleared that 1-1 with the Secret Keeper?
I think it cost him the game. Like the game was on such a fine margin, right? That like a little decision like that could have easily ended up with 4 or 5 more damage that he needed to win the game. I genuinely do think that cost him the game.
Yeah, that was a interesting decision. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're going to be playing in that mirror, just clear the board, keep the board clear, and then pick that sweet spot where you can go on the aggressive and take the win. But I guess those decisions he made, picking his aggro spots and not trading for the board, like you say, cost him the game. And Jason was able to stabilize with some good draws.
Yep. So now we have Control Warrior versus Freeze Mage. Settle in, boys. We're doing this.
Now, I've seen you can win this match,
But
you need very specific draws. You need like, I don't know, like Forreson, Tony, and multiple spells. I think Ignite. Who did Ignite beat at Seat Story with Freeze Mage? Was it a Maz? It might have been. I remember watching that game and I couldn't believe he'd won it. But that's how hard it is to win that match. I couldn't believe Ignite won the match.
Right. There was a sweet spot for the Freeze Mage where you could actually win the game maybe 25% of the time. That's probably ambitious. Let's say like 20% of the time, which was after Emperor Thaurissan came out, but before Justicar came out. Then it was possible. But as soon as Justicar came out, you just pushed the matchup straight back to being pretty much unwinnable. Like, it's legitimately 95% for Control Warrior, something like that. Be interesting to know if Jason knows the etiquette, which is if Justicar happens on turn 6, you just concede and save everyone the time.
Yes. You don't grind it out. You don't grind it out.
I think that's fairly well accepted tournament etiquette at this point, but we'll see.
Things are not looking pretty. Things are looking pretty bad already. I mean,
he does have the Emperor and the Antonidas that you mentioned, but there's kind of an additional requirement in that, which is that the opponent does not have Shield Slam or Execute to deal with those minions when you drop them, and they actually get to stick to the board and do stupid amounts of work. And at the moment, we don't actually see a Shield Slam or Execute, but there are minions in play that will be able to trade effectively with them. So Jason, if he holds any hope of winning this game, he's going to have to try and engineer some sort of solution where either Emperor or Antonidas sticks to the board for more than one turn.
and you need some spells to go with Antonidas. Maybe a Frostbolt, an Ice Lance. You need the cheap spells to start with, to start putting that pressure on the life total. And he doesn't have them right now. Like Blizzard doesn't. I mean, Blizzard is pretty effective right now. Double Doomsayer, for example. It's not what you want. You want stuff to back up that game plan of being able to do the Antonidas.
Yeah, absolutely. Not the best Blizzard, but Blizzard not a great card in the Control Warrior matchup, as a lot of your cards aren't. Just like armor gain aside, it's just like the armor gain is the biggest factor as to why this is a terrible matchup. But outside of that, your cards like Flamestrike and Blizzard and things like that, they're just not particularly good against what Control Warrior is trying to do. So you have a lot of fairly poor cards in your deck as well. So that was a pretty acceptable Blizzard for how poor of a card it is generally in the matchup.
And maybe Blizzard again. I mean, what else do you do?
Doomsayer in his hand, though. That's the thing. So he probably wants to combo that second Blizzard with one of his Doomsayers next turn. But I don't think this hand is good enough to just drop Emperor.
Fireball, own face.
Sorry, I'm done. Okay, fine. I can't win. You're a Control Warrior. I'll just fireball myself in the face. Like Emperor is a play for sure, but it's not a great one. This is not like a high value hand to drop Emperor for. Has he picked up Emperor? Archmage Antonidas? Looks like he's holding Archmage right now.
Yeah, you kind of don't want to play him. He's your win condition in this matchup, if there is even a win condition, really. I mean, from a psychological perspective as a player, do you just concede this match and move on to your next game and ride off the win that you got in the first game? You know, do you really just grind this out and just demoralize yourself?
I mean, honestly, I would concede to Justicar. That's pretty much the point. Like, you need to at least get to the late game without them drawing Justicar to have any hope. Because, like I said, the sweet spot where Freeze Mage could actually have a somewhat reasonable success rate in this matchup was after Emperor was printed, but before Justicar was printed. So, if they don't draw Justicar, then you basically exist in that sweet spot world. So you definitely have a chance to win the game. But yeah, as soon as I see Justicar get played, then I'm very strongly resisting the urge to just concede and move on with the next game.
How much armor can the warrior generate before you'll concede in the first 6 or 8 turns?
Well, I mean, if they play Justicar on turn 6, that's pretty much game over. Like, you don't have to wait for them to generate the armor at that point. You know, you can surmise how much armor they're going to get over the course of the game by playing Justicar that early. But as we creep towards sort of turn 8, 9, 10, and there's still no Justicar in sight, Jason might just be feeling like he has an outside chance here. He didn't get a huge amount of value out off the Emperor, though, which is a bit of an issue. This Doomsayer is going to get shield slammed here, it looks like, to protect the Doctor Boom. That is his last, or his one and only premium removal for something like Alex or... well, he has Big Game Hunter for Alex, but it's his last premium removal for something like Antonidas right now. So if this Doctor Boom can be dealt with off the board, there's a chance for Antonidas sticking. Like, we're searching for ways that the Freeze Mage might be able to win this game.
Although he can freeze it, right? Use the Ice Lance to keep it at bay. Maybe play the Alex, shred the health now. He might, they'll obviously Big Game Hunter it, and then maybe go for like a Tony Ice Lance. But then again, you have to deal with the Big Game Hunter combined with a weapon. It's so circumstantial you win this game, and it all has to line up perfectly, like you said. Otherwise, it's just way too tough.
Also, it's worth noting that Jumpy, was he the guy that had the tournament medic or the guy that had the heal bot? Because either way, that's awful. And the Freeze Mage player. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
The Big Game Hunter comes down, but again, no Justicar just yet. So we're only looking at, 25 health? 25 is doable. He has 12 in his hand with double Fireball right now. And the Ice Lance is another 4 if he can pick up a Frostbolt. So 25 is looking manageable after the hero power this turn.
So if you play, say, next turn, you could Tony, Ice Lance, the Doctor Boom, Fireball, the face for free, generate 2 Fireballs, and then you might force him to use his face to tank Antonidas, and that's an additional 5 damage.
Yeah, now he's been put in a position where Ice Block will have to be played, though. That's the problem. Because of the aggressive play with the Death Spite there. There is an Ice Block in play already. Never mind.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. It's just the overlay hiding the secrets. But once it passed back to his turn, we can see that the Ice Block isn't lit up. So he got Ice Block off the Mad Scientist that was played with the Loot Hoarder early, of course. So yeah, he is free to kind of make a play to try and win the game here, but he'll also be trying to look to protect his Ice Block from getting popped, but with the Grom in hand, there's not much chance of that happening. He could do something like Archmage, Fireball, the Boom, and Ice Lance face. That is a potential turn that stops Ice Block being popped and also potentially stops the Antonidas being killed. It's definitely a possible line there. He's going to go the other way around, which leaves the weapon free to swing. And now Grom can come down and either deal with the Archmage or pop the Ice Block, depending on which one he wants to do. And I would dramatically favour... Oh, he can do both, right?
Yeah, yes. You can kill out
Archmage.
Wait, what?
Oh, he's going to go for the armor game. He's actually scared of the amount of damage that can come from his opponent here because of that Archmage getting 2 extra fireballs. So it looks like he's going to pass up popping the block this turn, just in favour of a little bit more armor game.
Yeah, that's quite... Well, that's 5 armor, right? Oh no, 6 armor with the attack. So he's back up to
25. Nothing happened that turn.
Yeah, that's not a good draw either.
Yeah, so the Ice Lance is gone without generating any damage, so he's just down to the 3 fireballs in hand, which is 18, staring down 25 from his opponent. So he's going to need something like Pyroblast and a free turn to be able to Pyroblast. It's looking pretty grim. He has got a number of turns to ration out this damage between the ice barrier, the second ice block, etc. But yeah, he just doesn't have the damage in hand to be able to do this. But, as you said, this kind of draw with Emperor into Antonidas, this has made the game at least somewhat interesting, right? The warrior player has at least had to scrap for his life a little bit. He hasn't just been sat back guffawing with like 45 armor stacked up. So.
Just pressing hero power every turn, going, yeah, I'm going to win this game soon.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's had to do stuff. He's made him work for his win at least. And, I can respect that from Jason.
Yeah, so he's going to go ahead and pop the ice block this turn. A little strange that he didn't choose to pop him at 1, because now what is this armor smith going to attack, right? It's not attacking into the Acolyte of Pain. So yeah, he should have popped him at 1 there, but no real harm done.
So ice block, fireball takes him down to 9, and then he armors up, and not even Pyroblast can win, right?
Ooh. I mean, Pyro helps. It's not 2-turn lethal, but it certainly helps. This is progress towards winning the game at least.
Oh, wait. He
has the 1 extra damage from the Acolyte, right? Yeah, he has the 1 extra damage from the Acolyte.
But he's going to gain all the armor from the armor smith.
He's going to gain extra armor from the armor smith, so that's going to take him out of range. And Bash probably just about seals it now. Feels bad, man.
He was very, very close. I mean, we were counting out Freeze Mage straight away, and we said there was certain situations that had to happen for you to win this game. But to be fair, Jason, we played it out. He made his opponent scared, not go for the ice block pop. And do you think rightfully so in this point? Because Pyroblast was sitting there ready. So that's 1 armor.
The interesting thing is that by making his opponent immune already, if he feels desperate enough to cast the bash, he actually has to bash one of his own minions.
Bash a Cruel Taskmaster. Sorry, Cruel Task.
Yep, there you go, buddy.
Bop him on the head.
Although technically, bashing your own minion actually gains you 1 more armor there because of the armor smith. What do you know?
What do you know?
But again, he does buy himself an extra turn here. There's no activator for Grom right now, so the ice barrier is enough to protect him from lethal. But unfortunately, that's not going to give him the free turn that he's going to need to Pyroblast with the game continuing, because the Death Spike comes down and threatens lethal for the following turn with Grom. So a valiant effort here from Jason, at least making the Freeze Mage Control Warrior matchup look interesting, to his credit. But he is now finally just going to run out of answers. And Grom looks like it's going to seal the game on the following turn. Unless Frostbolt can freeze face.
Ice Lance, Healbot, he can't even do that. You can Healbot back up.
Yeah, Healbot just takes him to 14. It's not good enough. It actually prevents more damage to Ice Lance him in the face right now.
Oh, doesn't do anything.
No.
And that's it.
Passes.
But he wasn't expecting to win this match, or he shouldn't have had any expectations to win. The next matchup he has up against the Secret Paladin is going to be so much more favoured. And this is the opportunity Jason will have to progress to the finals, so...
Yeah, for sure. I just want to point out there as well that not using the Ice Lance there isn't necessarily a mistake, because using the Ice Lance for 0 damage is almost conceding the game anyway, because you need all your burn spells to do maximum damage at that point if you're going to push through the armor. So it's probably correct there not to play around Grom and just hope he doesn't have it.
He had like a Frostbolt, Ice Lance, Pyro left. I think that was it. And a Falmouth.
I think he still had both Frostbolts left, because he cast the first Ice Lance without a Frostbolt as well. He used that just to generate an Antonidas Fireball. So I think he still had both Frostbolts left in his deck. Possibly a Torch as well, maybe. That could be a tech card in the deck.
Alright, so now Freeze Mage into Secret Paladin. This is the matchup Jason, was kind of aiming for. The Warrior was kind of a... I just have to do this. I might win. I probably won't. But just grind it out. And like you said, he made it entertaining at least.
Yep.
But this is the game that his focus should have been fully on from the start. Because this is the one that's going to take him to the finals.
Absolutely. And did you catch what the turn 1 secret was there? Because I just missed it. Okay, it was Noble Sack, because he can't play the second Noble Sack. That was easy. But yeah, pretty low pressure start from him here, but he does have a very crucial card in his hand already, which is Lower Theb. He doesn't have the amount of early game pressure that he would like, but he does at least have that Lower Theb, which is going to be crucial for a later game turn that he can either use to protect from AoE or play on the turn where he pops the first ice block to prevent the second ice block being played alongside something else. So they have to dedicate their entire turn to ice block if they have it.
Yeah, low feb is super important in this matchup, and you know that's a card that can win you the game. It can swing that heavily in this matchup, and it kind of can take the same toll on decks like Oil Rogue, locking them out of playing any spells to finish you off. So low feb, you know, has had a major impact on Hearthstone ever since he was printed, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
So pinging, just dealing with the board, gained 8 health from the ice barrier. His hand is a little unproductive. Pyroblast you don't want yet. Ice Lance you definitely don't want yet. Ice block you'd rather have a scientist.
Yep.
You didn't find his loot hoarders, his acolytes early. That's the kind of stuff you want. Doomsayer is not bad. It just, well, he basically forces him to have an extra point of damage, and he does have that in the Cog Hammer.
Right. It's an interesting choice to tempo Doomsayer there, though, because if he wanted to tempo Doomsayer, he could have done it on the previous turn when there was a lot less damage on the board. And it's not like doing it this turn. Like, normally turn 5 tempo Doomsayer means that you want to drop Emperor the next turn on an empty board, but he doesn't really have a strong follow-up here. So that really is just a Doomsayer to gain some life. And on top of that, he does have double Blizzard in his hand as well, which would pair very effectively with the Doomsayer later. So a little bit strange just to throw away the Doomsayer there and ask the Secret Paladin for 1 damage, which isn't too hard for them to do whatsoever.
I mean, he healed for 7, but he was under no threat of losing at this point.
Right.
And whereas turn 8, the Secret Paladin could have a Challenger down with a Murloc Knight, which could contest 14 damage, 15 damage, and he could heal for 15, right? So, yeah, it doesn't really seem worth it if you put it that way.
Is he going to coin the lower third here and just go for pressure? He is. He just wants to prevent the potential Flame Strike, Frost Nova Doomsayer, stuff like that from happening. But this is a very, very important resource that he's expended here. That lower third can be crucial, because Freeze Mage is all about, you know, setting up guaranteed turns at the end of the game. That's how you win as Freeze Mage. You get yourself into a situation where you're behind an ice block and you say, okay, I've definitely got 2 turns. So I'm just going to burn this turn, and then next turn I burn again, and they're dead. Lower Feb is one of the very few cards in the game, with the other one being Kezen Mystic, that kind of messes with that plan, right? They think they have guaranteed turns, but they don't because you have Lower Feb. So playing it here for pressure definitely can pay out big, because he's going to be able to push a lot of damage next turn. But it is a huge resource that he's giving up for later turns.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I would like to keep hold of it. Like you said, you want to stop his game plan. You protect this board of low fab, and like you said, you put pressure on. But I don't know. The Divine Shield is still on the Piloted Shredder, right? So the Piloted Shredder is going to stick around. It's a sticky min in itself. Ultimately, low fab's job is to stop you from dying a turn, or to protect the board you definitely don't want destroyed. And I don't know. I don't think this board was worth quote unquote saving if he did have that Flame Strike.
Absolutely, and this is a situation where the Blizzard Doomsayer would have come in really, really handy if he hadn't have used the Doomsayer to prevent some damage early. He would have been in a situation, you know, like we said, the Doomsayer essentially healed him for 7, so he would have been in a situation where he was really under threat of lethal, but he does have the Ice Block up, so he wouldn't have been under threat of just losing the game. And the Doomsayer there would have prevented this Challenger from coming down. It would have swept the board out, and he could have potentially even gone for an aggressive Alexstrasza play this turn.
Although a Fireball, he doesn't get the Fireball, but a Fireball would have been a great pickup from then, because he could have Alex, and then the block would be popped, and then you block Fireball, and then you Pyro to finish off. But he didn't get it. And that's all that it can take for Freeze Mage sometimes, just having those key cards back to back. And like you said, you use the blocks to protect yourself, to keep throwing out damage. What do you do here as Jason? This is, do you just back-to-back Blizzard?
So yeah, Blizzard is definitely an option. You can Arcane Intellect with it, or you can Mad Scientist with it. The Mad Scientist at this point is going to pull an Ice Barrier, whereas you may want to rely on your Mad Scientist to pull your second block. Okay, now the block is in hand. We can actually potentially get a situation here where he has the number of turns he needs, because the Alexstrasza is gone. This minion that's going to revive, he needs the Avenge not to hit this. Okay, good. So a frozen minion gets avenged. That's very, very good for Jason, because it means he's not taking that damage. It's only going to take 7 this turn, so the Ice Block. I know Competitive Spirit is going to go off, and he's going to take 11, including the weapon. So unless there's additional damage from the Murloc Knight here, he's not going to get the block popped this turn, and then he may have enough turns to go down the aggressive Alexstrasza line.
Yep, you can... Yeah, so if he doesn't pop this turn, he plays Alex next turn. The block gets popped right, you play Fireball block,
Ice Block,
and then
yep.
you get blocked, it pops again, and then you Pyro in.
Pyroblast. Yep. So that's the line we've got to be looking at now. And with the Ice Block intact, yep, he identifies it. And with Loetheb gone, like I said, there just really isn't a way to stop this unless there's suddenly Kezan Mystic.
We have seen Kezan Mystic today. I think one of the guys ran one in each deck, but I don't think Jumpy's got it. I haven't seen it. We've seen a lot of Jumpy's games today. And I think this is Jason's match. Unless the Shredder can't even do anything. Unless it gets Vitality Totem.
Vitality Totem, yeah, but he's missed his opportunity to trade with it here, so...
Yeah.
And there aren't going to be any more minions played for it to trade into, so that was his last chance to pick up the Vitality Totem or the Light Well. Ice Block is going to come down, second Challenger is going to come down, but it's just not going to matter. And we should see Ice Block Fireball this turn. Ice Block Fireball Ping, whatever, he might even draw draw Frostbolt to go completely ham. Doomsayer seems fine.
Yep. And this is Jason's game for the take, and I think he knows it. There's nothing, and this is where the matchup...
No, you don't Doomsayer, you don't Doomsayer, yeah, you have to Ping Face. You have to Ping Face to play around True Silver, it's the only out. So now True Silver heals to 10 instead of 11. He did pick up the Doomsayer there to play it and then put it down and decided to ping, so I think he had exactly the same thought process there. And that is just going to be game. Pyro to the face, GG.
No, I'm not sad. I like seeing Secret Paladin lose to Freeze Mage personally. and Pyroblasting is the most satisfying way to do it. The giant fireball of doom. And,
Yeah.
that's kind of just a classic way for Freeze Mage to win a match, right? Hide behind the blocks, bursting down.
Yeah.
And a favourable matchup for the Freeze Mage. Jason is your first finalist for today. And he will face the winner of Rini and Admirable, which is coming up next.
Yeah, honestly, pretty impressive Freeze Mage game there. He did. I do disagree with his usage of the Doomsayer early, but apart from that, his sequencing of plays in the late game turns shows a very strong fundamental understanding of how Freeze Mage is supposed to work. He dealt with the board while he needed to deal with the board, and then once he'd identified that he had enough turns to do what he wanted to do, he just went, okay, now I win, and he just executed it perfectly. So very well played from him, and I believe we will now move on to see Rini and Admirable to see who will play off against Jason in the final. Jason won, right? That was 2-1 to Jason, not 2-1 to Jumpy. Right?
Yeah, Jason won that.
Yeah, okay.
So from Jason's perspective, he wants Rini to win because Rini doesn't have Warrior. Admirable has Patron, so Admirable's going to know how to play that matchup for sure. Use those Armor Smiths wisely with the Whirlwinds, gain loads of armor. Although I have seen Patron lose to Freeze Mage in WCA. Maverick beat Life Coach's Patron. It was a strange. It's probably one of the strangest game of Hearthstones I've ever cast that match. So it is doable, but like I said, very very slim. Rini has Warlock. She has the Flood Warlock, and she has the Druid. Now the Flood Warlock will not interact with Patron well at all.
Nope.
But
unless it gets an extremely aggressive start and the warrior misses weapons, but yeah, generally the whirlwinds and the weapons are going to be much too effective against what they want to do.
So these matches, so depending on what they queue first, can go either way. If Admiral decides to queue the Druid and gets the mirror, he just plays the mirror, right? If he queues into the Warlock, it's a little tougher for him. If he queues the Patron and he hits the Druid, it's a lot tougher for Admirable because the Druid beats the Patron. So it can go either way. Well,
I don't know. I mean, Druids can't deal with Patrons, right? But they are aggressive enough to put the clock on the Patron player. It's a very, very opening hand reliant matchup, I find. If there's a Death Spite and a Patron in the Patron's opening hand versus, whether there's ramp and aggressive minions in the Druid's hand. But I definitely wouldn't say it's a hard matchup for Patron. Maybe the Druid is slightly favored since the nerf. But yeah, definitely a very, very winnable matchup for Grim Patron.
so it's kind of a roll of the dice here for the matchups at least.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah. Yeah, I really do think you just shut your eyes and pick a deck, right?
Get that D6 out.
Yeah,
roll
why
that,
not?
See what's
Yeah.
going on. So, for any of you guys just tuning in, this is the One Nation of Gamers Geico PAX South tournament, open Hearthstone tournament for all the public to participate. You sign up in the morning and you play through heats. We're at the end of the day one tournament. All these guys have won a 12-man bracket heat each, and now they're playing for the prize money of $200. And the winner of this tournament will also be invited back on Sunday for a 3-man round robin. Will compete for an extra $500. So, a lot of prize money on the line if you go into PAX on the weekend. Be sure to check out the Geico booth. Not only do they have Hearthstone, they also have Smash. I think it's Melee, and they also have a variety of Xbox games. So a lot to do there. So be sure to check that out.
Melee? What's melee?
Oh, Melee, sorry.
Is that a
Hey,
word?
I'm just it's late, man. It's like 12 a.m. for us. Like it's all nice and early, right?
Aqua confirmed Welsh. That's what we've
Aqua
just
confirmed Welsh, yeah.
Yeah.
We
But
have-
yeah, prize money aside for this event, the prize there. This is an introductory event for a circuit of tournaments that One Nation of Gamers and Geico are going to be presenting together, and the prize money ramps up very, very quickly as we get into the events in the coming weeks. There's going to be 10 open tournaments, each with $1,000 prize pool each that anyone can enter, completely open. That's what open means. Big surprise, right? And then we move on to the 5 featured tournaments, where the winners of the open tournaments will compete against some invited pro players, and each of those will have a $6,000 prize pool. And then the whole thing leads up to a big finale event at PAX Prime with a $250,000 prize pool.
Crazy money, right?
Yep.
Considering how the prize pools of Hearthstone and tournaments have progressed so massively over 1 year, I think it's just keeps getting bigger and bigger. And as the game grows and as esports grows, prizes will get even bigger than that. Maybe we'll see millions in the future. That's the dream, right? Win $1 million. Win $1 million playing Hearthstone, playing a children's card game.
Yeah, can you imagine going into the record books as the first guy to win a 6-figure Hearthstone tournament? Just walk out with a 7-figure Hearthstone tournament, walk out with an actual $1 million.
Wow.
Crazy.
There's potential. There is definitely potential there. So yeah, the players are getting ready. Admirable versus Rini. And, I'm interested to see what happens here. Rini brought the Zele Flood Zoo. Not the most popular version of Zoo right now. The more aggressive versions with kind of like the Dark Iron Dwarf. No more like Mal'Ganis and Void Callers. Although the Chinese have been picking up the Demon Zoo again.
Yep.
So there's a lot of variations of Zoo and Warlock in general. And this must be a pretty nervous moment for Rini if she's not experienced playing tournaments. With Admirable, he's just like, yeah, I'm just playing tournaments. I've done this a lot.
Right. If she has a little bit of knowledge of the Hearthstone pro scene, obviously she'll be looking across right now and looking at Admirable, a big I say big. He's actually quite a small guy. But it's still an imposing figure in the Hearthstone scene. She's going to have to keep her wits about her and just play solid Hearthstone like she has to get here. And she has at least queued into the favourable matchup here. She's got the Flood Zoo against Druid, which is a pretty reasonable situation to be in. As we saw in the previous matchup, she does have a bit of a tendency to play for value a little bit too much with Zoo, life tapping maybe once or twice too often we've seen in previous games. So she's really going to have to try and leverage her position here to be aggressive, because if you give Admirable a chance to be the aggressor, you better believe he will take it.
He did do the combo on that Paladin player, right?
Yeah.
And you just did it like, well,
Yeah.
I've got it in my hand, I'll just do it. So yeah.
No follow up damage. Turn 7 innovate combo to the face. No more damage in hand. That is an admirable play right there, in every sense of the word.
And one thing to consider as well, Rini's not the only person who's been kind of tapping with the Zulok, not playing for tempo. We've seen it from other players in this event as well. So maybe just a bit of lack of experience, or maybe even nerves, just like not really understanding what the best players in hand and thinking tap might give him an out.
My shield.
Ooh, yeah, we're going to Argus here. I was looking at Squire Coin Gormok that turn. That looks really powerful.
Oh yeah, that would have been great.
That way she would have dealt with the 5/5 this turn, whereas now the 5/5 is still there to make a favourable trade on the board.
And this is a nice swipe.
It is a very, very nice swipe, yeah. The extra 2 mana allows him to take down the 2/1, and now he just has this dominant 5/4 on the board. And this is kind of the problem with not taking a Gormok when you can, is that if the opportunity passes, you now just have this 4 mana 4/4 in your hand. So she's going to have to start from scratch again here and try and build a board so that those cards like Reliquary Seeker and Gormok are powerful again. But that's kind of the thing. The cards kind of work in tandem, right? If you build up a large enough board once, you can snowball it using one of the cards, which then makes another card good later because you've snowballed with Gormok, and then eventually you just top it all off with Sea Giant because you've snowballed even further. So you really do have to like take those opportunities to make the power plays with this flood deck where you can.
And that's the purpose of the deck. It's in the name, right? You flood, and
Yes.
then all the cards kind of synchronize together one after another.
Yep.
And you do need to seize those opportunities, not only just in general, but especially against Admiral, who is a very experienced player and will take advantage of you not making these plays. Think how different the board would be with Gormok in play or taking that Gormok
Wait. I've just realised we're done. Never mind.
What's that?
Lotheb had locked out the coin. You can't 1 coin 4 because the coin costs 5.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah.
You're doing just
the-
fine. Don't listen to us. You're doing just fine.
Yeah, alright. I apologise, Rini. You just keep doing what you're doing. You're playing just fine.
But that Seeker hasn't really done much for her in the whole tournament. She won her 12-man bracket, which was great. But
Yep.
Seeker was never part of that. From what
I
we
think it came down as a 3/3 that got buffed by Hobgoblin once, but I don't think she's got the full board Seeker Dream yet. And yeah, here we go.
he's
Admiral-
going face because
yeah,
he loves
Admiral
it.
just engaging full smoke mode here, which I love. Just being the aggressor against the zoo and just basically cutting the zoo's life total in half that turn, which essentially halves the amount of cards that they can draw using their life tap. So. Definitely recognizing the value of being the aggressor against a deck that is usually looking to be aggressive against you, because they're just not really prepared to deal with it, right? You take them out of their comfort zone by switching the aggression back onto them like that.
Now, if you rewind a little bit, Rini tapped. She had 7 mana. She could have played Egg into Seeker into the Gormok and killed the Druid of the Claw, right?
Yes, this time that was definitely possible.
But now she's probably dead.
Yeah. Oh, big boy Azure Drake. Yeah. This is my favorite Hearthstone bug. Just the play a card too quickly and it just sits there being huge. It does bug out the client though, so we don't quite get to see what the draw was or whether the game's ended, whether that was lethal or not. It doesn't look like it has.
Oh, I saw a smash to the face there. Watch from the hand. I think we should have just watched Rini's expression. Oh, there we go. They swapped it. That's great.
Alright, great. She's still alive. So she lives to fight another day, but doesn't look like she has enough answers to deal with this board right now. Gonna play the Gormok just for a bit of personal satisfaction. There we go.
And yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame this deck lost its good matchup now because now Patron can have a lot of fun with this deck because there's so many 1 costs, especially if you don't get the Hobgoblin.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, Rini takes her first loss. Admirable 1 step closer to going to the grand finals against Jason. Patron left. And then we know how much everyone loves Patron.
Hey, I actually do love Patron.
I know you love Patron.
I love Patron. I think the deck's awesome. But yeah, it's a very, very effective deck against Zoo. Unless Zoo is able to get a really, really high pressure start, and the Warriors the Warrior not only misses weapons, but also misses things like Unstable Ghoul and Armor Smith. Like there has to be a serious amount of whiffs in the early game for this to happen. But Rini's going to queue up the slightly better matchup first. Goes with the Druid. But again, like the Patron Warrior player is just able to leverage things like weapons and execute in the early game here, and then if they can stabilize the board for long enough to draw into the Patron Dream combo with Deathspite and Inner Rage, then that usually more or less ends the game.
It's not a bad hand for Rini. She's got stuff to play at least. She's got Shade on free. If she picks up an Innovate, that would be great. Also a Shredder, so she's got a lot of potential here. Admiral's hand... double executes not bad, I guess, because it's the ways to deal with the Druid's big stuff a bit later on. But you want to find that Acolyte of Pain, that Deathspite as soon as possible. Like I said, if you get Deathspite with Patron, sometimes it's just really rough.
Ooh.
And there's an Inner Rage, so
Yeah.
he's almost there. He is almost there.
He's almost there. Patron and Enrage have come into the hand, so he's just one combo card away from being able to make this happen. But yeah, as you said, Executes aren't a terrible thing to have, but they're more useful in this matchup to prevent the big ramp starts from the Druid when they really start cheating out the huge minions early. And since Rini's had to go down a more honest route here, just curving out normally, the Executes might not be too effective for a little while. Admirable did keep an Execute in his opening hand, which I don't mind, but the second one coming into hand would definitely not be what he'd like to see. But speaking of things he would like to see, turn 4 Hero Power Pass is pretty high up there.
Yep, that's what you want to see from a Druid. Not playing anything Shredder, Innovates, you don't want to see any of that. Like I said, taking a more honest approach, even a worse approach than honest, you know, it's just not looking brilliant. Farini doing that against Patron. But then again, Admirable's not got much on his side either. He just kind of armored up and played a dude, which she can deal with. And now she can start dropping the good stuff. The Drakes, but the Four Sons, the Low-Febs.
Yeah, she would have liked to have that Druid of the Claw that turn, probably, because Drake is a pretty key card to have in your hand if you are going to ever fight back against Patrons. You're generally looking at Drake Innovate Swipe as your answer to Grim Patron if it's done early enough. So she probably would have liked to see the Druid of the Claw there, so she could have preserved the Drake in her hand. But, you know, Drake, decent minion to come down, occupy the board. It threatened to trade with both the Armorsmith and the Fiery War Axe charge, but luckily for Admirable, he had a Slam in his hand, which was able to make the trade much more effective.
And he got a Frovin, and Frovin's an awesome card to pick up from the Slam. Not only does it curve nicely, but it's a 5/4 on the board, which Rini might feel like, I don't want this thing to grow. This could be a problem.
Yeah.
Druid of Claw maybe charge into it?
Yeah, she could also just make the straight trade and play Emperor, or she could make the trade with the Armorsmith and Big Game Hunter the Frothing Berserker. That works too. That play would be met with a pretty immediate coin boom, more than likely. But it looks like she's just going to go for the direct trade Emperor option, which I don't mind either. You put your opponent in a little bit of trouble if they don't have at least a Death Spite or an Execute, but as we said, Admirable held on to his first Execute and then very, very quickly picked up a second one in the mulligan. And it looks like he's just going to generate 2 Patrons on the board here.
I like this. I mean, he's got Boom to follow up next turn as well.
Yeah.
So if she expends resources dealing with this, you drop Dr. Boom straight after. If he picks up a Whirlwind or a Death Spite in the next 2 turns, you know, he's still got the second Patron there. He's still got an opportunity to make more of them.
Yeah. Rini does have a number of ways to deal with this if she'd like to. She can do Druid of the Claw Charge and Wrath. She can do Savage Roar and Wrath. Looks like she's going to go with the Druid of the Claw option. Oh, she's going to Taunt it. I think I would have liked to see the Charge and trade in there.
Yeah, you generally don't want to leave that Dwarf on the board, because if one Whirlwind effect like that is going to make things really tough.
Now,
and a ping.
And the Mage Hero Power, yeah. Now, in her defense, you know your opponent probably doesn't have Whirlwind, right? Because then it would have been played the turn before the coin. If the coin was even needed. I can't even remember how much mana was spent. But you're allowing your opponent to play things like Unstable Ghoul, like Cruel Taskmaster if it's in the deck, like Finley and get Mage Hero Power. Like, if you have an option to just shut down a Patron board completely, you have to take it. Or otherwise, things like this just happen.
If you're not going to charge the Druid of the Claw in the previous turn, you just play Low-Feb instead.
Where shall
Yeah, that's probably significantly better than the Druid of the Claw Taunt. Yeah, you're probably right.
Because you lock out any potential from spells to generate more patrons if you're afraid they're going to draw it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Still opens you up to like Unstable Ghoul maybe, or Cruel Taskmaster, but Cruel Taskmaster is very rare in Patron Warrior these days. But yeah. Ping own Patron, coin Dr. Boom. These are the plays that are possible now thanks to the power of Sir Finley Mergleton. What a guy. Look at him. How can you not love that guy?
Yep. He is.
You don't look like you love him right now. You've got your head in your hands as if you're in dismay right now. I'm loving this game. This is Patron Warrior.
I just feel bad for Rini, you know?
Yeah, fair.
It was a tough game. Well, it got even tougher once she left the Patron alive, I guess. But yeah, Finley's a cool card, very interesting card. It did make Burst Shaman pretty crazy as well, mind you. Given Burst Shaman Steady Shot was pretty wacky. But I like Burst Shaman, so I can't complain.
So what do we have? We only have 9 mana, so we can't make the Grom ping own Grom plays. So we're not quite threatening lethal yet. We have no way, apart from the hero power, of generating additional patrons. But he might find he needs to ping the big game hunter here. No, no such thing. So it looks like we just push for an additional patron here.
Ping Shredder.
Yeah, Ping Shredder looks fine. If Rini was to have combo here, like let's say discounted combo so she can hero power as well, then that would be 22 damage. So Admirable is actually safe from lethal, right? If I've counted that correctly. 14 plus 5 plus 2, yeah. Plus the hero power would be 22. So yeah, not even any need to trade into the lower third if he doesn't want to. But I guess all things considered, he's just going to play it safe, trade it out. Because Emperor has been played, so all kinds of like double combo wackiness can happen. And
Well, he does have 2 discounted Savage Rolls
Right,
and an
exactly.
Innovate. So, yeah. I think, yeah, it's worth playing safe. You have another patron in hand. You have a Grom. You know, you have a lot of good stuff coming out, even if this patron's dealt with. This patron's done so much work anyway. You
Yeah.
can't complain with the progress it's made. And you get... Wow, well, you get Ping, Whirlwind. You get all sorts of... you can keep... Well, you know, when you keep Whirlwind, you can ping your Grom next turn. So, yeah, this is just
Yep.
patron being awesome, right?
So Rini has 1 draw. That's pretty much it. We have 1 draw for Force of Nature.
And it's a... Dr. Boom.
That's not a Force of Nature. Feels boom, man.
Feels Boom.
It's late. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. These are just words.
Just a mishmash of words, whatever's coming out.
Yep.
Yeah.
What?
In Britain, it's 12 a.m. Well, it's 20 past 12 for us almost. So it's already tomorrow. Already today. Already today, right? Well, it was already tomorrow at 12. Yeah.
I like this though. She's identifying her outs here. Doomsayer was for sure an out, so nice to see her check it. She probably should have checked it by trading the shade, honestly, because this way she would still die to Gromash anyway. But you know, identifies that the Doomsayer could potentially save her there. Didn't get it, and Admirable is going to move on to the finals. Definitely the favourite of the day's players. Just purely by being the known player, the player with experience in some early successful tournaments in Hearthstone, and then moved on to more of a casting career, but still a very well-known, well-respected figure in the Hearthstone scene. So no surprise to see him sitting pretty in the day 1 grand finals, if you like.
And he's moved into a pretty favourable matchup against Jason. As long as he can cue that patron into the Freeze Mage, can almost guarantee a win there.
Yeah, Patron not quite as effective in the matchup as Control Warrior is, but you would imagine Admirable has more experience with managing the kind of complex things that that matchup requires in terms of how many cards you draw, when you go for your armor game turns, etc. So he'll probably feel like he's favoured in that matchup.
And then he has Druid against Freeze Mage as well. So,
Yep.
again, a good matchup. So he has 2 good matchups going against the Freeze Mage, so he's probably feeling pretty comfortable. And of course, as you said, someone who's been in the professional scene for so long now, going against Jason, who we don't know who he is. He's one of the guys who's just come into PAX, popped in to the Geico booth, playing in the tournament. So this is an opportunity for Jason to really show his stuff if he beats Admirable. You know, it'd be a very good win for him.
Yeah, I mean, he has a chance to walk away, stick $200 in his pocket right now, have a chance to play 500 more, but more so than that, like, he can beat Admirable in like finals of a tournament. That's awesome, right? Like, who wouldn't want to do that as a rookie Hearthstone player?
Yep, pop off on Twitter. You know, all sorts of things you can do.
Yeah, exactly.
Bragging rights and all that, and there's more bragging rights for Jason than is for Admirable. Admirable, if he wins this, he says, "I have $200. Nice, I can feed myself this month."
Like, Admirable has everything to lose and nothing to win, right? He's expected to win. So if he wins, everyone goes, "Oh, you know, well done. You're expected to win. Big deal." If he loses, then suddenly the mockery comes, right? It's like, you couldn't win an open tournament. You call yourself a Hearthstone pro, like, yeah.
Yep, Jason's got so much to gain from this. So I'm gonna root for the underdog here. Come on, Jason. I'm gonna root for him. Jason. Oh no, Jason doesn't have Druid. Yeah, I was thinking Jason had Druid then, but he has Paladin as well.
Jason has, Secret Pally Freeze Mage, right? Yeah.
All right. So, do you just play your Freeze Mage first and just get it out of the way?
I mean, yeah, you have to get a win with it, and there's no way you queue it into a favourable matchup because both matchups are bad. They're both winnably bad. It's hard to say which matchup is worse. They're both quite heavily favored, but they're not. Neither of them are control warrior bad, but they're both unfavored matchups for the freeze mage. So yeah, it does seem like he's gone with that line, and he's just going to lead out the freeze mage and try and pick up the win that he needs with it.
Jason, again, in the spirit of things, gets his deal with it shades on.
Yeah. Channeling the spirit of Caldi, right?
Yeah. Caldi, yeah. With those shades, maybe, maybe they'll help him. Maybe
Hello, freeze mage! Allow me to introduce you to my friend Turn 2 Dr. Boom.
I look away for one moment and even Admirals was like, whoa, I didn't expect to do that. How is this even possible?
Oh, that poor guy. Like, all this work just to come and you come into grand finals, you're looking across at Admirable, this huge name in the Hearthstone scene. You've brought Freeze Mage, both of his decks beat Freeze Mage. You decide to go with it, and then Turn 2 Dr. Boom happens. Well.
Welcome to esports.
Yeah.
Welcome to esports.
Yep.
And he gets a turn 3 play as well. And he has a curve. And he has a silence for Doomsayer ready. Oh, man. Well, at least he had the fireball.
Yeah, but, what Jason will be praying for there is, okay, he's spent his hand on that Dr. Boom now. Please don't have aggressive follow-ups. He just has Shredder into Druid of the Claw. He just curves out perfectly from here. So yes, he's got rid of the boom, but the boom's already got stuck in for damage, and it's taken 2 turns of dedicated usage of the freeze mage player to get rid of it, and now he just continues to curve out perfectly with Pilot Shredder into Druid of the Claw. So this is just absolutely not looking pretty right now.
So a common phrase within Hearthstone is tilting, right?
Yeah.
And if anything's going to make you tilt in a tournament, grand finals, first game, bad matchup, turn 2 Dr. Boom, not an experienced player. But, he's looking pretty composed. I think Jason has played exceptionally well in this event. And he's he's been really solid. I'm just hoping that's not the thing that would tilt him in the grand finals right now. And Admirable taking the aggressive stance right now. Drew the Claw into charge. Not even a block present yet. This is just murder.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just getting torn apart piece by piece here. He can just silence one of his own minions here and push the damage. And yeah, that was fun, right? Everyone enjoyed that?
Wait, game number 1 goes to Admirable. The turn 2 Dr. Boom. That was fair.
Yeah, what else can we say about that game, right? Turn 2 Dr. Boom happened in a matchup that is already miserable for the Freeze Mage player, and he just had no comeback against that sort of thing. He tried to do what he could, dealt with it over 2 turns using the Fireball, but then the Shredder and the Druid of the Claw follow-ups, etc. just broke his back. And Admirable is now sitting on the hill at match point, just needs to pick up a win with his Patron Warrior. And Jason just seems to be a glutton for punishment here and switches away and goes to Secret Pally. I guess either way he's playing an unfavored matchup, but I think Patron against Secret Pally is probably even a little bit worse than Patron against Freeze Mage. Alright, this time we get to see. So he has Hunter, Priest, Shaman this time. So last time he picked Pally and confused the hell out of me, because I don't think I would ever pick Pally over 2 other hero powers. This time he chooses to go with Priest. Yeah.
What do you think of heal over the other options?
So against aggressive decks, heal is essentially the same thing as armor in terms of healing yourself, because against aggressive decks you're going to spend most of the game below 30 anyway, so the healing is just going to gain you 2 life. The armor isn't really going to make a difference. But it has the added benefit of being able to heal up, Acolyte of Pain, Patron, your big minions like Boom. So I think it is an improvement as a hero power in the deck over the armor, but it's not as significant as an improvement as things like Life Tap and the Mage Fire Blast are.
And what about... Well, yeah, I suppose if you look in this situation, he could hit the shield and then heal his Acolyte if you feel like he has time, and he can start drawing more cards. So then again, that is a good way to apply this hero power.
Yeah, for sure. If he wanted to make the greedy play, he can hit Battle Rage, heal his Acolyte. That's totally fine if he wants to go down that line. And since he didn't play the Frothing Berserker first, it looks like that's what's happening. Gonna Fiery War Axe.
Going to heal.
Okay. And is he going to heal or Battle Rage here? That's the interesting point. Redemption comes down on a shielded minibot, which is very, very strong for the Paladin player. But pretty strong turn from Admirable himself here, cycling deeper through his deck. This matchup is basically just about can you get hold of your patron combo quick enough. Basically before they're able to drop Challenger on turn 6. That's when you want to do it.
Not a bad Divine Favor for Jason, though. Picks up an extra couple of cards. And so he's kind of keeping up with the card draw of Admirable at the moment.
Yep.
Which is pretty good for him. And he finds a Challenger into Boom. So he is curving out into the nice stuff very soon. And like you said, we have a Patron, we have a Death Spite. We're kind of missing just maybe a Whirlwind and an Inner Rage. Hits face. Yeah, that seems fine. And goes for the low feb. So, is a Sludge Belcher going to come out? Nope. So, no perfect curve, but he does have access to the Cog Hammer. Can trade the Divine Shield away. And then... Yep, he gets to trade.
Oh, minor Skype issues here, guys. We're just going to have to very, very quickly reconnect the call because we've run into a bit of a Skype problem. We will be right back.
And we're back, as far as I can tell, and we didn't see what happened.
We missed a couple of turns. Skype issue, but it looks like the generated a lot of pressure here in the turns that we've missed, and Admirable has missed his crucial patron activators, and he's just sat staring at a ton of pressure and no executes in hand, no board to deal with this. This is looking like Jason is going to get himself on the board here and move forward to play the Freeze Mage versus Patron matchup.
Yeah, I don't really see an out for Admirable here, even if he deals with some of this board. After punching for all the secrets, the Avenge and all that nonsense, he has a Dr. Boom to deal with straight after. No brawls, I don't think, in this deck. I know old school Patron decks did tech in a brawl every now and then, but it's not really common. He can generate some health, at least.
He can, but to do that, he's going to have to attack into the secret package, right? Which is possibly going to generate even more power onto the board. Although we do see both Noble Sacks are in hand, so that's why Noble Sack didn't get pulled by the Challenger there. But he was going to probably just banking on drawing exactly Execute there to take care of the Challenger, and that would have put him in a really strong position. But now, after the Battle Rage, he doesn't have the mana that he needs, so this Challenger will get to connect for face for a ton of damage. And after the Competitive Spirit, that puts him at 12 damage.
Oh,
and he will just need 1 extra damage. That is not it.
But Dr. Boom can just come down.
Yep.
And the Boom bots will probably do the work.
He didn't have 1 execute for the 10-8 last turn, or the 9-7 as it was last turn, so what are the chances of him having 2 executes for this board now, right?
Unless he runs BGH, he's just going to heal up the
Sure.
Challenger.
Seems
Why
fine.
not? And then try and kill himself. Ah, not even the Boom bot will let him go.
He's trying, bless him, he's trying his hardest to commit Sudoku in the most spectacular way possible. Come on,
there we go.
Bootbot, you can do it, buddy. You can do it, there we go.
Hey. Alright, so this is the last match of the day. One of these players has to walk away with $200 and qualification for the round robin on Sunday. Freeze Mage versus Patron.
Yeah.
This is winnable. A lot more winnable than the Control Warrior matchup. No Justica to worry about. No turn 6 concede on Justica, so you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, no shield maidens, usually no shield blocks, so the amount of armor gain is generally limited to a double armor smith turn with multiple whirlwinds. That's usually like your one all-in big armor turn. But there are cards in the deck now that, you know, kind of hamper the strategy, like Finley. Finley is a terrible card in this matchup because you just want to have the armor gain. So you have the potential of drawing dead cards now, like Finley, and you don't want to draw too many cards if your hand is dead anyway, because the matchup usually goes to fatigue, so you can't push yourself ahead of the Freeze Mage in card draw. Wow! Admirable just plays an Armor Smith out onto the board on turn 2. Now, there is a method that some players like to take with this matchup, which is just playing the deck as a tempo deck, which is perfectly reasonable. And it looks like, based on the Armor Smith there, that's the line that Admirable is going to go down, because conventional wisdom from most Patron players, I will tend to default to Crane always, who's a former teammate of mine, someone that I believe you know as well.
Former teammate of mine?
Yeah, of course, former teammate of yours as well, I'm sorry. He is probably one of the best Patron players in the world, if not the best Patron player. He's a player that a lot of well-known Patron players, like, say, RDU and Life Coach, he's a player that they default to tell them the right plays with Patron. That's how well respected as a Patron player he has. And he is definitely still on the side of playing this as a fatigue matchup, but some players do think that now you can play it as just as a tempo matchup because of the extra things like Korkron and Grom that you now have in the deck, and you can actually just threaten to kill the Freeze Mage that way.
I mean, Korkron Elite came in once the deck became a mid-range deck, so they didn't have that back then because they didn't need it because of Warsong.
Yep.
I like that Admiral's playing it this way because it's a more entertaining match for us to watch. Him hitting hero power every turn, and maybe playing a card if he needs to. So yeah, I do like that. He does have Loatheb in the hand, so I think that's maybe why he went for this kind of game plan, because he knows if the Freeze Mage does pose any kind of threat to him, he has a way to lock him out.
Absolutely.
Maybe that's why he went for it.
And it can also depend on builds, because even with this mid-range Patron deck that we've come to know now, there are multiple different ways you can build it. You can have Shredders, you can have Korkrons in that 4-drop slot, you can play Finley or not play Finley, you can play Loatheb or not play Finley. Sorry, play Loatheb or not play Loatheb. So the combination of him having Finley in his deck, which is bad because it will change his hero power, having Loatheb in his deck, which is good, and having the Korkrons, which are aggressive, he sort of has the perfect storm list of this deck to be able to take the aggressive line and actually try and rush the mage down.
And that's what he's going for. He's got the Fiery War Axe and can take out the 5/3 pretty easily. But then there's a consideration of, do I just execute and keep the armor?
Generally, in this matchup, your executes are reserved exclusively, one for Alexstrasza and one for Antonidas. So if you can weapon this guy down, it has the added benefit of buffing your Frothing Berserker by an extra point as well. So seems like a no-brainer there, just to weapon it down, keep that execute for when you need it against one of the absolutely crucial minions.
And both those minions are in Jason's hand, and they've been hit by the Thorson as well.
Yeah, along with double Ice Lance, we now see a Frostbolt come into hand as well. So on turn 8, we actually have Antonidas, Frostbolt, Ice Lance if he wants it.
So this is the sort of hand Jason wanted when he last played against Warrior. Double Ice Lance, make lots of fireballs, but he didn't have access to it. But now, in a more favourable matchup, I guess, because you don't have the Justica or shield blocks, all that nonsense, things are looking okay for Jason. You know, he has a lot of potential. And he's just developed a bit of a board here, and Admiral's just going to keep on putting pressure until he finds a good enough Patron board. The problem with Patrons, though, against Freeze Mage, I suppose, is you can't just Flame Strike it, right?
Yep.
And that's it, all your pressure's gone, so can't put too much faith in the Patrons being enough to close out the game. And he's just going for it.
Yeah, we have a pretty powerful turn here. He still gets the Archmage. Frost Nova, he does have the 2 Ice Lances if he wants. He's going to choose to just go for the total board freeze. So now, Admirable is actually found needing an activator for that execute that he has in hand, because every source of damage on the board right now is locked out from attacking with the freeze effects.
Yeah, he's going to have to Battle Rage, I think. Loatheb is a way to stop more fireballs being generated.
Yeah, I mean, one fireball can be cast for 9 mana here, which will then replace itself if he wants to go down that line. But he could also just slam Alexstrasza here if he wanted to go that way.
Did you kill that Loatheb?
Well, he doesn't have either secret up right now. So if you make the aggressive Alexstrasza play and don't remove damage off the board, you're threatening to die yourself.
Okay, so he didn't go for Alex that turn. I would like to see an Alex. Because then you just have all these fireballs.
Legitimate. Yeah, I think if you play the aggressive Alexstrasza, you still have to make the trade into the 5/5. You can't go fully aggressive because you're just too close to dying yourself without the secrets being invested already. But yeah, he's gonna play it slow here. He has a hand stacked with 4 fireballs now, so he has plenty of damage built up after the Alexstrasza, and he's already seen 1 Armor Smith be used as a turn 2 tempo play by Admirable. So he might feel pretty confident about his chances here of getting these 4 fireballs to push through.
And he's going to go for the Alex's turn, it seems. He has so many fireballs, and he still has more more damage spells in his deck. He still has another Frostbolt, another Pyro, and he still has 2 fireballs, right? He hasn't used any fireballs at all yet?
No, the far right fireball from in his hand is one that he drew.
Is a draw. Is a
Yeah.
drew natural. Okay, so yeah, he has a lot of damage going forward. How much damage does Anvil?
He has 11 damage showing on the board right now, so it's not too difficult for him to find a way to pop the block, but he has to pop the block and deal with an 8/8 and sort of find some way to stop this Acolyte drawing extra cards if he wants to do things optimally. So it's a lot to ask from your opponent here. And Admirable might just be regretting his plan to go down the aggressive line here. That Armor Smith could be pretty useful to him right about now.
Yeah, he generates a lot of health, and that's one of the key tools. Getting a lot of patrons, getting Armor Smith down, getting a couple of Whirlwind effects off. You generate 7 to 14 armor, snowball out of control. Because you don't have access to the shield blocks, the bashes, the Justicas. You have to generate your armor through Whirlwind effects and the Armor Smith, plus just pressing Hero Power button. But all those fireballs in Jason's hand, it's looking really good for him.
Yep, and because the block is not being popped this turn, although it could be, we actually have the option for Coin Grom in a Rage, and yeah, Admirable sees it, and he definitely should take it here, because as we talked about in Jason's last Freeze Mage matchup, Freeze Mage is all about guaranteed turns, so popping the Ice Block is... Ooh, wait. Wait. Yes, okay, fine.
Draws an extra card, puts him down to
Yep.
3.
Yep.
Very nice. Very nice.
So, actually, no second Ice Block in hand right now. He does have Ice Barrier, but that's only going to bring him up to 11, which is nowhere near enough. The Gromash also has the added benefit of playing around Flame Strike, because obviously Flame Strike just helps to enrage the Grom and leaves it just chilling there, so he's going to have to now expend a Fireball as well just to clear it from the board. And now, suddenly,
Fiery War Axe as
out
well.
of nowhere, Fiery War Axe for the win! Admirable with the tempo play! He takes it!
He plays the Finley as well.
Ah, why not, right? Admirable says, never mind conventional wisdom, I don't play the fatigue, I kill people and I win tournaments while I do it.
You did say
What
that.
do you guys know?
You did say Admirable loves to hit face. Why would he play for fatigue? That's not how he
Exactly.
plays.
But as you identified, the key play there was not just doing the Grom in a Rage to pop the Ice Block at a high number, it was to engineer it in the way where he made the final attack with the Acolyte of Pain, so the Ice Block was popped at 3, and then that was the perfect number for the Fiery War Axe follow-up. So really, really well identified by Admirable, showing why he is the standout player in this event as the pro that entered on day 1. We might see on following days whether his contemporaries, such as Frodan and TJ, Asmokiti, whatever you know him as, can follow the same path and uphold the integrity of Hearthstone casters in tournaments.
Casters winning events. Who would have thought, huh? So yeah, Admirable is the winner of today. $200 in his pocket, as well as qualification for the kind of Grand Championship on Sunday, where he'll meet the other 2 players from the winners of tomorrow and Sunday. So Sunday also holds kind of an extra tournament on top of its heats into the single elimination 4-man bracket. So yeah, so that's it from us today. Been pretty good tournament overall. We've had kind of a nice mix of skill and quite a nice mix of decks. Lots of Control Warrior at the end and lots of Druid. So things kind of evened out as we went through the day. Any final thoughts?
No, not too much. Just to say that, yeah, it's been a fantastic first day, but this is only the first day of a very long tournament this weekend and also a very long tournament series overall. There will be 2 more days of exactly the same format as you've watched today. That's 4 mini heats of 12 players each, and then the winners of each heat playing off at the end of the day. The winners of all those individual days will then play each other at the end of Sunday for the title of Grand Champion of the whole thing. But then from there, we spiral on. This is just an introductory tournament to a circuit that Onog and Geico have teamed up to bring you. They will be moving on to a series of open tournaments, which will be obviously completely open. You can enter them freely, and then those will seed into feature tournaments where the winners of the open tournaments will get a chance to play against some invited pros. And then the whole thing wraps up with a huge finals event at PAX Prime. So this is just the beginning. You can come back tomorrow and join us at 11 a.m. Central, 9 a.m. Pacific, I believe that is. And we will start this all over again, 4 brand new heats with the winners of each going through to player finals at the end of the day. Any final thoughts from you, Aqua?
Oh, good tournament. I really enjoyed it. Nice mix. Had some fun decks, had some more serious stuff. So yeah, be sure to go to geico.onog.gg for more information. Of course, big shout out to Geico for running this booth, running this tournament, giving some, kind of normal guys, non-pro players a chance to play on stream, to be casted. And of course, Alienware, big shout out to them for providing the PCs that were used today by the players. So yeah, I think that's it from us. So be sure to tune in tomorrow. Trump will be back as well. So it'll be me, Sottle, and Trump casting the next 2 days. So I guess until then, see you then.